Jun Wuxie made it clear that she was going to declare war with Longxian City. Ruan Zhongshan's face was gloomy to the extreme. The malevolence on his face hinted on his anger that was on the verge of erupting. Sea Spirit City. Yan Hai. How dare he threaten him? The message passed on by Yi Sha not only made Ruan Zhongshan fly into a rage, but also made Zhang Weilong, who was hiding in the dark watching the battle, frown slightly. As far as their positions were concerned, they could clearly see that Ruan Zhongshan's hands, which were behind him, have begun to condense the spiritual inscriptions. Once the spiritual inscriptions were condensed successfully, it would be quite easy to block the attacks of the arrows. Miss, what exactly is the Lord of the Sea Spirit City thinking? Does he really think that with only 1,000 archers, he can force Ruan Zhongshan to retreat? Ada looked dazedly at Zhang Weilong. The actions of Sea Spirit City puzzled him. It seemed to be strong, but upon careful thinking, it seemed strange. Even if the 1,000 archers launched an attack on Ruan Zhongshan at the same time, as long as Ruan Zhongshan's spiritual inscriptions had been condensed, the damage caused by those bows would be almost zero, which was not enough to threaten Ruan Zhongshan's safety. I don't know. The city lord of Sea Spirit City is a bit devilish. Within a short time, I can't seem to tell. Zhang Weilong pursed her lips. Jun Wuxie's actions for the past 2 days puzzled Zhang Weilong. She didn't know what kind of temperament the city lord of Sea Spirit City possessed. Thus her judgment was greatly restricted. Just as Zhang Weilong and Ada conversed, Ruan Zhongshan's spiritual inscriptions had finished condensing. The previous repression was swallowed by fury at this moment, and Ruan Zhongshan's body was covered with a layer of ice-blue light. Strong spiritual power drew around him, and a stream of air rose up. You have a death wish. Ruan Zhongshan stared at Yi Sha fiercely, and the airflow blew his hair up, making his already sinister face look even more horrible. Damn your mother, Yan Hai! How dare you threaten me? A little bastard like him. I want to see if he can even touch me as I stomp all over Sea Spirit City today. Ruan Zhongshan spat viciously. Spiritual inscriptions scattered with ice-blue light rays flickered around him. Although it was not as strong as the light from the spirit rings, but it still held strong spiritual power. He lifted his head up suddenly and looked at the 1,000 archers on the wall of Sea Spirit City and sneered. Based on these little things, you want to hurt me? Just try it. If you can hurt a single strand of my hair, I will consider you worthy. Ruan Zhongshan's shouting was piercing and Su Zhu's mood undulated along as well. His eyes shone with malice while he laughed secretly within his heart. Ruan Zhongshan already harbored a deep hatred for Jun Wuxie. Now, since Jun Wuxie was acting recklessly, she even ran out to threaten Ruan Zhongshan. Wasn't she courting death? Su Zhu could almost imagine what a terrible end it would be for Yan Hai when he fell into Ruan Zhongshan's hands after Sea Spirit City was breached. However, in the face of Ruan Zhongshan's shouting, Yi Sha did not react at all. The archers standing along the tower suddenly relaxed their bowstrings, and the sharp arrows were also withdrawn. The situation seemed to turn around at this moment. The restraint exercised by Longxian City's army before seemed to have vanished as the flames of aggression were rekindled once again. One by one, full of vigor, they banged their weapons on the ground, making a deafening noise. Longxian City's army approached Sea Spirit City step by step with a heavy voice, and the situation turned into crisis. However, Yi Sha, who was standing away from the gates of Sea Spirit City, looked calm, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Just as Ruan Zhongshan's horse was about 50 meters away from Sea Spirit City, a voice sounded suddenly. Ruan Zhongshan, this is your choice. The voice was aloof. When the voice reached Ruan Zhongshan's ears, he looked up to locate the source of the voice. He saw a refined figure standing quietly in the wind, on the gate tower of Sea Spirit City, the figure's simple yet elegant white dress billowing in the breeze. Jun Wuxie stood on an elevation and looked down at the 20,000 soldiers that surrounded Sea Spirit City. There was no fear in her cold face, but there was a kind of indifference and an imposing manner that cannot be ignored. Obviously, it was a thin figure, but it gave people a feeling that the figure cannot be defeated. Ruan Zhongshan recovered from his shock and looked at Jun Wuxie with his eyes filled with a frantic and violent rage. "Yan Hai, you finally dare to show yourself. It's good that you've appeared so that you can see for yourself how I completely destroy your sea spirit city. Attack!" Ruan Zhongshan shouted his command, and the Longxian city army rushed forward. Su Zhu took point and led a team of men to the main entrance of Sea Spirit City. As long as Jun Wuxie's head was cut off, he was bound to become famous in battle. With that strong desire, Su Zhu growled and rushed forward. His first target was Yi Sha, who was standing in front of the gate. "Trash! Die!" The spiritual power in Su Zhu's hands surged and slammed into Yi Sha. Yi Sha could not be moved like a mountain. A sharp killing intent flashed across his cold eyes. The moment Su Zhu rushed in front of Yi Sha's figure suddenly disappeared. Everything happened so fast that Su Zhu couldn't react at all. Su Zhu was startled, and before he could react, a grave pressure was emitted from his head, resulting in a pitiful wail from his mouth. His entire head was smashed into the ground in an instant. The sudden turn in battle left all the soldiers behind Su Zhu dumbfounded. Their footsteps halted as they watched Yi Sha step on the back of Su Zhu's head and pushing it right into the soil. The dark brown soil was slowly covered in blood, and in the midst of the pool of blood, one could see some brain matter floating. All the soldiers were stunned as they stared in horror at the bloody picture in front of them. The pool of blood filled their eyes as Su Zhu laid motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. After Su Zhu took the elixir made by Jun Wuxie, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Although he still lacked a bit more to break into the peak level of the Gold Spirit, he could still stabilize Gold Spirit at an intermediate level. But a strong exponent like him was simply smashed by the steward of Sea Spirit City's official residence. In an instant, the aggression and arrogance of the Longxian City soldiers were suppressed to an extreme that no sound was heard further. Ruan Zhongshan, who was sitting behind, saw the whole process with his own eyes. Yi Sha's shot was extremely fast, and that speed even surpassed the peak level of Gold Spirit. Otherwise, Su Zhu could not be killed in one shot. This person, he was just a steward of Sea Spirit City's official residence. But the strength he had displayed was similar to that of a spiritual inscription exponent. How was this possible? Ruan Zhongshan drew a breath of air as his previous haughtiness had somewhat dissipated. Longxian City's arrogance was broken up by Yi Sha's offense, and their progress towards Sea Spirit City was halted for the moment. Even Zhang Weilong and Ada, who were hiding in the dark, were taken aback by Yi Sha's strength. "Ada, that person's strength, how is compared to yours?" Zhang Weilong's eyes widened slightly. "I am not too sure. He only used one move and that did not require spiritual power. I can't judge for the time being, but at least his strength is comparable to that of spiritual inscriptions." Ada replied. The strength of Yi Sha was one of the best in the Night regime, second only to Yi Gu, and it was equivalent to Yi Mei. During the time of Jun Wu Yao's disappearance, Yi Sha used up too much power looking for him, and not only that, he still had to fight continuously in battles. Thus, he did not have a chance to recover his strength. During the years when Jun Wuxie lived in the dark region, Yi Sha was finally able to regain his strength to its peak, and his strength had exceeded Gold Spirit by a lot. Yi Sha raised his feet, and did not even spare a glance at the fallen Su Zhu. He still stood alone in front of the gates of Sea Spirit City, and yet no one dared to step forward. Ruan Zhongshan woke up from the shock. He never expected that Yi Sha's strength to be so terrifying, but he did not intend to give up. "What are you afraid of? He's just one person. Kill him," Ruan Zhongshan commanded coldly. But with Su Zhu's body lying in front of Yi Sha, and the bloody picture really made those soldiers afraid to move. The 20,000-strong army fell in rigid. Ruan Zhongshan gritted his teeth silently, and he jumped up immediately and rushed at Yi Sha. The strength of the spiritual inscriptions exponent could not be compared to a reckless and impulsive person like Su Zhu. In the blink of an eye, Ruan Zhongshan had reached Yi Sha, and he raised his hand to attack. But at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Ruan Zhongshan. Jun Wuxie, who was standing on the tower before, now stood stiffly in front of Ruan Zhongshan. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Aren't you going to slaughter my entire Sea Spirit City? What will you do when I go head-to-head with you? Jun Wuxie's lips curved up into a smirk, and that made Yan Hai's face, which was originally delicate, instantly dazzling. Ruan Zhongshan was shocked. He didn't even notice the moment that Jun Wuxie moved to appear in front of him. Based on his strength, this was almost impossible. Even for exponents of the same spiritual inscription level, they could not completely avoid his awareness. However, Jun Wuxie's approach was too silent. Yan Hai, you're looking for death. Ruan Zhongshan glared at Jun Wuxie. His intention to kill her solidified. Jun Wuxie looked calmly at the angry Ruan Zhongshan and crooked her fingers at him provocatively. Try and kill me. Damn you. Ruan Zhongshan had never received such a disdainful provocation in his life, and he immediately rushed towards Jun Wuxie with his full powers. Ruan Zhongshan's actions brought those soldiers from Longxian City back to their minds. When they thought about how Ruan Zhongshan might go after them in the future, they dared not hesitate any longer and immediately rushed towards Yisha. At the same time, countless figures leapt from the walls of Sea Spirit City and stormed towards the army of Longxian City with a thunderous momentum. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Night Regime and Ghost Army had dispatched the army of Longxian City. The killing sound was endless. As it seemed to overturn the sky, the Sea Spirit City was covered in flames of war. The sounds of killing and anguished wailing mixed together as the pungent smell of blood permeated the air and entered the airways of everyone present. This confrontation, however, caused the soldiers of Longxian City to be caught in a huge panic. The strength of Sea Spirit City caught them off guard, and the powerful attack did not fall behind at all. Even after a brief fight, the soldiers of Longxian City fell into a severe defensive position. This situation didn't seem possible to happen. How could the lowly Sea Spirit City, which was almost forgotten by the upper realm, have such a powerful fighting force? These people in front of them seemed to not have come from Sea Spirit City, but from a stronger city. Shock shrouded the hearts of every Longxian City soldier. They didn't even have time to think. They were scared witless by the attack from the Night Regime. Screams were ripped from the throats of the Longxian City soldiers, yet no sound came from the Night Regime nor Ghost Army. They were silent and deadly. At this moment, as the commander of Longxian City, Ruan Zhongshan had no time to take care of his men, because he was engaged in a difficult battle with Jun Wuxie. Prior to the fight, Ruan Zhongshan didn't pay attention to Jun Wuxie's strength at all. He thought he could defeat Jun Wuxie in a matter of a few strokes, but after exchanging a couple of blows with Jun Wuxie, he was shocked beyond belief. Jun Wuxie's speed was not inferior to him. She was even faster in her frequency of attack. Ruan Zhongshan was momentarily careless, and several key points on his body had been attacked by Jun Wuxie many times. The heart-wrenching, immense pain caused Ruan Zhongshan's forehead to be quickly covered with cold sweat, and his face became flushed. Bastard! Why are you so powerful? Ruan Zhongshan grasped his chest, which was kicked by Jun Wuxie, and panted heavily. If it were not for the fact that he guarded his vital points with spiritual inscriptions in time, Jun Wuxie's direct blow was enough to kill him. Since Ruan Zhongshan became the lord of Longxian City, he had not been so embarrassed. With the increase of his strength and the improvement of his status, fewer and fewer people could fight him. Even in the face of those who want to snatch his title and had knocked on the gates to come and challenge, Ruan Zhongshan could handle them very easily. To say nothing of him being defeated, even getting injured was rare. However, after exchanging some blows with Jun Wuxie, he has suffered more injuries now than the total number of injuries he had suffered in recent years. Ruan Zhongshan was horrified. How old was Jun Wuxie to even possess such fearsome strength? His own 1,000-year cultivation cannot be compared to that little brat. No one would believe him if he said it out loud. Jun Wuxie ignored the inquiry from Ruan Zhongshan. The attacks by her hands did not reduce, thereby forcing Ruan Zhongshan to mobilize all his spiritual inscriptions, and even then, he barely managed to cope with Jun Wuxie's offensive. In the melee, Qiao Chu and others have already switched on their killing mode. With their intense hatred of the upper realm, They were, at the moment, venting their frustrations and anger at the nearest objects. They each attacked the soldiers of Longxian City with a viciousness and ferociousness that terrified all the soldiers of Longxian City. The soldiers were so afraid that they didn't dare to take a step closer. Crimson blood stained the figures of Qiao Chu and others, and they did not have so much fun in a long time. The anger deep in their hearts had reaching a boiling point. "Come on, let's continue." Qiao Chu stood on a pile of corpses, snarling at the terrified Longxian City soldiers. With only a pair of fists, he had already defeated many opponents. None of the blood dripping from his clenched fists belonged to him. That roar frightened the soldiers of Longxian City. They had never seen such rude and brutal opponent. Each bare-knuckle strike was vicious and accurate. The strength of Qiao Chu's fists was indescribable. The brute strength of his one punch could cave a man's chest. It was simply unbelievable. Compared with Qiao Chu's crude and brutal blows, Hua Yao's killing looked leisurely and elegant. He killed hundreds of enemies without any blood staining his body. After snapping off the head of a soldier from Longxian City, he looked up at Jun Wuxie, who was fighting fiercely with Ruan Zhongshan, with a smile in his eyes. In the eyes of others, Ruan Zhongshan and Jun Wuxie were almost evenly matched, but there was a slight discrepancy. In fact, Jun Wuxie wasn't even using 1/10 of her strength. What she was displaying right now was just the tip of the iceberg. If Jun Wuxie's true strength was revealed, Ruan Zhongshan would not be able to hold up till now. The moment he started fighting with Jun Wuxie, he would have died a tragic death. However, what Jun Wuxie wanted was not to kill him within seconds, but to prolong the inevitable and also to conceal most of her power. Thus she only used some random moves which would still completely ruin Ruan Zhongshan. This was the gap between Ruan Zhongshan and Jun Wuxie, just like the difference between the clouds and mud. Poor Ruan Zhongshan was still struggling. He didn't know that he was just a pawn in the hands of Jun Wuxie. The reason why he can survive currently was not due to his strength, but because Jun Wuxie was taking it easy on him. Otherwise, he can't even be compared to a finger of Jun Wuxie. The mighty Longxian City army faced a tough battle. They certainly did not expect that Sea Spirit City, which was never favored by anyone, had hidden such a terrible fighting power. Whether it was the Yisha, who had easily trampled on Suzu's head, or the Night Regime and Ghost Army who were like gods of death, or even Jun Wuxie who was pressing on and beating Ruan Zhongshan. Sea Spirit City had far surpassed anyone's perception. The Sea Spirit City, which they thought they could easily crush, now became a nightmare to all of them. As more and more Longxian City soldiers fell, the nauseating scent of blood filled the air. Countless bodies lay strewn in front of the remaining people. Broken limbs everywhere. Blood flowed continuously onto the ground, staining the earth a bloody red. Piece of hell. The soldiers of Longxian City were terrified as the shadow of death slowly surrounded them. Under the grave horror, they have lost their will to fight. They abandoned their armor and weapons and escaped while wishing they had an extra pair of legs to make their getaway faster. However, there was no leeway, and escape at this moment only accelerated their death. The soldiers who turned their backs to the Night Regime fell down one by one, and even at the moment of death, the soldiers of Longxian City could not accept reality. With such a one-sided situation occurring, Ada and Zhang Weilong, who were hiding in the forest, widened their eyes as they stared at everything on the battlefield. This is the power of Sea Spirit City. Zhang Weilong had some difficulty breathing. She had previously guessed what Jun Wuxie might have prepared, but she did not expect Jun Wuxie's counterattack had turned out to be so simple and brutal. The strength of the Sea Spirit City had far exceeded Zhang Weilong's expectations. A terrible idea appeared in her heart. She had a hunch that even if the army of Discerning Moon City met these people from Sea Spirit City, they would not have much chance of winning. Ada, those in Sea Spirit City, their strength? Zhang Weilong turned to look at Ada. As she had no spiritual power, she could not tell what the strength of those in Sea Spirit City was, although just watching them defeat the Longxian City army, she felt that they were very powerful. Very strong, Ada said dumbly. How strong? Zhang Weilong couldn't help asking. Ada thought for a moment before saying, if you replace the army of Longxian City with the army of Discerning Moon City, I am afraid that the situation will not be too optimistic as well. What? Zhang Weilong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. She might have guessed it before, but after confirmation by Ada, she was still very surprised. The strength of discerning Moon City can be ranked among the top within the 72 cities, but Ada had said that even if discerning Moon City fought against these people in Sea Spirit City, the situation will not be any better. Doesn't this mean that the strength of the Sea Spirit City had already topped the 72 cities? With Sea Spirit Cities past, this conclusion was really unacceptable. Their fighting strength may not be the most powerful, but their moves are very odd. I have observed the way they fight and found that there isn't anything unnecessary with their fighting skills. Almost every move is life-ending move. Ada replied. What do you mean? Zhang Weilong asked cautiously. Although spiritual practitioners can rely on the level of spiritual power to determine the outcome, but how to maximize the use of spiritual power differs for each person. With the same level of spiritual power, how one makes a move will have great influence on the battle. Moreover, the weak might be able to defeat the strong. These people in Sea Spirit City use their spiritual powers with great efficiency and accuracy. As long as they hit their opponent, they are either dead or gravely injured. This fighting method is very effective, especially in terms of killing. Ada frowned. It was clear that the strength of the Sea Spirit City had shocked him. What kind of city was the Sea Spirit City? No one in the upper realm knew about it. Who would believe that in a remote and lowly city like this, such a powerful combat power was hidden? It might come a day when the true strength of the Sea Spirit City would be exposed, and the ranking of the 72 cities would be rewritten. Zhang Weilong turned her head and looked at the murderous battlefield unblinkingly. On the chaotic battlefield, the white figure still entangled with Ruan Zhongshan really attracted Zhang Weilong's attention. Even if she can't perceive the spiritual power, she could clearly perceive that the strongest in the whole Sea Spirit City was the city lord, Jun Wuxie. Zhang Weilong watched Ruan Zhongshan get kicked by Jun Wuxie and flew. The once proud city lord of Longxian City was thrown to the ground like a clay, and he vomited a lot of blood. Ruan Zhongshan felt crushing pain throughout his whole body. Everything in front of him became blurred. In his line of sight, he could not no longer see appearance of Jun Wuxie. Only the vague white figure stood in front of him. Never before had such immense fear shrouded Ruan Zhongshan's heart. After claiming to be the lord of Longxian City, he had never been so embarrassed as he was today. All of his pride was completely destroyed by the white demon in front of him. Ruan Zhongshan shook his head violently. He could only hear a shrill ringing in his ears. Gradually, his vision cleared and he swept a glance through the battlefield, and in that glance, everything he saw made his heart fall into a deep, dark pit. The bloody battlefield was at a loss. Those Longxian City soldiers who had once made him proud had lost their helmets and armor, utterly defeated. Those men who emerged from Sea Spirit City were like a frantic wave that quickly engulfed Longxian City. Over. Everything was over. Ruan Zhongshan stumbled to his feet, and it was not until this moment that he realized how much he had lost. If everything could be repeated, he would never make such a choice again. Unfortunately, everything is over. Jun Wuxie looked coldly at Ruan Zhongshan, who was downtrodden, and slowly walked towards him. Ruan Zhongshan saw Jun Wuxie approaching. His legs turned soft, and he fell onto the ground. He raised his head and looked at Jun Wuxie, who was unscathed, and the fear in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Wait a minute. Ruan Zhongshan lifted his hands, which were full of blood. I am wrong. I shouldn't send troops to your Sea Spirit City. Please forgive me. I'll leave right away. Let's pretend that nothing has happened. I can pay you many, many good things. Ruan Zhongshan was really scared. He never dreamed that he would be defeated in the hands of such a young boy. But that was what happened. In the face of Jun Wuxie, he had no power to fight back. He could even harm one hair on Jun Wuxie. The enormous feeling of defeat made Ruan Zhongshan's last trace of pride vanish. Jun Wuxie looked down coldly at a terrified Ruan Zhongshan. There was no emotions in her cold eyes at all. I gave you a chance, Jun Wuxie said lightly. If Yisha's message to him was the last chance she gave to Ruan Zhongshan. However, he missed it, didn't he? just as Ruan Zhongshan said to Jun Wuxie before. But only this time, the person who answered was not Jun Wuxie, but him. No! Ruan Zhongshan wanted to make the final struggle. It was a pity that Jun Wuxie did not intend to give him any more time to spout his nonsense. A sword made of light materialized in the hands of Jun Wuxie. With a flash of cold light, droplets of blood which fell in the sunlight, Ruan Zhongshan lay on the ground with a thump, and a bloody gash had ripped open on his neck. The hot blood flowed from his wound continuously, taking away all his vitality at the same time. The death of Ruan Zhongshan was the straw that broke the camel's back. All the soldiers of Longshan City had no intention of fighting, and they fled one after another after being chased away by the night regime. The bloody killing finally came to an end. Those who were lucky to escape from Sea Spirit City unfortunately would have this nightmare accompany them for life. Xiao Chu and others had a good fight, and they left the ghost army to deal with the remnants of the battlefield, while Jun Wuxie returned directly to the city. It seemed that they did not intend to continue the pursuit. After the battlefield was completely cleaned, Zhang Weilong and Ada walked out from their hiding place in the forest. The lusts in front of the gate of the Sea Spirit City had been stained dark red with blood. Even though the corpses were gone, the breath of death still lingered on the soil along with the nauseating scent of blood. It was as if telling everyone not to forget what had happened here. The power of Sea Spirit City is stronger than I expected. Zhang Weilong raised her eyes, and today's battle had completely overturned her perception of Sea Spirit City. Although she had vaguely guessed that Jun Wuxie hid some cards, she only guessed that the battle Sea Spirit City and Longshan City would be a tie at most. However, after the real battle began, Longshan City turned out to be so passive and was beaten into submission in front of Sea Spirit City. Even Ruan Zhongshan had died in the hands of Jun Wuxie. Such terrible powers should not belong to the Sea Spirit City at all. It seems that the elixir prescription that Sea Spirit City possesses is really powerful. However, the Sea Spirit City Lord is still too young. Just now in battle, they could have killed all the soldiers of Longshan City, but they were not being meticulous, allowing some soldiers to flee the battlefield. It won't be long before the news of Sea Spirit City's possession of the prescription spread through the upper realm. Ada frowned slightly. He recognized their strength, but also found many shortcomings. It was true that Sea Spirit City had won this time, but their finishing move was not perfect, as the Longshan City soldiers who fled would definitely spread the news of this battle. When the time came, even if Sea Spirit City wanted to hide, they would not be able to. This kind of abominable elixir will definitely cause a scramble by many parties. Although Sea Spirit City is rising rapidly in strength now, their foundation is lacking. This time they faced Longshan City, so they can be rather unaffected. But once the prescription attracts the attention from the other cities, I am afraid they would be facing more difficult opponents. Ada sighed. If only Jun Wuxie had killed everyone from Longshan City, then they won't not suffer in the near future. But Zhang Weilong didn't agree with Ada's words. She frowned slightly as she glanced across blood-stained earth, and her bright eyes seemed to be thinking about something. Ada, you are wrong. Zhang Weilong suddenly spoke after a long time. I am wrong? What does Miss mean? Ada didn't understand. Zhang Weilong looked up slightly and looked at Sea Spirit City, and slowly said, Do you really think that those deserters in Longshan City escaped by themselves? Isn't it? Ada frowned slightly. As a bystander, he saw the whole battle clearly. Most of the soldiers who could escape were in the outer area. This was only because the people in Sea Spirit City did not start killing in the outer area, and that was their chance to escape. However, Zhang Weilong obviously didn't think so. Zhang Weilong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, If it is the Sea Spirit City in the past, it may be as you said, but now it is different. Those from Longshan City were intentionally let go by Sea Spirit City. Intentionally let go? Why? Is Sea Spirit City not afraid of the news being leaked and getting besieged? Ada didn't understand even more. For Sea Spirit City, the news leak was not a good thing. Zhang Weilong shook her head. I had some doubts previously, but now I understand. Whether it is the supply of sea spirit beasts being cut off or the news of the elixir being leaked to Ruan Zhongshan, all these things have been meticulously planned by the Sea Spirit City Lord. Even the confrontation with Longshan City this time, and the escape of those soldiers are all part of his grand plan. How is this possible? Why would the Lord of Sea Spirit City do this? Ada was slightly startled as Zhang Weilong's guess was a bit too frightening. Zhang Weilong said, "You just witnessed the battle. With the strength of Sea Spirit City, there would have been no difficulty in encircling all the enemy soldiers. Since Yan Hai dared to oppose Ruan Zhongshan in this way, I don't believe it he will ignore those deserters. So, I suspect that all this is deliberately arranged by him. He wants to let the news of the elixir be leaked and let everyone know how strong this elixir is, such that a weak city like Sea Spirit City can destroy Longshan City's army." Zhang Weilong revealed all her predictions in one go. Since the time that Jun Wuxie deliberately let Ruan Zhongshan off, she had detected something weird. And with the connection she made of the battle today, those inextricable parts were made clear. What exactly does Yan Hai want to do? Doesn't he know how dangerous this will be? Does he really have the ability to go against all of the 72 cities? He has already cut off the supply of the sea spirit beasts, and that has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the cities. If the news of today's battle broke, Sea Spirit City will soon become the target of more criticism. The more Ada thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. He believed Zhang Weilong and her judgment would not be wrong. But this was really incredible. Perhaps that's what he wants. Zhang Weilong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange gleam flashed in her eyes. "I think I may have found an opportunity." Zhang Weilong's face suddenly burst into a smile, and she walked towards the gates of Sea Spirit City. As she stepped on the blood-stained soil, she had also embarked on a path of no return. Ada was dazed for a moment but immediately followed Zhang Weilong into the Sea Spirit City. This time, they did not sneak in, but walked openly into the gates. Even though they had just finished battle, the two guards, who stood by the city's gates, did not search Zhang Weilong and Ada and allowed them into the city. Zhang Weilong headed towards the City Lord Manor and stood outside the main door. She could still sense the bloody smell from the battle on the guards outside the residence, but their faces did not have any blood from the battle. Zhang Weilong took a deep breath, raised her hand and knocked on the gates that would change her life. The door was opened a moment later. Yisha, who had stepped on Suzu's head outside the city, had changed into clean clothes. He looked at Zhang Weilong with a hint of question in his eyes. "I am Zhang Weilong from the Discerning Moon City, and I seek an audience with Lord Yan Hai." Yisha led Zhang Weilong into the residence. Zhang Weilong walked slowly with her back upright. After reaching the hall, she raised her eyes and saw Jun Wuxie sitting in the main seat of the hall. Although it was evident that they were just engaged in battle, there was no emotional fluctuations on Jun Wuxie's face. She remained seated calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Zhang Weilong pays respect to my lord," Zhang Weilong said politely. Jun Wuxie nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Weilong with his chin propped on one hand. Even before Ruan Zhongshan brought his soldiers to Sea Spirit City, the night regime was already monitoring Zhang Weilong and Ada till now. They had listened in on the conversation between Zhang Weilong and Ada, and had passed the information to Jun Wuxie. With these clues given by Jun Wuxie alone, Zhang Weilong was able to analyze the situation close to the real thing. Her intellectual capabilities was beyond comparison to a normal person's. Jun Wuxie had someone check on Zhang Weilong's identity and background, which turned out to be very interesting. A piece of trash with no spiritual power, but with an ingenious heart. Maybe if she was used properly, she would be a great helper. "What has brought Miss Zhang to my city?" Jun Wuxie said lightly. Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie and wondered how she would broach the subject. Suddenly she chuckled. "My lord, you don't know why I have come to your city? The moment I wanted to enter Sea Spirit City with my subordinate. I'm sure your men have been keeping us under observation. Also, I'm sure that my lord also knows of my conversation with Ada. Otherwise, how were we able to enter the city without any hindrance?" Zhang Weilong's words made Ada stunned. Did Jun Wuxie send someone to monitor their action early on? Jun Wuxie looked at Zhang Weilong. Her cold eyes seemed to be judging the truthfulness of Zhang Weilong's words, and she said a moment later, The young lady of discerning Moon City is really smart. Zhang Weilong smiled humbly and said, "It's not that I am smart, but it is because my lord didn't hide anything. Otherwise, how can I sit here safely?" Zhang Weilong didn't realize that she was being monitored at first, but from the time she entered the Sea Spirit City and all the way to the official residence, even Yi Sha didn't ask or announce her presence, and had let her see Jun Wuxia almost immediately. The smooth sailing process was not normal, especially since Jun Wuxia had just ended a fierce battle. Such relaxation of vigilance was abnormal. In addition to all these that could only be arranged by Jun Wuxia, Zhang Weilong could not think of any other reason. Whether it was Zhang Weilong or Jun Wuxia, they were extremely intelligent people who were rare in the world. Some things need not be said too clearly, but they would already understand. "What do you want?" Jun Wuxia suddenly looked at Zhang Weilong. "I want to be free." Zhang Weilong raised her chin slightly. "I don't want to be anyone's pawn anymore. I want to control my own destiny." "Then what can you bring to the table?" Jun Wuxia raised her eyebrows slightly. When talking to an intelligent person, there was an ease of mind. "Everything in the 72 cities," Zhang Weilong said almost to herself. "Oh? How?" Jun Wuxia asked. "I am the Miss of Discerning Moon City. Even if I am inconspicuous, I still grew up in Discerning Moon City. Discerning Moon City is not in a low position among the 72 cities. My lord wants to let everyone in 72 cities know about what had happened in Sea Spirit City today. Then I only need a letter to magnify this effect. The prestige of the Discerning Moon City will also make the 72 cities more certain of the authenticity of this matter." Zhang Weilong watched Jun Wuxia unblinkingly. The hand on her side was clenched tightly. She was betting whether Jun Wuxia would need her help. Jun Wuxia looked at Zhang Weilong. In fact, her plan had been carried out. Even without Zhang Weilong's help, those Longxian city soldiers who fled would spread the news. But with Zhang Weilong, the speed would be faster, and Zhang Weilong's identity would be of certain use. "Of course, but I want more than just spreading the news. I want you to cooperate with me and stir up battles within the 72 cities. Are you in agreement?" Jun Wuxia said. Spreading the news was just the beginning. What she wanted was to use the shortest time possible to climb high enough and find her father. Zhang Weilong froze slightly as Jun Wuxia's words made her realize that Jun Wuxia's intent was more terrible than she had imagined. But there was only one chance for freedom. "I promise you, as long as I can do it, I will fully cooperate." Zhang Weilong has too few gambling chips in her hands, and she must use the remaining chips to fight all at once. "All right." Jun Wuxia nodded, and the cooperative relationship between the two was reached. "The Lord of Discerning Moon City sent me to Longxian City in an attempt to connect Longxian City by marriage. Now that you have destroyed Longxian City, even if I want to stay, I'm afraid I can't. Zhang Ku would not allow a chess piece like me free. If it is not Longxian City, then he will send me to other cities. I hope that my lord can help me to avoid a layer of worry." Zhang Weilong looked to Jun Wuxia. This was the first step towards her freedom, and she did not want to give up. As long as Zhang Ku's plan was not abandoned, Zhang Weilong would always be a chess piece at his mercy. There were not enough areas to help Jun Wuxia with. "What do you want?" Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow slightly. "The story of Longxian City will soon spread, and the status of Sea Spirit City will change. I hope that my lord can propose to Zhang Ku that you intend to marry me. This way, Zhang Ku would agree because Zhang Ku also wants to get Sea Spirit City." Zhang Weilong revealed her intentions, and this was the only way that Zhang Ku could no longer control her marriage. Zhang Weilong didn't notice that when she said these words, Yi Sha's face turned black. Zhang Weilong looked like a pretty smart individual. How could she say such a frightening thing? If this was made known to Lord Zhu, wouldn't she be crushed to death? Jun Wuxia's brows furrowed slightly, apparently aware that her identity was different from the past. Zhang Weilong saw a trace of resistance on Jun Wuxia's face, and quickly said, "Please be assured, my lord, that I only want my freedom. I am not hankering for the position of your wife, my lord. You and I only need to put on an act. It is only in name that we are married." Jun Wuxia looked at Zhang Weilong. As far as the current situation was concerned, Zhang Weilong's proposal was the most appropriate. However, no, Jun Wuxie said coldly. Zhang Weilong froze. As far as this matter was concerned, the only person who may suffer a loss in reputation was her, and Jun Wuxie would not be affected at all. She had thought that Jun Wuxie would not hesitate to agree, but she did not expect Jun Wuxie to turn it down without even thinking about it. Jun Wuxie looked up at Zhang Weilong, who was surprised. I won't do this. Your ultimate goal is freedom. I will give you your freedom. As for how to do it, that is something that I shall consider. Zhang Weilong had wanted to say something else, but the indifferent and firm look on Jun Wuxie's face made her keep her mouth shut. As she nodded, then I shall leave it to my lord to arrange. Jun Wuxie's scheme was more important than her freedom. So Zhang Weilong was not worried that Jun Wuxie will destroy her plan. After a good discussion, Jun Wuxie asked Yisha to arrange accommodation for Zhang Weilong and Ada, so that they didn't have to live in that shabby hut. Zhang Weilong naturally agreed with pleasure. After Zhang Weilong left, Jun Wuyao, who had been in the backyard, came out. He directly lifted Jun Wuxie from the chair and nuzzled his chin to her cheek as he held her in his arms. At least now you're being honest. Jun Wuyao smiled. Zhang Weilong's proposal was good, and if it were in the past, Jun Wuxie would have agreed to it immediately. Otherwise, she would not have married Chu Lingyue at that time. However, this kind of thing, even if it was fake, was simply unbearable for Jun Wuyao. He had to endure a Chu Lingyue, and he definitely could not endure a second wife, not after he and Jun Wuxie had married. Jun Wuxie looked up slightly to Jun Wuyao's handsome face, as she slowly raised her hand and touched his cheek. I know you don't like it. Since I'm your wife, I won't make a joke about it. Jun Wuyao laughed. His heart was suddenly at ease. Everything in Sea Spirit City was stable. Although Zhang Weilong has cooperated with Jun Wuxie, she knew her value very well. Even if she was allowed to live in Sea Spirit City by Jun Wuxie, she did not stray from her current residence, nor did she try to learn about the prescription for the elixir. Jun Wuxie was very satisfied with this. Smart people always did things with a peace of mind. The situation on the side of the Sea Spirit City was stable, but things in Longshan City was as messy as a pot of porridge. The soldiers who fled from the battlefield of Sea Spirit City were all in dire straits by the time they returned to Longshan City. Each of them seemed to have lost their soul, as they broke down crying the moment they entered their city. Soon, the news that Ruan Zhongshan died in battle, and that the army of Longshan City was completely abused spread throughout the entire city. For a moment, the news really shocked everyone in Longshan City. If it weren't for the despair of those crying deserters, the other citizens of Longshan City would not have believed that it was all true. However, the shock in Longshan City did not last long. The death of Ruan Zhongshan instantly pushed the originally relatively stable Longshan City into chaos. Numerous strong men who had been crushed by Ruan Zhongshan emerged, and immediately after that, a new round of scramble for the lordship of the city began. No one felt sad for Ruan Zhongshan's death, and no one shed a tear for him. Those who bent and bowed their heads at him, those who used to be his lackeys, have begun to fight for the supreme position in Longshan City. The entire Longshan City was caught in chaos, and in just a few days, large and small battles rang throughout Longshan City. The chaos made many lowly civilians flee from Longshan City to seek protection elsewhere. However, in this chaos, the strong men of Longshan City did not realize the danger had arrived. The battles within Longshan City raged on as more and more exponents emerged. Every day, numerous exponents lay dead on the streets of Longshan City. The bloody scent of death permeated the entire Longshan City. Corpses could be seen everywhere, making those of average strength in the city afraid and putting them at risk. However, as the sun rose from the east, a slender figure could be seen, seated on a steed, approaching the gates of Longshan City amidst the clacking of hooves. Behind her, several slender young men accompanied her. This is Longshan City? Xiao Chu raised his hand to block the early morning sunlight and squinted at Longshan City, which was less than 100 meters away. At a glance, thick walls surrounded the entire city, its range so wide that people couldn't see the corners. No wonder that Ruanzhongshan was so arrogant before. This place is a lot bigger than Sea Spirit City. Xiao Chu rubbed his chin as a nasty smile hung from the corner of his mouth, his thinking unknown to the rest. So what if it's big? Since it has fallen into the hands of a bunch of idiots, and sooner or later the city will be finished. How many civilians have we seen escaping from Longshan City along the way? If this keeps up, this Longshan City will become a ghost city sooner or later. Fei Yen pursed his lips in disapproval. That's not true. There are still a lot of people left in the city. The chaos nowadays is temporary. Once a new city lord in Longshan City is elected, everything will return to normal. Fan Zhuo shrugged. He was already used to such fighting in the upper realm. Jun Wuxie, who was riding in front of the group of people, did not speak. She just kept her face cold and urged the horse under her to continue to walk towards the gates of Longshan City. Due to the lack of a city lord, the soldiers in Longshan City have been left unmanaged, and the gates that should have been guarded were left unattended. Thus, Jun Wuxie did not meet any obstacles or questions when they entered the city. They came to the main street of Longshan City. The streets of Longshan City were very wide as compared with the narrowness of Sea Spirit City. The buildings in the city were relatively dense. Even in the early morning, there were many people walking around the streets. However, the expressions of those city dwellers were a little nervous, and their pace involuntarily accelerated as they walked, all looking very rushed. There was a faint bloody smell wafting through the whole city. It was very light, but still it could not escape Jun Wuxie. After walking for a while, they saw a broken corpse lying on the corner of the street. Blood had coagulated under it, but the corpse was left untreated, and the stench of decay has started. Where is the city lord's manor? Jun Wuxie paused her footsteps and turned to look at Zhang Weilong, who was at the end of the line. Zhang Weilong pointed it out to Jun Wuxie. She had stayed in Sea Spirit City for a few days, but suddenly received news that Jun Wuxie was going to Longshan City and needed her to lead the way. Zhang Weilong followed them without saying a word. She thought Jun Wuxie wanted to lead her army to attack Longshan City, but when she found out that Jun Wuxie's traveling companions were only Chu Qiao and 5 others, as well as Yisha and her, she was a little confused. What did Jun Wuxie want to do? Unfortunately, Jun Wuxie was not interested in explaining anything to Zhang Weilong. She just walked in the direction pointed out by Zhang Weilong. The front gates of the city lord's manor was covered in blood. The manor, which symbolized the prestige of Longshan City, had become one of the bloodiest battlefields in this period. The front gates of the city lord's manor was opened. The stone steps in front of the door were stained with blood. The corpse next to the stone steps was shocking, and the blood trail extended from the stone steps to the door. Well, now I've seen everything. This city lord of the upper realm is too tragic. This person had died and no one has collected his body. That's fine. Just a few days after his death, and his residence has been snatched by a group of demons and monsters. This is really uncomfortable. Xiao Chu looked at the mess outside the city's official residence. The chaos in Longshan City had astounded him. If this matter occurred in the lower and middle realms, even a village chief would have received a better treatment than Ruanzhongshan. At least there were some people who collected their corpses, but Ruanzhongshan's body was added into the pile of corpses and burnt by Ghost Army. Jun Wuxie didn't say anything. She just raised her foot and stepped into the manor. But before she stepped onto the stone steps, a figure flew out from the door. Jun Wuxie leaned slightly sideways and avoided that mass of dark shadows. The dark shadow slammed on the hard slate floor and vomited blood. It was a man in his early 40s. There were countless of colorful ribbons hanging from his body. Large and small wounds covered his body as well. However, he immediately got up from the ground and wiped the corners of his mouth. He pointed at the residents and cursed, "Lu! If you have the ability, then fight one-on-one with me. What's the point of having backup?" As soon as the curses left his mouth, a sturdier-looking man of the same age came out of the city lord's manor. Although he also had a lot of blood on his body, he seemed to fare much better than the first man. He was followed by 2 thin men. "Lao Yu, what you said is not right. I'm not the only one with backup. It's just that the people you brought with you is a bunch of trash. Once they are dead, you can barely handle it. How can you blame me? The man whose surname was Lu sneered and looked at the bruised Lao Yu with disdain. Jun Wuxie and others were standing aside, but the two people did not seem to notice their existence at all. Or maybe they didn't even bother about Jun Wuxie at all. Yo! These two are very angry, what's the story? Xiao Chu watched with interest and couldn't help asking Zhang Weilong, who stood to the side. Zhang Weilong lived in Longxian City for more than a month. Although she rarely went out with Ada's help, she was very clear about Longxian City's situation. These two people were once the most powerful exponents under Ruan Zhongshan. They have just broken through to Gold Spirit and are starting to consolidate spiritual inscriptions. In the entire Longxian City, their strength is second only to Ruan Zhongshan. Now that Ruan Zhongshan is dead, these two exponents are naturally the main candidates for the title of City Lord. Zhang Weilong told Xiao Chu and the others truthfully all that she knew. Xiao Chu nodded. Jun Wuxie suddenly said, "In the present Longxian City, the two of them are the best?" Zhang Weilong froze slightly, wondering why Jun Wuxie had this question, but nodded. Yes. After Jun Wuxie heard Zhang Weilong's words, she suddenly lifted her feet as her figure flickered from Zhang Weilong's eyes and disappeared on the spot. While they were fighting each other, a flash of light appeared before them. But before they could understand what was going on, they were already covered in blood. The man standing next Lu was sprayed with hot blood. When they regained their consciousness, they realized that Lu and Lao Yu had fallen into a pool of blood, their throats severed by a sharp object and large swaths of blood spouted from their wounds. Amidst the blood, a petite figure could be seen standing in a pool of blood, holding a sword of light. Two thumps sounded as the companions of Lu fell to the ground. They could not believe that the two exponents who had fought so fiercely were killed in front of their eyes. How powerful was this? Jun Wuxie waved the sword of light in her hand and retracted it. The blood at her feet made her wrinkled her brow. She looked up at Zhang Weilong and asked, "Longxian City, how many more exponents?" Zhang Weilong's eyes widened as she looked at Jun Wuxie in front of her. She hadn't figured out what Jun Wuxie was going to do, but now she fully understood. The two frightened men fled while wailing, but Jun Wuxie had only began her massacre. Outside the city lord's manor of Longxian City, a sign was written with blood that clearly stated in a few large characters, "I own Longxian City. If you are not happy, come and fight." Those audacious words made all of Longxian City boil. After the death of Ruan Zhongshan, Longxian City was caught up in the battle for the new city lord. But no matter who it was, no one dared to be that provocative. The bodies of Lao Yu and Lu were also thrown out of the gates and left unattended. The pungent blood smell seemed to be announcing the coming of a war to all the exponents in Longxian City. Jun Wuxie was sitting in the main hall of the city lord's manor. The main seat that once belonged to Ruan Zhongshan was now firmly under her. Zhang Weilong sat aside, looking at the indifferent Jun Wuxie, but her heart was beating wildly. She thought that she had seen a lot of crazy and extreme exponents, but those people were incomparable to Jun Wuxie. Compared to her, everything they did seemed so ordinary. After she informed them on the number of remaining exponents in Longxian City, Jun Wuxie immediately asked Xiao Chu to write the provocative sign with the blood of those two people and hung it outside. It was a challenge all the exponents in Longxian City. This kind of behavior was simply crazy. Zhang Weilong felt once again that being on Jun Wuxie's side was perhaps the most correct choice for her. Jun Wuxie's sign had only just been hung out for a while and already the exponents have heard about it. A strong, burly man marched up to the official residence, along with his bunch of lackeys, and walked in. However, before the person could speak, and before Zhang Weilong could even tell Jun Wuxie about that man's origin, she only saw Jun Wuxie lift one hand. An ray of light flew towards the man. The man fell into a pool of blood and never moved again. Suddenly, those lackeys who followed him were so frightened that they ran away with terrified wail. Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie in shock, but Jun Wuxie still sat calmly in her position. There was no change in her expression or reaction, as if nothing had happened just now. Zhang Weilong was shocked at Jun Wuxie's calmness, and as she quietly observed Xiao Chu, she also found that their expressions were very calm, as if this was something Jun Wuxie should have done. Soon, Zhang Weilong understood that this was just the beginning. The number of exponents who came because of Jun Wuxie's sign was increasing. Unfortunately, the strongest of them had barely walked 10 meters to the door of the hall, along with others who arrived, were killed by the light that flew out from Jun Wuxie. Less than half a day later, dozens of corpses were piled up in the front yard of the official residence of Longxian City. The entire front yard was stained red and the ground was no longer visible. The number of people who constantly came to seek death was gradually decreasing till early next morning, and no one had dared to set foot into the manor. Almost all of the exponents in the city are dead, and those who were less powerful or who valued their lives were afraid to approach the city lord's manor even by half a step. After a long time of inactivity, Jun Wuxie finally stood up from her chair. She stepped on a corpse as she walked out of the gates. Outside the gate, countless citizens of Longxian City have gathered. Almost overnight, the news was spread throughout whole Longxian City. Many busybodies waited outside the residence in order to take a look at the source of such arrogance and cruelty. But when Jun Wuxie appeared in front of the crowd with Yan Hai's face, everyone was shocked. That face was too young and unfamiliar to them. They were not people from Longxian City at all. However, no matter how young Jun Wuxie looked, the people around her, who saw her expression, were shocked and in fear. Jun Wuxie glanced at those who were surrounded by the city lord's manor and where her cold eyes passed. No one dared to look at her. The moment Jun Wuxie's gaze swept past them, they obediently lowered their heads. I am Yan Hai, from Sea Spirit City. From today on, I will take over Longxian City. Anyone who is dissatisfied can come to Sea Spirit City to challenge me at any time. I will welcome it. Jun Wuxie said in a cold voice as it echoed in the silent exterior of the official residence. Along with the stench of blood that had not yet dissipated, it stimulated the hearts of every Sea Spirit City dweller, and thus cemented her position as the city lord of two cities. When Jun Wuxie's words were heard, all the people around her knelt together. Long live my lord! Long live my lord! The shout tinged with fear sounded one after another. No one dared to challenge Jun Wuxie again. After all, Jun Wuxie had nearly wiped out all the exponents of Longxian City in one day. Thus, there was no one who had the courage to question her authority as the city lord. Amidst the cheers, Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie's cold face. She drew her hands into tightly clenched fists. This was what true strength is. You can destroy everything. Everyone in Longxian City knew that on this day, they had a new city lord, and that person was the city lord of the Sea Spirit City. Although Longxianchang still retained its own name, but from today onwards, they had become a subsidiary of Sea Spirit City. Jun Wuxie did not stay in Longxian City. Instead, she assigned a part of the Ghost Army to remain in Longxian City. However, because of her ruthless means, even if she was not in Longxian City, no one would dare to find trouble with the Ghost Army. After returning to Sea Spirit City, Jun Wuxie began to plan for the next step. The news of Longxian City's defeat had already spread like wildfire, arousing suspicion in many cities. As Jun Wuxie had taken over Longxian City, the news about Sea Spirit City spread throughout the 72 cities in the shortest span of time. The city lords who had originally wanted to make a trip over to Sea Spirit City to demand for an explanation for the severed Sea Spirit Beast supply had also quietened down. At the same time, more and more spies were sent to the Sea Spirit City. Over the next few days, the number of people entering Sea Spirit City began to increase, all with different agendas on their mind. As for these spies from other cities, Jun Wuxie did not raise the thought of getting rid of them at all. She simply managed Sea Spirit City leisurely and left it to the members of the Night Regime to monitor those spies who entered. The Night Regime members started spreading the news of the elixir, letting various channels discuss the matter and made the news sound more credible, and let those spies accidentally discover it. Everything on Jun Wuxie's side went very smoothly, and very soon, Zhang Weilong also received news from Diminishing Moon City. After getting the news, she immediately looked for Jun Wuxie and handed Zhang Ke's letter directly to her. Jun Wuxie swept through the contents of the letter in a glance before she slightly raised her eyebrows and looked at Zhang Weilong, who was sitting opposite her. In Zhang Ke's letter, he did not ask Zhang Weilong anything about her own situation. The contents were all inquiries about Longxian City and Sea Spirit City. As for Longxian City's destruction, the different opinions of the 72 cities were all in accordance to the news Jun Wuxie released. The city lords of the 72 cities have already started wrecking their brains to find out more. In Zhang Ke's letter, he mentioned that he hoped Zhang Weilong could go to Sea Spirit City and contact Jun Wuxie, as well as to find a way to get her hands on the elixir formula in Sea Spirit City. Yi Sha. Jun Wuxie threw the letter written by Zhang Yi into a brazier and burned it. Yi Sha stepped forward. Elixir. Jun Wuxie said. Yi Sha placed the elixir that Jun Wuxie had prepared earlier on right in front of Zhang Weilong. Even the usually calm Zhang Weilong could not help but her eyes sparkled upon seeing the elixir. She reached for the elixir and examined it carefully before looking up at Jun Wuxie. This is the elixir that changed the entire Sea Spirit City? Jun Wuxie nodded her head. You want me to give it to Zhang Yi? Zhang Weilong frowned slightly. Yes. Are you really willing? This elixir is related to the strength of your Sea Spirit City. I understand that you want Zhang Yi to believe the truth of this matter. But Zhang Yi has a lot of doctors who have good medical skills. When it comes to this elixir, it is hard to guarantee that they will not find out the ingredients in this elixir. Aren't you afraid of taking this risk? Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie helplessly. Ever since Longxian City's incident, it had alerted all 72 cities and they began to pay close attention to Sea Spirit City. This attention had exceeded their interest over the issue of the supply of sea spirit beasts. In Zhang Weilong's heart, the strength of Sea Spirit City was solely based on this elixir. Once it had been obtained by other cities and after they have deciphered the formula, all the advantages of Sea Spirit City would disappear in an instant. Well, if they have that ability, then let them research it. Jun Wuxie shrugged. The elixir had been formulated by herself and the composition was extremely complicated. She had also released the news, causing other cities to mistakenly believe that the elixir was made from sea spirit beasts. Letting them start off in the wrong direction, even if she gave them another 10 years, it was highly probable that they still could not get the real formula. Jun Wuxie was not worried even if they found out the real formula. Be it her, the Night Regime or the Ghost Army, they had all concealed their strength in the previous battle. Even if the 72 cities could develop the elixir, Jun Wuxie was sure to crush them. To be honest, I gave these elixirs not only to you, but also to other cities, so it doesn't matter. Jun Wuxie said faintly. Which of the spies who entered the city over the past few days did not do everything to try all sorts of ways to get their hands on this elixir? Jun Wuxie was also very generous. So much so that the members of the Night Regime had let the elixirs on hand be stolen by the spies of the 72 cities. It wasn't only Moon Diminishing City. Jun Wuxie's self-confidence made Zhang Weilong feel at ease and at the same time, she was surprised by Jun Wuxie's boldness. She could see Jun Wuxie's current plan, but she couldn't figure out why Jun Wuxie wanted to do so, and she could not fathom her thoughts at all. Since she had chosen this path, Zhang Weilong had no way out but to continue walking on it. I'll do it then. Zhang Weilong took the elixir and stood up to leave. The spies in the 72 cities passed the news that they had uncovered in Sea Spirit City in the shortest span of time. Among them, East Peak City, which was closest to Longxian City, got the news first. Ruan Zhongshan was actually killed by a kid from Sea Spirit City? Dongfang Kubi read the news sent by his spies. His gaze was so intense that it was as if his gaze could pierce a hole through the letter. East Peak City was very close to Longxian City and not far from Sea Spirit City. It is also one of the remote cities and had the same strength as Longxian City. Dongfang Kubi and Ruan Zhongshan had met a few times. On the surface, they were polite and amiable. Since the two cities were equal in strength, they always compared against one another indirectly. Even though the two were not happy with each other, but there is no way to get back at each other. Since the 72 cities had stabilized many years ago, the battles between the cities had gradually decreased. To this day, few cities proactively provoked wars against one another. because once a war broke out, things became complicated. Most of the neighboring cities have similar strength. If one want to attack the weaker cities in the vicinity, it would inevitably form a huge rift as they did not have enough manpower to both attack and defend at the same time. It won't be long before that city would be captured by other cities who would not stand by idly. And cities with the same strength have almost no courage to dare to fight each other. They were all of equal strength. Once they started war, the outcome was unpredictable. Even if they won, the damage on their side would not be small. So the 72 cities had been staying away from war for many years. The battle between Sea Spirit City and Longshan City broke this strange period of tranquility and caused the other city lords in the 72 cities to start moving. It was just that no one would ever have thought that the first one to break this peace would be the Sea Spirit City that was almost forgotten by all the other cities. Ruanzhongshan is also a useless piece of waste. In spite of everything, he was beaten by that trash Sea Spirit City. Now that he has lost his life, even Longshan City is lost. It is utterly ridiculous. Since when a weak city like Sea Spirit City has the capability to attack their neighboring city? End of the day, it's because Ruanzhongshan is useless. Dongfang Kubai pursed his lips as he regarded the destruction of Longshan City, which he attributed to Ruanzhongshan's incompetence. By the way, has the elixir been sent for examination by the doctors? Dongfang Kubai turned his head and spoke to the men beside him. Yes, we have brought it to the doctors. One of his men nodded. Ha! I'd like to see what Sea Spirit City has up their sleeves. We have been consuming the sea spirit beasts for many years, and I haven't seen anything special. He is just a young brat. What kind of precious thing could he have? I think he's just spreading falsehoods. If this matter comes to our East Peak City, I will surely make sure that Yen Hai kids suffer dire consequences. Dongfang Kubai hummed. However, just as Dongfang Kubai had spoken, a harried guard from outside hurried in. Do you not know the rules? Dongfang Kubai frowned, looking at the man who had intruded rashly. The soldier's face was pale, and before he could apologize, he mourned, My lord, the people of the Sea Spirit City are here. They're here. What? What do you mean by that? What do you mean that people from Sea Spirit City are here? Dongfang Kubai immediately sat upright and stared at the guard. The guard said in a rush, The city lord of the Sea Spirit City, along with a large number of soldiers, are standing in front of our city gates and issuing us a challenge. What? At this moment, Dongfang Kubai stood up from the chair with whoosh. People from Sea Spirit City had come to their East Peak City? What did Jun Wuxie want? Too late to ponder about it. Dongfang Kubai immediately rushed out of the city's official residence. Outside East Peak City, members of the night regime stood as one. Jun Wuxie was standing in front of the troop, riding a white horse, just like when Ruanzhongshan led his troops to attack Sea Spirit City. Except this time, Jun Wuxie stood on the offensive side, and her opponent has been changed from Longshan City to East Peak City. The walls of East Peak City are full of its soldiers. Those soldiers, who used to be arrogant in the past, were now hiding behind the walls one by one and only dared to show their heads to look down. If this was a month ago, even if there were twice as many Sea Spirit City soldiers appearing in front of them, they would not treat Sea Spirit City as an extraordinary opponent. But now, the situation was different. Sea Spirit City first defeated Longshan City's army and killed Ruanzhongshan. Then Jun Wuxie entered Longshan City and even killed countless of exponents. The rumors had spread throughout the 72 cities like wildfire. East Peak City and Longshan City have always been on the same level of strength. Now Jun Wuxie, who just killed Longshan City, suddenly led her troops to East Peak City. Who wouldn't feel frightened? As soon as Dongfang Kubai came to the city gates, he saw the soldiers of his city hiding behind the wall warily, with their backs against another. There was not even a trace of battle aggression amongst them. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How shocking was Sea Spirit City, that it could actually terrify his soldiers into such a state? You all better wake up. It is just Sea Spirit City. What are you afraid of? What is Sea Spirit City? Besides, they just finished attacking Longshan City and have suffered losses. What threat could they be to us? exclaimed Dongfang Kubai. However, the soldiers' reaction made Dongfang Kubai very angry. They seemed to not hear Dongfang Kubai shouting as they still shriveled their necks and dared not extend their heads. Dongfang Kubai was trembling in anger, but there was no time to fuss with the soldiers. He immediately ascended the gate to see what the situation was outside his city. But when he saw the scene outside the city, he was instantly shocked. Outside the city, there were a lot of soldiers dressed in black light armor. Each of them was aggressive, and with a sweeping glance, there were tens of thousands of them. Dongfang Kubai's eyes widened instantly. The tens of thousands of soldiers in front of him, in terms of demeanor or imposing aura, they were not inferior to any army from a big city. How was it that they did not look like they had just ended a battle? This is the army of the Sea Spirit City. Dongfang Kubai felt as he had been slapped. Those words that he had just yelled at the soldiers now sounded so funny. Heavy losses? Where can it be seen that such a group of iron-blooded lions had just suffered heavy losses? No matter how you looked at it, it was also a group of crazy warriors who were ready to go to war at any time. However, before Dongfang Kubai could sober up from his shock at Sea Spirit City's military momentum, a cold light flew towards him from outside the city. Dongfang Kubai mobilized his body's spiritual power almost instantly, as he speedily avoided that cold light. However, the sharp airflow of the cold light managed to leave a bloodstain on his cheek. An arrow was nailed to the pillar behind Dongfang Kubai, and half of the arrow was deeply embedded into a column made of mahogany. There was only fierceness there, which made Dongfang Kubai's expression pale. The person who released this arrow was at least at the pinnacle of gold spirit. At this moment, Dongfang Kubai could understand why the soldiers under his command didn't dare to take the lead. Anyone who dared to stick out his head would be shot into a hedgehog by arrows. After all, not everyone possessed Dongfang Kubai's skills to be able to escape this attack. Damn it! What exactly does Sea Spirit City want? Dongfang Kubai was shocked and started to cold sweat. He didn't think that the people in Sea Spirit City were so crazy that they even dared to shoot an arrow at him. Little did they know. You idiot! You shot at the wrong person. Outside the city, Fei Yan raised his hand and gave Xiao Chu a punch. Xiao Chu looked at Fei Yan sadly, clutching his chest. Did I shoot wrongly? Fei Yan waved his hands and a portrait appeared. The person in the portrait looked exactly the same as Dongfang Kubai. Didn't you prepare well before you came here? You didn't look carefully at the portrait of the Lord of East Peak City that Zheng Weilong painted for us? The person you just shot at is Dongfang Kubai. We managed to get him to appear in front of us and you shot at him. What if you killed him? See if I don't strangle you. Fei Yan looked like he was about to strangle Xiao Chu, scaring Xiao Chu that he hid behind Hua Yao and sought shelter. Don't blame me. Who knew that the Lord of the city will appear suddenly? And besides that he looks casual, I didn't know that he is the Lord of the city. I'm just following the orders of little Xie, and shoot at the person who sticks his head out, Xiao Chu said, albeit guiltily. No need to explain. The real reason is that you are stupid. If I knew you'd spoil things, I should have just made you cook for our troops. Fei Yan glared at Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu narrowed his neck and muttered, I'm willing to do it. The question is, do you dare to eat? Zheng Weilong, who came along with the army, looked at this scene not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just a few days ago, Jun Wuxia suddenly asked her what other cities were around the Sea Spirit City. But Zheng Weilong didn't think much about it, and she drew a picture of the distribution of the 72 cities. Jun Wuxia glanced at the picture and selected East Peak City. She then asked Zheng Weilong to draw a portrait of Dongfang Kubai. When the portrait was finished, Jun Wuxia actually brought her soldiers to East Peak City. The speed of the whole process and the speed of action really made Zheng Weilong startled. It was really a case of a small disagreement that caused a fight, and there were no signs whatsoever. Jun Wuxia had attacked Longshan City because Ruan Zhongshan threw the first punch, but to then attack East Peak City, Zheng Weilong really didn't understand. However, as a person with no spiritual powers, Zheng Weilong knew from childhood that she had to learn self-preservation. Therefore, she could not work hard on her strength, so she then had to work hard on studying everything about the upper realm. the distribution map of the 72 cities, even the faces of all the current city owners. She could draw them with her eyes closed. The portrait Fei Yan held onto was painted by Zheng Weilong in accordance with Jun Wuxie's request. Fei Yan was still threatening to strangle Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu was still hiding behind Hua Yao, treating him as a shield. Since no matter how angry Fei Yan was, he would not hit Hua Yao, and thus that allowed Xiao Chu to escape Fei Yan's wrath. While they were arguing, the soldiers on the gate tower of East Peak City on the tower were unsure. They heard the dialogue between Xiao Chu and Fei Yan, but they knew clearly that the person who shot an arrow at their city lord was Xiao Chu. Seeing the fierce look of Fei Yan directed towards Xiao Chu, the soldiers were even more afraid. The destructive power of the arrow was great. If it wasn't because the target was Dongfang Ku Bai, no one could have avoided it. Because Dongfang Ku Bai escaped that arrow, the Sea Spirit City people were blaming that archer. However, with that archer's capability, if he was from East Peak City, he would be someone who stood out. However, within the troops of Sea Spirit City, that person was actually being scolded, and he even did not defend himself and hid behind someone. What a brutal army it was! As soon as the soldiers of East Peak City thought of the destruction of Longxian City, they couldn't help but think about the fierce fighting power of Sea Spirit City. The moment they thought about fighting those beasts below, they felt their legs tremble. The battle had yet to start, but they've already lost their morale. Dongfang Ku Bai felt that he was extremely out of luck. He only said a few bad things about Sea Spirit City back at his official residence, and before he knew it, the people in the Sea Spirit City came knocking at his city's gates. Moreover, there was no chit-chat. This was something that Dongfang Ku Bai had never thought of. Even though he was terribly angry, Dongfang Ku Bai no longer dared to show his head. Who knew if Sea Spirit City would shoot arrows the moment he appeared? The pain on his cheek kept reminding him about the cruelty of Sea Spirit City. What happened to the challenge? What happened to a confrontation? The moment he showed his face, an arrow was shot at him. How could they speak on good terms? Xiao Chu was scolded by Fei Yan. Jun Wuxie just looked at them for a long time, and finally said, "Forget it. Yi Sha, call for the challenge." Jun Wuxie said to Yi Sha on the side. Yi Sha immediately took a step forward, stood in front of the gates of East Peak City and called out, "The people of East Peak City, listen. The lord of our city came to challenge you. Please ask the owner of East Peak City to come out and face the challenge." Yi Sha said nonchalantly. The voice was loud enough for everyone on the gate tower of East Peak City to hear clearly. It also included Dongfang Ku Bai. Dongfang Ku Bai heard Yi Sha's words and wanted spit on Yi Sha's face. Going out to fight? Did they think he was a fool? He was shot with an arrow as soon as he emerged, as if he would appear again just to become a hedgehog. "My lord, what are we going to do now?" The guard on the side looked at Dongfang Ku Bai as he hid bitterly in the corner. Dongfang Ku Bai hummed, "How should I know? This Sea Spirit City is like a lunatic. We, East Peak City, did not call or mess with them. What did she come to us for? To fight? Damn. Ruan Zhongshan and my strength was similar, and yet that bastard Yanhai had killed him. If I head out again, wouldn't I be courting my own death?" The guard watched silently at the terrified Dongfang Ku Bai. Dongfang was a special one among the 72 city lords. He was born with a fear of death, but he was also a braggart. He was born with high qualifications. Even casual training allowed him to improve faster than those who worked hard. His father was the previous lord of East Peak City. Dongfang Ku Bai had inherited the position of the lord of the city. He did not snatch it himself. It was given to him by his father before his father died of old age and illness. Although he was cowardly, his strength was quite good, so his position as lord of the city was considered safe. But Dongfang Ku Bai's bad habits and flaws were very interesting. If he knew that the other party was inferior to himself, then he would strut around to show off his strength. But if he knew that the other party was stronger, then he would be afraid and not display any resistance. Now, Dongfang Ku Bai was deathly afraid of Jun Wuxie. He didn't want to be the second Ruan Zhongshan. "But, if you didn't reply, won't that anger the lord of Sea Spirit City?" The soldier muttered. Dongfang frowned and suddenly waved at the man, Outside the city gate, Yisha called for a long time without receiving any response. He could only turn to look at Jun Wuxie to seek her advice. Jun Wuxie nodded slightly to Yisha. Yisha immediately understood the meaning of Jun Wuxie, and once again spoke to East Peak City. Our Lord has a command. If East Peak City Lord does not appear again, then Sea Spirit City will immediately attack the city. We won't. Yisha was only halfway issuing Jun Wuxie's words when there was movement on the gate tower. A faint white shadow could be seen slowly coming out from behind the city wall. Jun Wuxie's eyes looked slightly. Xiao Chu, who was hiding behind Hua Yao, also noticed the white shadow and immediately stretched his neck to see what the real Dongfang Kubai, who was almost killed by his arrow, looked like. However, when that white shadow appeared before the crowd, Jun Wuxie and the others suddenly stopped. Only seen on the high walls of East Peak City was a white cloth propped by the hilt of a sword, fluttering in the wind. The white cloth looked like a piece of underwear. The Lord of East Peak City did not appear. What appeared in front of Jun Wuxie's eyes was a white flag, which symbolizes surrender. What's this? Xiao Chu was dumbfounded for a while, and didn't understand the meaning of the underwear blowing in the wind. Surrender? This was impossible. They haven't even fought yet. Not only did Xiao Chu not understand what happened, even the always calm Jun Wuxie was also surprised when she saw the white underwear fluttering in the wind. She subconsciously looked at Zhang Weilong, who was equally surprised, and said, "What does it mean?" Raising such things as the white flag, Jun Wuxie knew the meaning of it from her previous life, but in this world, she was not sure. Zhang Weilong came back to her senses and looked at Jun Wuxie's serious look, and that made her want to smile. This was because the impression that Jun Wuxie had given her was always calm and bold, wise and unflappable. So she did not expect that Jun Wuxie would take such on such a serious manner, and asked her what it meant to raise the white flag. Although she felt amused and intrigued, Zhang Weilong's face still tried to maintain a serious expression. "I think it should mean surrender." Jun Wuxie froze slightly. "It is actually the same meaning as my previous life." In this regard, she found it unacceptable. East Peak City is about to surrender? Jun Wuxie's voice was full of doubts and puzzlement. The battle had yet to start. The soldiers from both sides have not faced each other. Yet East Peak City surrendered? Jun Wuxie, who has always been out of the blood, could not accept this sudden victory. Her expression was slightly frozen. Her gaze moved to the white underwear that was swaying on the gate tower of East Peak City. Her mouth twitched slightly. Xiao Chu and others were also dumbfounded. They thought that they could start killing again immediately. However, the other party had surrendered with a white flag before showing his face. In an instant, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured onto those passionate friends, dampening their mood immediately. At this moment, a low voice came from the walls of East Peak City. "The Lord of the Sea Spirit City. I'm the East Peak City Lord, Dongfang Ku Bai. I have heard your words. East Peak City has always loved peace. There is no need for a fight between the two cities. The Sea Spirit City is so powerful that I am willing to surrender and submit. There's no need for fighting or killing." Dongfang Ku Bai's voice was mixed with spiritual power and spread from the upper part of the gate tower. The thick voice sounded powerful, but the words spoken made everyone who heard laughed with tears. There were cowardly people, but never seen to this extent of cowardliness. Such words could only be spoken by Dongfang Ku Bai. "We can pretend we didn't hear it and continue to fight?" Xiao Chu turned to look at Jun Wuxie, his eyes filled with expectation. Jun Wuxie shook her head in silence. The hope in Xiao Chu's heart was completely extinguished. He looked resentfully at Zhang Weilong and said with a bitter face, "Is the person who spoke really the city lord of East Peak City?" Zhang Weilong nodded. "In the 72 cities, how can there be such a cowardly city lord?" Xiao Chu mourned. Zhang Weilong chuckled and said, "The character of Dongfang Ku Bai is interesting. He dares to fight against others who have the same strength as him. But if you are a little bit better than him, he will immediately give up resistance. Among the 72 cities, he is the city lord who is most afraid of death. That's why I said Air Chow shouldn't have shot that arrow. It's all his fault. Fei Yen raised his hand and gave Xiao Chu a slap to the back of his head. Xiao Chu didn't even resist this time. How did he know that Dongfang Ku Bai was so easily intimidated? Xiao Chu and others were still lamenting the cowardliness of Dongfang Ku Bai, while Dongfang Ku Bai himself was secretly grateful for his knowledge of current affairs. Yisha yelled a few more words. Dongfang Ku Bai answered every question and quickly determined the gesture of surrender. He happily brought a group of soldiers to open the gate to welcome the Sea Spirit City army as they entered the city. Jun Wuxie was brought to the city's official residence by Dongfang Ku Bai himself. During the whole process, everyone could see Dongfang Ku Bai bending and bowing by Jun Wuxie's side, humbly and cowardly. Since coming to the upper realm, Jun Wuxie and others were basically engaged in high-intensity battles. Suddenly encountering such a city lord rendered them unable to respond. Jun Wuxie's face was cold throughout the walk to the official residence, but Dongfang Ku Bai pointed out the scenery along the way. He was anxious to show everything to Jun Wuxie, using his large body to squeeze out those who were beside Jun Wuxie. That behavior made Xiao Chu nearly want to vomit. Is this person really the city lord of East Peak City? Is he a fake? Maybe the real city owner is hiding somewhere for an ambush, waiting for us to enter the city and wipe us. Xiao Chu couldn't help but muttered to Hua Yao. Hua Yao was also speechless. He really hadn't seen such a cowardly city lord. Even in the weakest city among the 72, Sea Spirit City, Lord Yanwan was a cruel and ruthless man. How was this East Peak City lord so cowardly? Xiao Chu had deliberately lowered his voice, but the words were still heard by Dongfang Ku Bai. He suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiao Chu. His face was sincere. What are you talking about, sir? How will I, Dongfang Ku Bai, do such a despicable thing? I'm the real Dongfang Ku Bai. You can rest assured that people named Dongfang will never do such treacherous things. Dongfang Ku Bai had the appearance of brilliance and possessed a strong voice. His statement was full of righteous words, but if he did not surrender, those words would be even more imposing. Xiao Chu swallowed his saliva and looked at the Dongfang Ku Bai, who had turned his head and continued to kiss Jun Wuxie's ass. Zhang Weilong chuckled while watching. She whispered, "The strength of Dongfang Ku Bai is not low, maybe even a little higher than Wan Zhongshan. He is listening clearly to our words." Xiao Chu was even more speechless. This thing had such strength, but why was he so cowardly? But soon, Xiao Chu realized that it wasn't just Dongfang Ku Bai who was cowardly. Even the people and soldiers in East Peak City did not have any resistance to the night regime's arrival. On both sides of the streets, people lined up with smiles on their faces. The only thing lacking was them cheering for the night regime. Was this the way to greet the enemy? This clearly looked like they were welcoming a victorious army. In the entire East Peak City, from Dongfang Ku Bai to the citizens, all of them shocked Xiao Chu and the others. After leading Jun Wuxie into the official residence of East Peak City, Dongfang Ku Bai immediately prepared a cup of tea and personally brought it to Jun Wuxie. The diligence made Jun Wuxie not know how to respond as she continued to put on a blank face. What does Lord Yen command? In the future, will East Peak City need the Sea Spirit City's troops to be stationed here? This official residence, if Lord Yen does not like it, it can be renovated. The original soldiers of East Peak City can be disbanded at any time to facilitate the takeover by Sea Spirit City. Oh, here is the token of the City Lord of East Peak City, Lord Yen. Please accept it. And Dongfang Ku Bai delivered all of East Peak City into Jun Wuxie's hands. The self-awareness made even Xiao Chu, who was trying to find a fight with him, stunned. Jun Wuxie took over East Peak City in less than half a day and all without activating a single soldier. The original Lord of East Peak City proactively stated that he could roll over and leave, to the extent that if Jun Wuxie can't rest assured, he could move to Sea Spirit City anytime, anywhere, just under the observation of Jun Wuxie, to ensure that there would not be any small actions. Jun Wuxie was speechless in the face of a self-imposed house arrest by Dongfang Ku Bai himself. The only thing she managed to do was to reject the request of Dongfang Ku Bai's move to Sea Spirit City. and directed some of the Ghost Army to stationed at East Peak City. In this regard, Dongfang Ku by Yubi not only had no objection, but also actively cooperated. In the end, he not only managed to save his own skin, but Jun Wuxie also allowed him to continue to be the city lord of East Peak City. However, she amended his title to put the word deputy before city lord. Hence, Dongfang Ku by readily accepted and led the citizens of East Peak City in placing Jun Wuxie on a pedestal and praising her to the very highest. That fawning attitude, Jun Wuxie just couldn't bear it. After Jun Wuxie's team left East Peak City, Dongfang Ku by still stood and waved to bid farewell to them. That resolutely smiling face made those members of the Ghost Army, who were left behind to supervise East Peak City, glance away. It was such a shame to be standing together with such people. After most of the troops left East Peak City, Xiao Chu couldn't take it any longer. What is the matter with this Dongfang Ku Bai? Why is he so cowardly? Xiao Chu sat on his horse and turned his head to mutter to his peers. Fei Yan and others also could not take it. Dongfang Ku Bai had shown them what true cowardice was. Zhang Weilong also couldn't help but laugh. When she heard about how Dongfang Ku Bai was very afraid of death, she didn't think much about it. This time, however, she really saw how scared of death he was. At the forefront, Jun Wuxie heard laughter behind her, and slowly turned her head, calmness radiating from her cold eyes. Dongfang Ku Bai is very clever, or in other words, he has some conscience, Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Xiao Chu was a little surprised, unexpectedly, hearing praises of Dongfang Ku Bai from the mouth of Jun Wuxie. Little Xie, why do you say that the guy is clever? Why can't I tell? Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie in confusion as well. Jun Wuxie said, East Peak City and Longxian City have the same strength. Since I can take over Longxian City, it is not difficult to capture East Peak City. He didn't surrender at first, but when he saw that our army's morale was so overwhelming, he surrendered. He has determined that they will be defeated in battle, and therefore made such a choice. You think that he's cowardly, but in my opinion, he knows the current circumstances. He is afraid that even if he fights desperately, he will lose. He does not want to waste the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers in East Peak City just for his reputation. He is not willing to do so, and that's why he made the decision to surrender. After Jun Wuxie finished what she said, she turned around. Dongfang Ku Bai's decision to surrender, whether it was to protect himself or the East Peak City, it was still the best choice. Also, although Longxian City has been owned by Jun Wuxie, the lives of the citizens have not been harmed in any way. This fact, Dongfang Ku Bai must have known. Jun Wuxie's words had surprised Xiao Chu and others, and Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie in shock. Based on the words of Jun Wuxie, Zhang Weilong couldn't help thinking of the origin of Dongfang Ku Bai. The father of Dongfang Ku Bai was a rare person in the upper realms, who actually held a trace of fatherly love, and it was precisely because of the love and care Dongfang Ku Bai had received from his father that it did not resulted in either of them killing each other. That was also the reason why the transition between lords in East Peak City was so peaceful. Perhaps it was because Dongfang Ku Bai had received his father's love which others did not when he was young. Hence there was still a sense of conscience which the people of the upper realm have long lost. Everyone who had previously made fun of Dongfang Ku Bai ceased, because they had ignored the possible existence of such a character due to the environment of the upper realm, and only Jun Wuxie could see it clearly. Regardless, Jun Wuxie's battle was a victory, and she suffered no loss. She, who was supposed to return home, suddenly changed the direction of the army and headed towards a city near East Peak City. The strength of that city was slightly higher than that of East Peak City and Longxian City. A few days later, the army of Sea Spirit City had reached the city. The lord of that city immediately jumped up and organized a large number of soldiers, rushed out of the city and attacked the night regime viciously. However, the whole battle lasted for less than an hour. After Jun Wuxie snapped the head off the city lord, the battle screeched to a stop. Jun Wuxie had won another city in blood. However, that did not stop Jun Wuxie in any way. She left some of her people to take over the city, immediately moved on to the next goal. For 2 months, Jun Wuxie did not return to see Spirit City once, but she pushed forward all the way, winning 3 cities in succession. In fact, every time she occupied a city, the damage sustained by the night regime was minimal. Each time Jun Wuxie would hit them where they hurt most. She would cut off the head of the city lord, and thereafter the city's soldiers would choose to surrender unconditionally. Those city lords didn't understand their current circumstances, unlike Dongfang Kubai, and so blood washed those cities, and the vicious events shocked everyone who had bad intentions. In just over 2 months, the 3 words, Sea Spirit City, were like a dragon flying out from the ocean, soaring into the sky in front of everyone. Those cities which had never put any regard on Sea Spirit City could no longer ignore those 3 words. The stability of the 72 cities for thousands of years has been completely broken because of the new city lord of Sea Spirit City. One city after another has been occupied at an almost dazzling speed. Even though the cities Jun Wuxie had occupied were among the lowest within the 72 cities, but it must be said that Sea Spirit City of yesteryear was the weakest city. Disregard invading other cities, even their own survival depended on the breath of others. But now everything was different. The words, Sea Spirit City, and Yanhai had become a nightmare for many weaker cities. Those cities whose strength were at the bottom of the 72 cities became easy targets for Jun Wuxie to attack. Within a few days, the lords of those cities were all in danger of themselves. While urging the spies hidden in the Sea Spirit City to find the formula as soon as possible, they also sent additional people to stabilize their city's defenses. The cities within the entire coastal area all trembled with turbulence. Those city lords did not dare to turn off the lights even when they were sleeping. They were afraid that they would suddenly receive the news of Sea Spirit City's attack. The insane advancement of Jun Wuxie made many cities unable to keep still. After Jun Wuxie successively occupied several cities, the city lords from other cities were invited to visit the official residence of Blazing Flame City. 6 calm and powerful men sat in the study room of the official residence. 72 cities in the upper realm were numerous, however the disparity in strength was also huge. Among the 72 cities within the top 10 strongest cities, one could randomly pull out the soldiers from those cities and they would be enough to destroy the others. None of the other cities dared to provoke these 10 behemoths. They kept each other in check so that the 72 cities could establish some sort of stability, but at the same time they could compete amongst themselves so as to conquer the other cities. However, till now, the 10 cities were unable to discern who was the best, yet someone had stood out and broke the deadlock of the 72 cities. Among the 6 people in the study, one of them was Nangong Yen, Lord of the Blazing Flame City. Blazing Flame City had been among the top cities since the 72 cities were stabilized. Along with the rise of Nangong Lai, Nangong Yan's son, to the top 10 exponents, Blazing Flame City's prestige also buoyed. Today's gathering, Nangong Yen had invited the city lords of the top 10 cities. Have you heard any news about Sea Spirit City? Nangong Yen took a sip of tea and looked up at the other 5 city lords sitting in the study. For so many years, there have been constant battles between the 10 major cities. The city lords had not gotten together for many years like this. Who would have thought that the one to bring them together again turned out to be Sea Spirit City, the city that none of them ever held in regard? I have heard some news about Sea Spirit City. It was Yen Wan's son Yanhai who took over the title of City Lord. In the past, that boy was low-key and reserved. No one could tell he was hiding his talents. The Lord of Hidden Demon City sneered. It was Yen Wan who failed to recognize Yanhai's talents. After the death of several of his children, this one left behind was considered a jinx. What is Sea Spirit City? It's delusional to think that the city could break the deadlock of the 72 cities. I've really stayed too long in the backcountry. I don't know what the upper realm is like today. The city lord of Epic Vesper City chuckled a little and seemed to disapprove of what happened in Sea Spirit City. Now, the kid from Sea Spirit City has occupied several nearby cities in a row. I've obtained news that he doesn't seem to be stopping. Looks like this kid wants to occupy all 32 cities. The city lord of Heaven Fiend City touched his chin. Among the 72 cities, 10 of them were the strongest. There were as many as 30 cities which were ranked behind the top 10 cities. Although these cities were not as powerful as the top 10 cities, they also had their own unique skills to protect themselves, which could be regarded as fairly powerful. After that, there were those cities with fair strength. There were as many as 32 cities. Although there were that many, they did not have great strength and did not possess any special fighting power. Therefore, they hovered among the lower rungs of the 72 cities. Although there were 72 cities, the top 10 cities never once regarded the rest as anything more. Invade the 32 cities? Yen Hai's appetite is not small. The city lord of Resolute City remarked coldly. End of the day, the key is the elixir that Sea Spirit City has. I think everyone here has received that elixir. To be honest, my doctors have no way of researching the elixir formula. They have never even heard of the ingredients. Nangong Yen frowned slightly as he said this. Just Sea Spirit City on its own was not scary. Even if Jun Wuxie really had the ability to occupy the 32 cities, it would just a flock of birds with same feathers. The real reason why these 10 city lords were about to take action was not because Jun Wuxie had successively invaded the other cities, but it was the elixir that increased Sea Spirit City's strength so rapidly. Everyone in the 72 cities knew the level of strength Sea Spirit City possessed before. However, under the short leadership of Jun Wuxie, Sea Spirit City soared into the sky as the city knocked down the stronger cities in its vicinity. Sea Spirit City didn't even need time to rest and recuperate as the city's troops continued marching onwards. Its ferociousness was really staggering. All of this depended upon the elixir of unknown origin. Blazing Flame City had already received some of the elixir from its spies earlier in the morning, but no matter how they studied it, they couldn't find the formula nor how it worked. Blazing Flame City gave the elixir to some of the men, and after taking it, the men's spiritual power increased significantly. And it shocked them. Rather than taking into consideration at Jun Wuxie's offensive, they were spying on the formula that Jun Wuxie owned. It would be a great help for any city if they could obtain possession of that formula. No one would be willing to give up such a treasure. The effect of the elixir is really powerful, but Yen Hai hides the prescription very securely. My spies never had any chance to even touch it. I wonder if any of you had any success. The hidden demon city lord looked at everyone present as he said it. The other city lords shook their heads. Although I don't care about the matters of Sea Spirit City, but that Yen Hai brat has been too arrogant. He obviously doesn't give any regards to us, the top 10 cities. I think it may be time to teach him a lesson. Blazing Flame City Lord said. The city lords all nodded, and although on the surface it was the reason given by the Lord of Blazing Flame City, but they knew exactly what the lesson was for. This is not difficult, except that the recent movements of White Knight City are not small, and Sea Spirit City is very far away from us. If we send a large number of troops, it won't be appropriate. But if that number is too small, then I am afraid that it won't demoralize Sea Spirit City. The city lord of Resolute City frowned. The top 10 cities had decided to divide themselves into two factions. One faction consisted of the 5 cities, and the other faction was led by the top city, the White Knight City, and under him was 5 other cities. Although it might not be sincere between the 5 cities, they considered themselves allies, at least until White Knight City had been wiped out. The other city lords listened to the words of Resolute City Lord, and they were also cautious. The reason why they actively wanted to get the prescription from Sea Spirit City was to be able to master more power and take action against White Knight City. Nangong Yen looked at the reactions of other city lords, and suddenly chuckled. This is not difficult to do. Oh? Do you have an idea, Brother Nangong? Nangong Yen gave a meaningful chuckle, and suddenly he raised his hands and clapped. With the applause of Nangong Yen, the locked door of the study was suddenly opened, and a handsome-looking man walked in. The other city lords in the study stood up immediately when they saw the new arrival, the arrogance on their faces disappearing instantly. The admirers looked respectfully at the new person and said, I pay my respects to Lord Nangong. The 6th person who appeared in the study was Nangong Lai, who had become one of the top 10 exponents. Although Nangong Lai was Nangong Yan's son, he was exceptionally gifted and possessed a very high innate talent for cultivation since childhood. An intelligent city lord would know how to control the power he had in his hands, just like Nangong Yen. After discovering Nangong Lai's strength, not only did he not suppress it, but actively taught Nangong Lai to cultivate. He also pushed Nangong Lai to become one of the top 10 masters. Not only was his position as the Lord of Blazing Flame City position, but also because of the strength of Nangong Lai, no one dared to make a move against Nangong Yen. Looking at how the others feared Nangong Lai, a hint of smile flashed across Nangong Yan's eyes. Nangong Lai only glanced coldly at the city lords and sat down beside Nangong Yen. When Nangong Lai took his seat, the other city lords sat back tremblingly. No matter how powerful the top 10 cities were, but in front of an exponent like Nangong Lai, they were so small. Although the 72 cities belonged to the upper realm, his lord rarely intervened in the affairs of the 72 cities, or even when a city destroyed the other. His lord never asked questions, and seemed to have given great freedom to them. But all the city lords were very clear that this kind of freedom came from his lord's disdain and disregard for their strength. 72 cities were simply not even worth any spare thoughts from his lord. However, the top 10 exponents were quite different. The top 10 exponents were strong players who served his lord firstly and possessed a status far above the 72 cities. Even the lord of White Knight City, the leader amongst the 72 cities, must also pay his respects to Nangong Lai. This was the fear that came from deep in the bones. I know you are worried, so I specifically invited Master Nangong to come back. It happened that Master Nangong is free during this time. This matter with Sea Spirit City, us 5 cities will each send a small number of soldiers, led by Master Nangong to Sea Spirit City, to have a good chat with Yen Hai. Nangong Yen revealed his plan to all present. However, although those city lords had smiles on their faces, in their hearts, they've already cursed and swore at Nangong Yen thousands of times. It was good to have Nangong Lai lead, but who was Nangong Lai? He was Nangong Yan's son. Even if the relationship between father and son was weak, Nangong Lai was still a person from Blazing Flame City, and he would be more inclined towards his own city. If Nangong Lai managed to obtain the prescription, it would only be natural if he sent it back to Nangong Yen as soon as possible. The other cities would not even get a whiff of it, even though they cursed at Nangong Yen in their hearts, but in front of Nangong Lai, they could only suffer in silent humiliation, unable to say anything. Even if they had the guts, they didn't dare show their dissatisfaction Nangong Lai. But they were still smart people. Seeing that he was going to have made the wedding dress for others one, the Lord of Hidden Demon City immediately said, "It is foolproof for Master Nangong to come forward and address this matter. But Master Nangong has an elevated status, and it would be a waste of his talent to handle the matter that involves such a lowly city like the Sea Spirit City. Why not let me send my men along with Master Nangong, and my lord can take a back seat? I believe that once they hear of Master Nangong, they would be too afraid to resist. My men can handle the loose ends after." As soon as the Lord of Hidden Demon City finished his speech, several other lords immediately agreed, and all of them stuffed their confidence into the team. How could Nangong Yen not understand their minds? But he was not in a hurry and nodded to take care of the matter. Several city owners were satisfied with this, and Nangong Lai didn't express any opinion on it. Since entering the study, he had not spoken a word, and had remained silent. Until after Nangong Yen and the city lords discussed the matter properly and the city lords got up, bade farewell and left. But Nangong Lai was deep in thought and ignored their actions. "Master Nangong, are you still in a better mood?" Nangong Yen looked at the child he raised. His tone held great respect for his son. Nangong Lai slowly came back to himself as he saw Nangong Yen looking at him thoughtfully. He immediately covered up the emotions in his eyes, and got up and said, "Nothing. Is everything okay?" Nangong Yen nodded, and did not question further. "The team can gather in 5 days. By then?" Nangong Yen stared at Nangong Lai without saying a word. "I know. If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Nangong Lai's eyes flashed with impatience. Yes, your room is ready. Master Nangong can go back to rest first." Nangong Yen smiled. Nangong Lai didn't have any interest in talking. He turned around and left. As he walked through the official residence of Blazing Flame City, There was a familiarity with everything there as he had lived there since he was a child. However, those familiar things didn't give him any comfort now. The scenes from not long ago were fresh in his memory, and he would never forget them. The scene where the Grim Reaper had appeared. At that time, he went to the Middle Realm with a grave mission, but he did not expect that not only did he lose all the soldiers he took, he also had to flee back to the Upper Realm like a drowned dog. Although his lord did not blame him too much, but Nangong Lai clearly realized that his lord's trust in him had been diminishing continuously. However, Nangong Lai couldn't do anything about it. Even until now, he would often dream about those scenes. As long as he thought of that person's face, his hands would tremble and shake, and he couldn't fight. This kind of fear that was hidden in the bones. Nangong Lai never said anything to anyone. He couldn't say, dared not say. He just hoped that in this life, he would never meet that woman who was like a devil. During this time, he always felt that he was in a nightmare, and that shadow hanging over his heart never dissipating. Because of this, he agreed to Nangong Yan's request and decided to find something to distract his attention. But he didn't know. Nangong Yan's action was very fast. After 5 days, the 5 city masters assembled their teams, and had seemed to have reached a consensus. Each city sent 6,000 elite soldiers, and each sent their troops to follow the army. And this army of elites gathered in 5 cities. The real commander-in-chief was Nangong Lai. The 5 city lords couldn't miss the scene as they watched Nangong Lai leave with a large number of soldiers. Nangong Yen and several other city lords' hearts were considered to be grounded. This time we have troubled Master Nangong. I believe it won't be long before we can hear the good news of Master Nangong. The Lord of Hidden Demon City said with happiness. This is natural, no matter how powerful that Yen Hai is. I don't think he can be a worthy opponent to Master Nangong. We just need to wait for the news. Nangong Yen said proudly. After some more chats with the city lords, they left. No one knew that a good show was about to happen to the team they have sent. After taking 6 cities in a row, Sea Spirit City's army finally rounded back to their home. Xiao Chu, who fought free of inhibitions along the way, was in such a good mood that he was about to fly. On the way back, Xiao Chu and Fei Yan were each trying to compare who contributed the most to all the battles fought. They almost fought each other to see who was better. Following 2 consecutive months of battle, even the steel-like knight regime couldn't help but feel a little tired. Fortunately, the duration of these battles were not long. They had spent more time on the road traveling. The battles they were engaged in did not last for more than half a day. When Jun Wuxie returned to the Sea Spirit City, Jun Wu Yao stood on the tower, against the wind. The slender figure seemed elongated as its shadow was lengthened under the sun's rays. As he stood, he seemed independent and incompatible from the world. But those smiling eyes, gazing across the mountains and rivers, were focused on that one vision in his heart. Before Jun Wuxie even reached the gates of the city, Jun Wu Yao's figure had already leapt down from the city wall and drifted to Jun Wuxie's side. He immediately carried her down from her horse and strode towards the city with big strides. Because of his sensitive identity, Jun Wu Yao had never traveled with them. Jun Wuxie didn't want to expose Jun Wu Yao's identity. She and the Knight regime alone were enough to deal with these people in the 72 cities. Just as Jun Wuxie said before, these ants were not qualified to engage Jun Wu Yao in a fight. At parting of 2 months, you are cruel. Jun Wu Yao looked down at Jun Wuxie, who was in his arms. No matter how powerful Jun Wuxie was now, in his eyes, she was still the same as before. As usual, even if she was going to fight every single being in the world, he would still willingly stretch out his arms to shield her from the strong winds and rain. I just wanted to end things as soon as possible. Jun Wuxie raised her hand and touched Jun Wu Yao's cheek. Her pale, soft fingertips touched the slight stubble around his mouth. In order to find Jun Gu, she needed to capture the attention of the upper realm as soon as possible, and there was no other way. I know. Jun Wu Yao smiled. How would he not know her intentions? Xiao Chu and others followed Jun Wu Yao into the city as they watched the sweet scene of Jun Wu Yao holding Jun Wuxie. These few bachelors felt quite irritated by that public display of affection. Fei Yan involuntarily glanced at Rong Ruo while she just started straight ahead without squinting. It was unclear if she hadn't noticed or she just didn't dare to respond. Chao Chu, on the other hand, "Brother Hua, are you tired? Or shall I carry you into the city?" Chao Chu looked at Hua Yao with a serious face, and he solemnly stretched out his hands in earnest. Hua Yao looked at Chao Chu speechless. His eyes were filled with disgust as he looked at that idiot. He leaned his horse closer to Fanjua's side. It was as if he remained close to Chao Chu, he'd be infected with his idiocy. Fanjua looked at the funny sight of his companions, and couldn't help but chuckled a little. He didn't know how long this period of contentment would last, but every minute and every second made him feel extremely precious. Zhang Weilong looked at all this with envy. During this time that she had been following Jun Wuxia, along with Ada, and they found that these men had a good relationship with Jun Wuxia. They were close like brothers, and this was something beautiful that Zhang Weilong had never seen. She always heard Xiao Chu and others addressing Jun Wuxia as Little Xie. Zhang Weilong was a little confused about this form of address, but she was very clever and didn't ask much, just as she was wise to keep the shock at seeing Jun Wuxia being carried away by Jun Wuyao in her heart. This sea spirit city was a bit strange, but the people here made her feel warm. A few days after Jun Wuxia and her troops returned to the city, a large army arrived at the hills outside of Sea Spirit City. In the forefront of the army, Nangong Lai narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sea Spirit City not far away. Since he was born, he had not seen such a remote city. He only heard about it when he familiarized himself with the names of the 72 cities. He never thought that he would one day come to such a remote city. "Master Nangong, that is Sea Spirit City in front of us. The spies we sent earlier have already brought news that the army had returned to the city a few days ago. Yan Hai is now in the city as well." Hidden Demon City's Lu Yi looked Sea Spirit City before turning her head towards Nangong Lai as she spoke. She was the only female in the Five Cities Alliance who held a high status and was personally dispatched by the Lord of Hidden Demon City to lead the soldiers from her city, as they converged with the other 4 cities. Lu Yi had a charming face, a slim figure, and she looked very seductive. Also, her strength was not low. Otherwise, she would not have been sent to the Sea Spirit City by the Lord of Hidden Demon City. Nangong Lai nodded slightly. The 5-city army immediately marched towards Sea Spirit City, and the commanders of the troops, including Resolute City, proposed that Nangong Lai led the troops directly to persecute the Lord of Sea Spirit City. However, Nangong Lai had no intentions of doing so. Perhaps because of the previous experience in the Middle Realm, it evoked a strong sense of panic and fear at the thought of spilling blood. But he dared not tell anyone this. If it was not necessary, he would never want to spill blood. Lu Yi was sly and saw through Nangong Lai's thoughts. She immediately voiced a proposal that they could first contact Sea Spirit City. If Jun Wuxia had a clear view of the current situation, then they could get into Sea Spirit City without wasting a single soldier. If Jun Wuxia cannot tell good from bad, it won't be too late if they attack then. Lu Yi's proposal quickly received the consent of everyone. They were anxious to destroy the Sea Spirit City as their main aim was to get the prescription as soon as possible. But the battle to them was one that no one wanted to waste too much of their own fighting power on. No one wanted the other parties within the coalition to gain an advantage. Lu Yi sent someone to send word to Sea Spirit City as the 5-city army stopped just outside the city. Although it was an advanced greeting, but the posturing of tens of thousands of soldiers surrounding the gates of the Sea Spirit City was nothing short of hostile. When Yi Sha received the message, he immediately passed it on to Jun Wuxia. Xiao Chu and the others, who barely rested for a few days since returning to Sea Spirit City, were also invited to the city's official residence. The large hall was already filled with people. This time, not only Xiao Chu and the rest came, even Yi Sha, Yi Mei and Yi Gu were amongst those who had gathered in the hall. Jun Wu Yao sat next to Jun Wuxia, listening to the news from Yi Sha. 5-city coalition? Jun Wu she raised an eyebrow slightly. Yi Sha nodded. The people they sent over said so, and my men and I had gone to check. Now, there are nearly 30,000 soldiers gathered outside Sea Spirit City, and their clothes are mostly divided into 5 types. I think it should not be wrong. Yi Sha said. They want to enter the city? Jun Wuxia said, her chin propped up with one hand. The people sent by Lu Yi were arrogant, although they weren't too aggressive, but when they spoke to Yisha, their snobby demeanor was disgusting. They spoke with an innate arrogance and only said that the commander of the five-city coalition was here and that Sea Spirit City should prepare for his visit as soon as possible. Which 5 cities? Jun Wuxie asked. Yisha's eyes subconsciously looked at Zhang Weilong, as he did not know about the uniforms of the 72 cities in the upper realm. Zhang Weilong consciously said, Blazing Flame City, Hidden Demon City, Resolute City, Heaven Fiend City, and Epic Vesper City. Jun Wuxie raised her eyebrows slightly. Zhang Weilong continued, These 5 cities are among the top 10 cities within the 72 cities. Excluding Discerning Moon City, among the 72 cities, the 10 strongest cities are called the top 10 cities. These past few years, there have been constant strife and veiled struggles. The 72 cities can remain separate to this day is mostly because each of the top 10 cities wants to dominate all the cities but is unable to do so. Hence, the 72 cities are in a stalemate till now. Zhang Weilong paused and continued, But the top 10 cities have now divided themselves into 2 factions. One faction is headed by White Knight City, which is ranked number 1. The other faction consists of the 5-city coalition, led by Blazing Flame City. The 2 sides have fought against each other for many years. I'm guessing that Blazing Flame City has just received the news and wants to take the preemptive step in obtaining the prescription which you possess. Zhang Weilong's analysis was very accurate and briefly outlined the situation of the top 10 cities. The original purpose of Jun Wuxie had been achieved. It was very rare to directly attract the attention of the top 10 cities. With the original status of Sea Spirit City, no highly ranked city would willing set food into Sea Spirit City. Even when the supply of the Sea Spirit beasts had been cut off, the top 10 cities only asked those affiliated cities to send people to urge Sea Spirit City. Those who belonged to the top 10 cities did not bother to set foot here. They want the formula? Just let them come. Just so happens I have not exercised my muscles for the past few days. It's good to warm them up. The moment Xiao Chu heard that people were here for provocation, he immediately livened up. Jun Wuxie looked at Xiao Chu, whose blood was surging, and shook her head slightly. No need to fight, Yisha. Let them in. Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Jun Wuxie's words shocked Xiao Chu. Little Xie, you want to let them in? Why? The purpose of those guys is so clear. By letting them in, wouldn't it? Not really. I believe the city lord is using this incident to trap the 5-city coalition. Although they are arrogant, they are not invincible. They have requested to enter the city instead of attacking directly, and that means they must have some apprehension. Although the 5 cities are working together in an alliance, they must have exercised some caution against each other. Once a battle starts, neither party would want to lose their own people. Moreover, they still have to deal with the might of White Knight City at their backs. So if they have a choice, they will definitely choose to avoid war. Since the city lord is willing to let them in, he probably wants to take advantage of the contradictions between them and do something. Zhang Weilong said in a tempered tone, but with her words, she had already guessed more than 70 to 80% of Jun Wuxie's intention. Fan Zhua could not help but be surprised at Zhang Weilong. Zhang Weilong had only started following Jun Wuxie for a short while, but she could easily guess Jun Wuxie's intentions. Although Jun Wuxie did not deliberately hide it, but the fact that she could observe and analyze with such accuracy, Zhang Weilong's mind was really quite brilliant. Fan Zhua had to lament that Jun Wuxie knew how to read people. Although Zhang Weilong's strength is not up to par, but if her mind is used to its full potential, she could definitely play a greater role than any exponent. Although Zhang Weilong couldn't figure out the ultimate purpose of Jun Wuxie, she could vaguely guess that Jun Wuxie wanted the position of overlord of 72 cities. This idea might be egotistical, but for some reason, she always felt that Jun Wuxie would be able to do so. In that case, let them in. Rong Rua nodded slightly. Yisha heard this and suddenly said, in addition to the people from the 5 cities, I've discovered a particular person. Who? Jun Wuxie asked. Nan Gong Lai, Yisha said. Jun Wuxie quirked her brow slightly upon hearing the name. She was not unfamiliar with that name. As soon as she heard Yisha, Zhang Weilong, who was originally unperturbed, slightly paled as she looked at Jun Wuxie. City Lord, that Nangong Lai is one of the top 10 exponents. He is also young and full of potential. He is the son of Blazing Flame City's Lord, Nangong Yen. I believe this time, Nangong Yen requested his presence. If a person like this is leading the troops, then my lord, please make adjustments to your place. Nangong Lai is very strong. If you let him enter the city, and if he were to find the slightest anomaly, I'm afraid. Zhang Weilong was in a mess. The appearance of Nangong Lai was really unexpected. However, contrary to Zhang Weilong's nervous look, Xiao Chu and others, who were sitting aside, all had strangely weird expressions. There was no tension on their faces, and they looked as if they were hiding their smiles. Looking into those pairs of eyes, Zhang Weilong had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but she could not pinpoint what it was. Jun Wuxie looked at Zhang Weilong's cautious look and knew that her caution was not wrong. But there was one thing that Zhang Weilong didn't know. The top 10 exponents who were so powerful in the eyes of the upper realm, but to her, follow the plan. Jun Wuxie lifted her hand and settled the matter directly. Zhang Weilong had wanted to say something else, but could only remain silent. Xiao Chu and others were shocked by Zhang Weilong's intelligence before, now wanted to laugh. No matter how clever Zhang Weilong was, she wouldn't have realized that the powerful Nangong Lai was just a bereavement dog that was beaten by Jun Wuxie in the past. The reason why he could save his life and escaped back to the upper realm was because Jun Wuxie was magnanimous. Everyone could remember how much fear Nangong Lai had as he looked at Jun Wuxie. Xiao Chu and the others couldn't help but look forward to when Nangong Lai saw Jun Wuxie this time. They wondered how he would react. Soon, Yi Sha sent someone to pass the message, and Lu Yi and others were not surprised when they received the message. Like I said, how powerful could this sea spirit city be? They just rely on some unexpectedly acquired treasures to oppress those weaker cities. No matter how courageous they are, they still dare to oppose us. Resolute City's Liangchang pursed his lips. He was warlike by nature, and he was the first to propose a direct war. If Nangong Lai didn't agree, he would have brought people raise Sea Spirit City to the ground. In his eyes, no matter how much the Sea Spirit City changed, it still wouldn't be able to get it of its fate of a lowly, good-for-nothing fate. Brother Liang's words are extremely true, but since Sea Spirit City is so aware of the current situation, why should we waste our energy? It is beneath Master Nangong to attack such garbage. If they can surrender the item obediently, it is a wise choice. Louis chuckled. It is thanks to the kindness of Master Nangong. Otherwise this Sea Spirit City is already in ruins. Epic Vesper City's Guan who hummed. The members of the night regime who were ordered to send the message had listened to these people bragging, as they restrained the growing disdain within themselves for these people. If it weren't for these idiots and their usefulness, they would have died many times over. We need to trouble our guests to move into the city, as we have made preparations to house you within the city. The members of Night Regime lowered their heads. Even though they were full of contempt and disdain for these people, their voices were sincere as evidence as of their acting skills. Guan, who responded proudly, turned his head and put on a charming smile to look at Nangong Lai at his side. Master Nangong, would you please? Nangong Lai nodded sternly and took the lead to follow the Night Regime into Sea Spirit City. He didn't understand why, but Nangong Lai had been so restless these past few days, and his sense of unease had only gotten stronger the closer they got to Sea Spirit City. Since his return from the Middle Realm, Nangong Lai's nerves had been in a tense state. Everything that was destroyed by Jun Wuxie made it hard to forget. Walking into the Sea Spirit City, the city was silent and solemn. Occasionally, there would be one or two people passing by on the street, but other than that, the entire city seemed surprisingly quiet. Compared with the luxurious Blazing Flame City, the Sea Spirit City looked shabby both in terms of architecture and surface appearances. The clothes of its citizens were also extremely simple. This is Sea Spirit City? It's merely so. Mu En of Heaven Fiend City glanced at the buildings in Sea Spirit City, and his face was full of disregard. The members of the night regime brought the people from the 5 cities to their respective residences, which had been arranged for the duration of their stay in Sea Spirit City. As soon as they entered the rooms, Guan Hu and others were disgusted, complaining that the place was too dilapidated and dirty, like a pigsty, and unable to live in at all. Their responses were beyond arrogant, which caused even the cold-hearted members of the night regime to be lit on fire. Is there no place to live in Sea Spirit City? How can we stay in such a worn-down place? Even my dog? Kennel is more comfortable than your yard. Go back and tell your city lord that we cannot stay in such a lousy place. Guan Hu frowned and shouted at the members of the night regime, apparently very dissatisfied with the residents. Mu En and Liang Cheng's situations were almost the same. They basically listed out their dislikes, and were unwilling to stay in such places. Only Lu Yi and Nangong Lai stayed silent after being led to their respective residences. In the end, even after changing the residences for Guan Hu and the others, they were only barely satisfied. After the people were resettled, members of the night regime returned to the City Lord Manor to recover from their experience with the people from the 5 cities. Although they were trying very hard to control, at the time of reporting back to Jun Wuxie, their unhappiness and disdain were very obvious. People from the top 10 cities are really arrogant. Fan Zhua could not help but sneer. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes slightly. She had never seen Guan Hu and others before, but she was already very disgusted by their behavior. This is the true countenance of the upper realm. Jun Wuyao smiled as he spoke. He is no longer surprised at such a situation. Jun Wuxie waved her hand to let those members of night regime retire. When will the city lord meet them? Zhang Weilong asked. Not for the time being, Jun Wuxie said coldly. Zhang Weilong was dazed for a moment. She thought that Jun Wuxie had it all planned out clearly. But, others are fine, but if you don't see Nangong Lai... No, Jun Wuxie said so coldly as she got up and left. See Nangong Lai? If Nangong Lai knew her identity, even if he saw her, he wouldn't even dare to stay a moment longer in Sea Spirit City. Zhang Weilong couldn't figure out what was happening with Jun Wuxie, and could not help but showed some confusion. Rong Rua patted Zhang Weilong's shoulder kindly. She has her plan. Zhang Weilong smiled bitterly. She thought she could completely guess the intentions of Jun Wuxie, but now it seemed as if she had been overconfident. Jun Wuxie's words were titillating as she did not intend to see anyone from the coalition. However, Guan Hu and the others were kept in the dark, thinking that Sea Spirit City was being timid and acquiescent by allowing them into the city. That Sea Spirit City must have been so frightened by their might that they didn't even bother to approach the city's official residence but instead put on airs and waited for Jun Wuxie to personally come and invite them to the official residence. To the point where Liang Cheng had already set up his posturing as he sat in the hall of his residence with the soldiers of Resolute City forming 2 rows on each side of the hall, looking aggressive and intending to show off their strength to Jun Wuxie. However, as Guan Hu and the others sat dead in their respective residences for a day, they didn't even saw a hint of Jun Wuxie's shadow. With his eyes looking towards the sunset, Guan Hu, who had been suffering from back pain, could not help but ask him, "Men, where did the Lord of Sea Spirit City run off to die? Did he meet Nangong Lai first?" Guan Hu's men shook his head and said, "I haven't heard anything of that sort. Our men guarding the outside of the official residence did not see Yen Hai walk out of the main residence's gate at all." Didn't come out? Guan Hu was slightly stunned. He felt it was impossible. The lord of the Sea Spirit City was so timid that he was unafraid to bully the weak but coward in the face of the strong. He might have destroyed a couple of surrounding cities, but upon seeing them, wasn't he scared witless and welcomed them into his city? Theoretically, shouldn't Jun Wuxie be diligent and paid her respects to them, one by one? Why wasn't there any news till now? Did you look closely? Did Yen Hai leave from other doors? His men still shook their heads. Guan Hu was getting impatient. Putting on airs was one thing, but if he allowed others the opportunity to get in contact with Jun Wuxie first, and someone obtained the prescription first, then wouldn't their efforts have been in vain? Guan Hu had started to get up to go to the city's official residence, but sat back down again as he felt that he was losing face. He raised his hand to instruct his men to send for the guards at the official residence. A member of the night regime was called over, and Guan, who in all of his inflated self-worth and arrogance, said to the night regime member, "Go and tell that boy, Yen Hai, that I have something to say, and tell him to come and see me." "Yes." The member of the night regime responded earnestly as Guan, who nodded with satisfaction. As soon as the member of the night regime left Guan Hu's house, the respect on his face disappeared without a trace. "You want our miss to personally come and see you? Dream on." After saying that, he shook his sleeves and left. Lu Yi, Liangchang, and Muan's situations were the same as Guan Hu. They had been waiting impatiently for Ya Hai to show up, but they were not willing to lower themselves to look for him. They could only get their men to send messages. However, not a single word from them had reached Jun Wuxie's ears. The moment the members of the night regime left their residences, they put those words at the back of their minds. So much so that Guan Hu and others sat late into the night within their respective halls, and still Jun Wuxie did not appear. On the morning of the second day, when the representatives of the 5 cities gathered, they all suddenly realized that each one of them bore similar expressions of having reached their limits, that each of them had not slept all night. Even Lu Yi, who had put on makeup, could not hide the obvious dark shadows under her eyes. Except for Nangong Lai, the other 4 did not sleep at all last night. As they waited for Jun Wuxie to come pay her respects to them, the sky lit up unknowingly. In the end, no one ever appeared. "Oh, the beds here are so crude that I didn't sleep well all night." Mu En pretended to be calm. "Exactly." Guan Hu immediately agreed. Although the 5 cities came at the same time and had agreed while traveling to see Spirit City that they would ask for the formula as a group, everyone knew that the other party had selfish motives. Even if Jun Wuxie had stood them up last night, none of them would ever admit that they had sent their men to demand Jun Wuxie's appearance. Wouldn't that have made it clear that one wanted to obtain the best thing for themselves? It was such that these guys could only swallow their grievances, and even if they guessed that the other person was suffering the same fate, they could only pretend to be entirely unaware. Among them, only Nangong Lai looked normal. He had no interest in the formula. He only came at the request of Nangong Yen. Regarding Sea Spirit City, naturally there would be a representative from Blazing Flame City to handle that matter. He only came to lend some prestige and power to the group. Having gathered for a short while, they could not bear the exhaustion anymore. They had been constantly on the move, and coupled with the sleepless night last night, they were already too exhausted. They made their apologies to Nangong Lai and went back to their residences to sleep. This was actually a good time for Nangong Lai to go to the City Lord Manor alone, to ask for the prescription. However, Nangong Lai did not have that intention at all. Since yesterday, his state of mind had been unstable. There was a strong sense of unease within his heart. No matter how much the Blazing Flame City people wanted to be the first to obtain the formula, no one would dare to urge Nangong Lai to do so. Nangong Lai felt uneasy, and so he went out for a walk after breakfast. He walked by the seaside and watched the endless sea of death as he felt his mind settle a little. No one knew about his situation except himself. Jun Wuxie's actions in the Middle Realm had already destroyed all his self-confidence. Even though he had fortunately escaped back to the Upper Realm, and his lord did not blame him, but Nangong Lai experienced a hard time. Especially after Luo Qingcheng took Jun Wuyao to the Lower Realm, and still have not returned, the rest of the top 10 exponents have been looking at Nangong Lai with increasing suspicions. Everyone knew that after such a long time, Luo Qingcheng hasn't sent any word back. Thus, in all likelihood, she failed. Initially, the person who brought Jun Wuxie's message to Luo Qingcheng was Nangong Lai. Not only that, he had fled from Jun Wuxie. Hence, those people had started to be suspicious of whether Nangong Lai had colluded with Jun Wuxie, and had deliberately led Luo Qingcheng to the Lower Realm. Regarding these suspicions, Nangong Lai was unable to speak up for himself. He could only keep it in his heart. The surface of the Sea of Death broke with waves, and the sea breeze blew across Nangong Lai's cheeks as the drowsiness in his head eased up slightly. He looked at the sea, and except for the ships that were docked on the shore, there was no one else. However, just as Nangong Lai wanted to leave, a slender figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. In less than a second, Nan Gonglai stiffened, thunderstruck, and bolted to the ground as his entire body started shivering, and the fear that was forcibly suppressed in his heart suddenly surged out at this moment. That petite and slender figure overlapped with that nightmare in his memory. It was her? Nan Gonglai couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he saw a vague familiar figure flash by the seaside just ahead. His mind seemed to have exploded, and subconsciously, he wanted to take a closer look at it, but when he looked intently, he realized that the sudden appearance of that shadow of a figure had disappeared without a trace. Was it an illusion? Nan Gonglai covered his chest and shook his head vehemently, wondering if he had hallucinated, but that elusive figure seemed so real that he couldn't ignore it. Was it real, or was it an illusion? While Nan Gonglai was still stunned and confused by the seaside, Jun Wuxie, who had walked by the seashore, had returned to the manor to tease Lord Meme and the blood-sacrificial rabbit. Jun Wuxie ignored Guan Hu and others in the Sea Spirit City for 3 whole days. No matter how much fuss Guan Hu and the rest had kicked up, Jun Wuxie acted as if she did not receive any news at all. Guan Hu and the others had never been treated so coldly before, and they were on the verge of leaving with rage. If it was not for the fact that Nan Gonglai did not agree with the notion of war, they would already have brought all their people to storm down the city lord's manor and wash it with blood first thing in the morning. What kind of attitude is this? It has been 3 days, and yet your city lord still hasn't come to greet me. What does he mean by this? Guan Hu bellowed fiercely at a member of the night regime. A hint of disdain flashed by the eyes of this man, but on the surface, he had on a face full of apprehension as he said nervously, "No, it's not that our city lord who doesn't want to see you, but the city lord said that because Master Nangong has been reluctant to meet, so he doesn't know how to arrange it. After all, Master Nangong is one of the top 10 masters. If he did not meet Master Nangong and met you directly instead, if Master Nangong found out about it, I'm afraid." This was the first time the members of the night regime loosened their mouths, but this was also what Jun Wuxie ordered them to say. Guan Hu originally wanted to explode, but the people of the night regime actually dragged Nan Gonglai out as a shield, and this made him speechless. Among them, the status of Nan Gonglai was the most honorable. It didn't matter how many of them were here, even if they changed it to their city lord, in front of Nan Gonglai, they could only give way. Jun Wuxie's remark was indeed true. In principle, she should first call on Nan Gonglai. Even if he had been ignored for 3 days, he had to suppress his inner anger and admit it. He couldn't say anything. Otherwise, if it was passed on to Nan Gonglai's ears, would he still have his life? Nan Gonglai, who was scared by the flashing figure on the seashore that night and was currently drenched in cold sweat, had no idea that he had been dragged out once again by Jun Wuxie as a shield, and directly suppressed the resentment of Guan Hu. When Lu Yi and others realized that they could not invite Nan Gonglai so arbitrarily, they were afraid that it would be difficult to see Jun Wuxie when they suddenly received a piece of news. Nan Gonglai had fallen ill. Suddenly, he had fallen ill. By the time Lu Yi met Nan Gonglai's face was as white as a sheet and looked a little dazed. "Master Nangong, you are..." Lu Yi looked at Nan Gonglai in surprise. It was rare for the strong like Nan Gonglai to fall sick, yet why had he fallen ill shortly after reaching Sea Spirit City? Nan Gonglai waved his hand and dismissed it as nothing, but only he himself knew best what the root of the problem was. Fear. After returning from the seaside, he felt a little uncomfortable. He knew clearly that that person would never appear in the upper realm. But the fear in his heart could not be dissipated for a long time, and before he realized it, he had fallen sick. Muen and others didn't dare to say anything when they saw Nan Gonglai like this, but they were deep in thought and an idea formed in their minds. Master Nangong fell sick while in Sea Spirit City. Where is the city lord of Sea Spirit City? Why isn't he here personally to serve and take care of Master Nangong? Hurry up. Send word to Yen Hai and make him hurry up and scoot his ass over. He must serve Master Nangong properly. If anything happens to Master Nangong, he can't afford the repercussions. At the urging of Muen and others, the members of the night regime returned to the city lord manor and conveyed their message to Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie sat calmly, but Fei Yen, who was seated on the side, who heard every word, almost spit all the water out of his mouth. What? They actually want little Xie to take care of Nangong Lai? Fei Yen looked as if he had seen a ghost. Zheng Weilong had no knowledge of their previous encounter, so she did not understand why they always react so strongly each time they mention Nangong Lai. I suddenly feel a little sympathy for Nangong Lai. Rong Rua chuckled and could not help but mourn for the teammates of Nangong Lai who behaved like pigs. They had already guessed the reason why Nangong Lai fell ill. It was the day after Jun Wuxie went to the beach for a walk, and not long after, Nangong Lai was sick. There was no need to give it much thought at all. In view of the strong psychological shadow that Jun Wuxie left on him, the people in the 5 cities even dared to let Jun Wuxie take care of Nangong Lai. Did they really think that Nangong Lai's life was too long? Xiao Chu and the rest knew all the ins and out, but they could not say anything. Their weird expressions made Zheng Weilong even more confused. She always felt that something was wrong, but no matter what, she still couldn't tell what it was. Tell them I will pass by this afternoon. Jun Wuxie finally spoke, and shockingly, she had actually agreed. But, little Xie, you are really bad. Evil, too evil. Xiao Chu and Fei Yen looked peculiarly at Jun Wuxie as if she had done a great evil. Jun Wuxie glanced at them indifferently without a word more. However, Zheng Weilong was impressed by Jun Wuxie's attitude of knowing when to bow and submit. It's good that City Lord has thought it out so carefully and knows when to take a step back. Nangong Lai is one of the top 10 masters, unlike any of those people in the 72 cities, so you can't be too rude. Zheng Weilong said with praise. Who knew that the moment Zheng Weilong finished her words, Xiao Chu and Fei Yen, who had been enduring for a long time, could no longer take it, and the two of them suddenly broke out in laughter. They started laughing hysterically, so much that Zheng Weilong was stunned in place. Did I say something wrong? Zheng Weilong looked nervously at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie glanced at Xiao Chu lightly. No, they're crazy, you don't need to care about them. Zheng Weilong was stunned for a moment before she obediently nodded her head. Go and prepare, you will follow me later. Jun Wuxie got up and looked at Zheng Weilong. Me? Zheng Weilong opened her eyes wide. But I'm from Diminishing Moon City. Diminishing Moon City has always been affiliated with the White Knight City. People in the 5 cities would definitely know that. If they were to see me, they might think more. There's no problem, Jun Wuxie said. Seeing that Jun Wuxie was firm about it, Zheng Weilong no longer said anything as she nodded her head and went on to make the necessary preparations. Later that afternoon, Jun Wuxie brought Zheng Weilong to Nangong Lai's residence. Xiao Chu, who wanted to follow the lively scene, was stopped by Jun Wuxie. Knowing that Jun Wuxie would finally show herself in the afternoon, Guan Hu and the others were all prepared as they thought back on how they had been ignored for 3 whole days. How much resentment had they been harboring in their hearts? As soon as Jun Wuxie entered, she saw that in the hall, Guan Hu, Mu En, Liang Cheng, and Lu Yi sat there glumly. All of them had on a somber expression which had not a hint of friendliness in it. Zheng Weilong stood behind Jun Wuxie and watched them silently. It is really hard to invite the Lord of the Sea Spirit City. Are you not even paying attention to our 5 cities now? We've been in the city for so many days since we've came, and yet we haven't even managed to catch the sight of City Lord's face. Humph! If it wasn't for the serious illness of Master Nangong, would you even show up? Mu En sneered upon seeing Jun Wuxie. Guan Hu and Liang Cheng were also frowning, sulking, and had the same thoughts as Mu En. Only Lu Yi looked at the teenager in front of him. In terms of size, the new City Lord of Sea Spirit City was so petite. If he had not known that the other party was the new City Lord of Sea Spirit City, it would be difficult for Lu Yi to connect the petite boy in front of him with the war-crazed man who had taken several cities. There was no shortage of ambitious individuals in the 72 cities, but no matter how antagonistic they would still weigh the pros and cons. Not to mention, there were still the 10 big cities to go up against, so basically no city dared to provoke a war between the 72 cities. But the emergence of Jun Wuxie completely broke this balance. Those who had the ability to do such things were by no means comparable. But Lu Yi stared at Jun Wuxie for a long time, and never found the frivolity that should belong to a young man. Jun Wuxie's eyes were too indifferent. There was no trace of desire in her eyes, and she was calm and collected, not at all like a person who was keen on fighting and power. While Lu Yi was studying Jun Wuxie, the three others were busy blaming Jun Wuxie. Their words were full of sarcasm, but Jun Wuxie did not speak. It was as if she was letting them vent. Until they finished speaking, Jun Wuxie said coldly, "Where is Nangong Lai? You brat, you actually dare to directly call out Master Nangong's name." Guan, who glared menacingly at Jun Wuxie, let alone them. Even if it was their city lord, when they saw Nangong Lai, they would always address him respectfully. Jun Wuxie ignored Guan, who's questioning. Guan, who just wanted to continue his verbal assault, but Liang Cheng, who was by the side, pressed him down subtly and gave him a slightly restless glance. "Master Nangong is in the backyard, and I will bring you there." Suddenly, Liang Cheng smiled and was unexpectedly kind as he let his men guide Jun Wuxie to see Nangong Lai. After Jun Wuxie stepped out of the doorway, Guan, who frowned and looked at Liang Cheng as he asked begrudgingly, "What was that all about? Why didn't you let me teach this arrogant little brat a lesson?" Liang Cheng retorted, "Why should you care about him? Just let him annoy Master Nangong, and whatever that happens after is his own bad luck. Why should you be so kind to remind him of his lacking manners?" Guan, who was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Liang Cheng meant. A mere sea-spirit city lord, if he had garnered Nangong Lai's dissatisfaction, who was one of the top 10 masters, he was really seeking his own death. The thought that Jun Wuxie was going to be reprimanded by Nangong Lai excited Guan, Hu, and the others, and they immediately followed. Although Zheng Weilong felt that Jun Wuxie's attitude was too indifferent, she was not going to say anything in front of the people from the 5 cities. She could only follow after Jun Wuxie earnestly. In the room in the backyard, Nangong Lai was sitting on the soft couch. His handsome face was bloodless. Even his lips were extremely pale. It seemed that the whole person was very wan and sallow. The doctors, who came with the army, was standing next to Nangong Lai. Several of them took turns to diagnose the pulse for Nangong Lai. They have changed the medicine many times, but Nangong Lai still looked the same with no improvements. "Master Nangong, this is stasis of qi and blood, and you still need a lot of cultivation." An old man with white hair looked respectfully at Nangong Lai and said in a deep voice. When the old man spoke, the other doctors immediately submitted meekly to his diagnosis. "Since Divine Dr. Lu said so, I will pay more attention to myself." Nangong Lai nodded slightly. He was very polite to the one who spoke. His illness came on suddenly and no one knew why. However, Nangong Lai was very clear on the cause. It was because of that illusion which appeared on the seaside that day, which scared him till he fell ill. If this information spread, he would be the laughingstock for everyone. Unfortunately, it was still the truth. Even Nangong Lai himself didn't understand why he was so afraid of that person. He only knew that within his lifetime, he never wanted to see her again. When Divine Dr. Lu ordered other doctors to decoct medicine for Nangong Lai, a slender figure suddenly appeared at the door. Nangong Lai, who was on the verge of shutting his eyes to rest, suddenly saw the nightmarish from the corner of his eye. It was only for a moment, but he immediately sprung upright from the soft couch, as he stared right into the figure's eyes, and said in shock, "It's you!" Nangong Lai's shout frightened everyone in the room. They couldn't help but look towards the object of Nangong Lai's gaze. But they only saw a young man with a handsome face and a thin figure as he stood outside the door without any expression. "Master Nangong? What's the matter with you?" Guan Hu and others, who were standing behind Jun Wuxie, asked nervously when they heard the sudden roar from Nangong Lai, as they rushed up to him one by one, squeezing Jun Wuxie further to the back of the group. Nangong Lai was slightly stunned, but completely ignored the questioning of Guan Hu and the others. His eyes only noticed the petite figure by the door. As petite and thin as was his dream, that figure had contained a terrifying power. However, when Nangong Lai saw the person's appearance clearly, his heart, which had leapt to his throat, seemed to have suddenly been suspended in midair. Not her. Not that person. The figure standing by the door was clearly a handsome young man. Although his appearance was handsome, his looks were far from the glamorous face of that person. Although his eyes were cold, it lacked the ferociousness of that person. Not her. Nangong Lai suddenly realized what was happening. His entire body collapsed back onto the soft couch as if deflated. He was already very weak, but he was so surprised that his chi and blood were rolling over and over, clashing chaotically within his body. His face turned from white to purple. Divine Dr. Lu stared at Nangong Lai's strange behavior and frowned suddenly. Just now Nangong Lai was still all right. What could have, within a blink of an eye, made Nangong Lai's face turn so bad? Just when Nangong Lai had just gotten better, he fell down again a few moments later. For a while, many doctors were confused and rushed over to save him. Guan Hu and others were shocked. If something were to happen to Nangong Lai, they would not be able to shed off the responsibility. The group of people quickly gathered around him to fawn and fuss over him. Instead, Jun Wuxie was left aside, and with both her hands folded, she cast another glance at the frightened Nangong Lai once again. Even if one's appearance may have changed, people's natural sixth sense can make them sense many things, just like Nangong Lai now. Divine Dr. Lu suspected that they were in trouble, and immediately kicked them out. Divine Dr. Lu's status was not low. In the upper realm, Divine Dr. Lu had the highest medical skills other than the Lord. Therefore, even if Guan Hu was to have any major dissatisfaction, no one would dare to disobey him and would just get out. Initially, they wanted to use Nangong Lai's illness to create problems for Jun Wuxie. However, before they could do it, Nangong Lai fell ill again. However, Nangong Lai's illness had reminded them to show a little more care and concern. Yan Hai, is this the Sea Spirit City that you manage? Master Nangong has just arrived here and he has fallen ill. Just by this, you can see how chaotic Sea Spirit City is. The clothing, food, and shelter that you provide are not enough. This is your attitude. Guan Hu glared at Jun Wuxie, who was standing by the side. This city lord of the Sea Spirit City was not very old, but his indifference annoyed them. Jun Wuxie looked up at Guan Hu. Nangong Lai's illness was a heart disease. Even Divine Dr. Lu had said it, yet Guan Hu was holding Jun Wuxie responsible for this matter. There was a hint of coldness in Jun Wuxie's eyes. She stepped forward slightly and swept her glance over Guan Hu and the others. However, she had lost all interest in dealing with them, and she lifted her foot and walked towards the exit of the courtyard instead. When Guan Hu and others who were just about to raise the topic again, he saw Jun Wuxie turn to leave without a word, and his expression turned ugly. This brat was just too arrogant. Hey, you nasty brat. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Guan Hu got up and reached for Jun Wuxie's shoulder in an attempt to grab her. However, the moment when Guan Hu's hand was about to reach her, Jun Wuxie's figure suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared before him. This sudden change made Mu En and others dumbfounded. Before they realized what was happening, that white light swept towards Guan Hu, and Guan Hu's huge body was hit and flew out in an instant. The Guan Hu fell to the ground heavily with his body twitching, and he fumbled about, trying to stand up, but instead, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and there were even a few white teeth mixed in it. At the place where Guan Hu was standing before, the figure of Jun Wuxie appeared instead. However, any sliver of warmth in those eyes had faded. When those eyes landed on Guan Hu, she faintly revealed her intention to kill him. The scene stunned everyone. They knew what Guan Hu was capable of. Even if he was not comparable to the top 10 city lords, he could still be considered as one of the top exponents. However, the powerful Guan Hu that they knew of was sent flying by the seemingly weak and frail kid? How could that be? Yan Hai, what do you mean? Liang Cheng woke up from shock, staring at Jun Wuxie's unbelievable expression. Jun Wuxie stared at them coldly as the wind gently blew, and she smoothed the folds of her cuffs and said lightly, "That's what it means." As soon as Jun Wuxie's words landed, her figure disappeared again. Liang Cheng hair all stood on ends. Lu Yi and Mu En felt their scalps turn numb. Suddenly, a pungent bloody smell permeated the air. The fresh red blood splattered on them like rain, and the warm sticky blood fell on Lu Yi's face. making her originally charming face even more enchanting. When she saw Guan Hu, she seemed to have seen a ghost fall onto the ground instead. Guan Hu's head has been twisted off, blood from the broken wound at the neck gushed out, and the bloody skull grunted to Muwen's feet. Touching it, Muwen's face instantly turned pale. The blood rain came down one after another, but there was a slender figure standing independent from the blood rain. The spiritual force supported by the air hood isolated the blood. However, Jun Wuxie wasn't stained the slightest bit. Like a ghost from hell, the breath of death covered the whole bloody courtyard. Crazy. You must be crazy. Muwen's face was pale. His face was covered with Guan Hu's blood. The warm blood soaked his shirt, tinged with the breath of death. Sticking on to his skin was the warm blood. But it made him feel as if he was immersed in ice water, and it made shiver in the cold. Jun Wuxie was crazy. She actually killed Guan Hu in public. This was a deliberate and direct provocation. What made Muwen even more frightened was the power of Jun Wuxie. There was not a trace of resistance before and after the killing of Guan Hu. In the eyes of Jun Wuxie, Guan Hu could only wait to be slaughtered. He was helpless. The strength of Muwen and others were comparable to the Guan Hu. It was because of this that they will be selected by their respective city lords to compete with each other. They thought that it would be easy to come to the Sea Spirit City to take the prescription. At the same time, Jun Wuxie should have been kneeling down on the ground, shaking in fear whilst holding the formula, begging for his life. However, they did not expect an evil spirit crawling out of hell instead. Crazy! Jun Wuxie's eyebrows rose slightly. Cold eyes swept past Muwen and others, who were stained with blood and water. No, this is just the beginning. Jun Wuxie's voice echoed into Muwen and others' ears like a death call. For the first time, they felt endless fear and despair from their hearts. Dealing with someone that they would never consider as an opponent or give any attention to, they now realized what real terror was. Yan Hai, do you want to be the enemy of the 5 cities? Lu Yi shivered, and the coldness from her bones made her clench her arms subconsciously. She was frightened and stared at Jun Wuxie. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would still be unable to take her down. Lu Yi saw the killing intention in Jun Wuxie's eyes. Even if Guan Hu had died, her ruthlessness had not come to an end. Instead, the 3 of them were her target now. This was the real danger that was impending. What about it? Jun Wuxie asked without hiding her intentions. The only way was to lure all the armies into the Sea Spirit City so that none of them could escape and live. From the beginning, Zhang Weilong had predicted Jun Wuxie's intention wrongly. Jun Wuxie had never thought of making use of the 72 cities. What she wanted was to conquer the 72 cities in the fastest time. Since the 5-city coalition welcomed her in, she had no reason not to seize the opportunity. Do you think that with your Sea Spirit City, you are really capable of fighting against 5 cities? Yan Hai, you are just too arrogant. Liang Cheng forcibly suppressed his fear and shouted out with false bravado. Oh? Is that right? Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes as a cold glint flashed by. Muwen and the others felt a bitter cold rising from the bottom of their feet instantly. There are 5 armies in this Sea Spirit City. Do you think you can really do what you want? Believe it or not, upon my command, your whole Sea Spirit City will be covered with blood. Liang Cheng had the courage to holler, but alas, that was all he could do. He did dare to fight with Jun Wuxie. If he started the fight, he would definitely die. Go ahead to give your command. Jun Wuxie suddenly replied. Liang Cheng was shocked. All he said was to embolden himself and to delay the time. The blood scent was so strong and suffocating that in a moment, the soldiers outside realized that even if you had superpowers, there was no way to escape from the siege of the 5-city coalition. But Jun Wuxie's reaction was surprisingly calm. She didn't seem to notice Liang Cheng's idea at all. A feeling of forebode suddenly rose in Liang Cheng's heart. What did you do? Liang Cheng asked subconsciously. Jun Wuxie calmly looked at Liang Cheng and said, Killed them. You? Who did you kill? Except for Guan Hu. Liang Cheng's unease grew stronger and stronger. Jun Wuxie slightly raised both her hands and looked around. All the people who don't belong to Sea Spirit City. Guanhu. 5-city coalition. And, after Jun Wuxie gave her command, her figure disappeared completely. Mu En and the other people had realized the danger. They wanted to mobilize their spiritual power and make a defensive posture in the shortest time. But the cold light swept between them like lightning. It was too fast for them to even respond. When the figure of Jun Wuxie finally appeared back in her original place, Mu En and the others who had put on a defensive posture remained in their original positions. As Jun Wuxie gently patted off the dust from her body, the three people stood stiff and instantly fell onto the ground. Their heads lost support in the instant and rolled down the ground accompanied by the gushing blood. "You guys!" Only dead silence across the yard after Jun Wuxie's last two words. Zhang Weilong stood on one side and witnessed the whole process. Both her legs went weak. She barely grasped onto the tree trunk beside her and managed to prevent herself from falling into the river of blood. Dead. All dead. In such a short period of time, Jun Wuxie had killed all the commanders of other cities except Nangong Lai. At this moment, Zhang Weilong did not dare to guess Jun Wuxie's mind again. She could never imagine that Jun Wuxie would be so crazy. Jun Wuxie knew that all the 5-city coalition were in the city. However, she did not hesitate to kill them. Nothing could stop her. Zhang Weilong stood in a pool of blood and looked at Jun Wuxie, whose blood-stained hands looked elegant yet cold under the sunlight. There were no traces of blood on her clothes at all. The red blood seemed to tarnish her holiness, but at the same time, it carried an eerie stride. "What's that argument about?" A cry came from Nangong Lai's room. The closed door was slowly pushed open. Zhang Weilong stared at Jun Wuxie. Then she realized that Jun Wuxie had left and was already walking towards the room. The moment the door opened, Divine Dr. Liu, with a somber face, lifted his eyes to see a blood-soaked land. Lu Yi and others were trying to please Nangong Lai not long ago. In a pool of blood, their heads and bodies lay severed, as had their breath. When he saw the scene, his legs weakened instantly. He fell to the ground. He could not believe what he saw. Looking at the horrific scene before him, he knew that all the high profile earlier has gone. In the room, the other doctors heard the sound and came by. When they came to the door and saw the bloody scene, their legs turned weak. Of course, Jun Wuxie had quietly approached the door. She ignored Divine Dr. Liu and the rest. She raised her hand slightly, and the spirit ring appeared from her palm. The doctors were almost scared to death. Everything was quiet and thrilling at the same time. In the room, Nangong Lai's head was swollen and painful, but the pungent blood smell irritated his breath again and again. He strove to stand up and wanted to see what was happening outside. The moment he got up, the sight was enough to stop his breathing for a moment. The murderer had come. Behind that person, all one could see was crimson blood, blooming like death flowers. Exactly like what happened then in the Middle Realm. "It's you. Really is you?" Nangong Lai was so shocked and almost fell off the soft couch. Even though the person in front of him has changed her appearance, her breath didn't change. He knew it was her. It must be her. "Are you here to kill me?" "You are finally here," Nangong Lai whispered incoherently. Although he was alive, he had dreamt many times that he was killed by Jun Wuxie. He always has a hunch that he will die in her hands. "I won't kill you. I have something to ask you." Jun Wuxie looked at Nangong Lai. "What do you want to ask? Did you kill Luo Qingchang and the rest? Are they dead?" Nangong Lai stared at Jun Wuxie closely. "No, they are still alive, and will live a long time," Jun Wuxie said lightly. "There is no way that she would let Luo Qingchang die so easily. Now, it's my turn to ask you." Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly. There was another reason why she would let the 5-city coalition enter the city, and that was Nangong Lai. Being one of the top 10 masters, he will definitely know more than the 72 cities. "What do you want to ask?" Nangong Lai feared Jun Wuxie. The invisible frustration and humbleness made him unable to resist Jun Wuxie at all. From deep within, his fighting spirit was completely obliterated. Among the upper realm, Is there someone named Jun Gu? Jun Wuxie asked coldly. Nangong Lai's expression changed. Jun Gu. Do you know Lord Jun Gu? Nangong Lai exclaimed. Lord Jun Gu? Jun Wuxie's brow frowned almost instantaneously. Nangong Lai really knew Jun Gu. Who is he? Jun Wuxie asked. The others might not say, but not Nangong Lai. Jun Wuxie had frightened Nangong Lai so much that the fear that had been deeply instilled into his bones. Jun Wuxie deliberately appeared in front of Nangong Lai to test his fear. To her surprise, he was much more terrified than she thought. Nangong Lai opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time. Finally, with a trembling voice, he finally mustered up some courage and muttered, "The Night of Destruction?" What? Jun Wuxie was distracted. Lord Jun Gu is one of the Knights of Destruction, Nangong Lai said in a horrified tone. He had just mentioned something that even Jun Wuyao knew nothing about. Ever since Jun Wuyao escaped from the upper realm, the Lord had realized that the strength of the top 10 masters was not enough to satisfy him. Therefore, he had selected a few people from the upper realm and named them as the Knights of Destruction just below him. Their status was above the top 10 masters. However, this was only thing about the Knights of Destruction that he knew about. Basically, no one knew at the upper realm from the beginning. Even the 72 cities must respect the top 10 masters, not to mention the 4 Knights of Destruction who were one level higher than the top 10 masters. They had heard about the Knights of Destruction, but they did not know who they were. In the beginning, there was only one Knight of Destruction. The selection criteria was only known to the Lord. Those lucky ones who were selected would be blessed by the Lord and their power could be multiplied in a short span of time. At that time, even the most famous Luo Qingcheng among the top 10 masters, if she faced a Knight of Destruction, she would not last for long in an exchange. But for the Knights of Destruction, the people in the upper realm no longer regarded them as normal people, so they would never rank them in the upper realm. This gave Luo Qingcheng the strongest title in the upper realm, other than the Lord. In fact, the top 10 masters knew it for sure. Even if the 10 of them joined forces, they were not the opponent of even one knight. Lord Jun Gu is the latest Knight of Destruction. He was personally selected by the Lord himself a few years ago. Before Lord Jun Gu became a Knight of Destruction, no one had seen him. He was a nobody who appeared out of nowhere. But his strength is amazing. Nangong Lai told Jun Wuxie all he knew about Jun Gu. He didn't know why Jun Wuxie suddenly asked about Jun Gu. He didn't dare not answer and spilled all he knew out. Sure enough, Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed. Jun Gu's situation was as she expected. His position was higher than the top 10 masters. Where is he now? Jun Wuxie asked. Nangong Lai shook his head. The Knights of Destruction rarely comes in contact with us. We are like nobodies to them. How can we know where they live? All I know is that Miss Yen, she seems to be always by his side. Yen she. Jun Wuxie's mind suddenly remembered the woman who had taken Jun Gu away that day with that murderous look in her eyes. Jun Gu's mind was controlled by the rhinoceros horn. Just as Jun Wuxie predicted, Yen she was just a chess piece used by the Lord to control Jun Gu. Only people of the same level are qualified to contact the Lord Gu. Nangong Lai relented, but what he meant Jun Wuxie was very clear. Only by becoming a Knight of Destruction, or by being the suppressor of the top 10 exponents, will she have the opportunity to come into contact with Jun Gu. Having said all that, Nangong Lai closed his eyes resignedly. Perhaps the trauma bestowed by Jun Wuxie on him was too strong. So much so that he was not at all surprised at Jun Wuxie's action in the upper realm. It seemed as if she should have been. Since the beginning of Jun Wuxie's efforts to stop the upper realm, Nangong Lai knew that Jun Wuxie's enemy was not only Luo Qingcheng, but the entire upper realm. However, Nangong Lai waited for a long time, but his death did not come. He closed his eyes and was at a loss, and he suddenly heard the door closing. He opened his eyes, but the figure of Jun Wuxie had already disappeared from before him. All that was left was the corpse in front of him and the closed door. Jun Wuxie did not kill him. She just left. Nangong Lai sat back on the soft couch ruined. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. In the courtyard, Zhang Weilong watched Jun Wuxia come out of the room. Her heart almost leapt out from her throat. Master, Nangong Lai, Zhang Weilong said cautiously. House arrest. Jun Wuxia spat out these two words and strode out of the courtyard. When she stepped out of the door, the ground beneath her had been stained with blood as the dead bodies paved the way to the main door. Outside, the fire was burning strongly. The corpses were piled up like a mountain that was being swallowed by the flames. Yi Mei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Jun Wuxia, kneeling on one knee. The troops of the 5 cities have been annihilated. None has fled. Yi Mei's voice was calm and undisturbed. In a single sentence, it brought on the deaths of the 30,000 elite soldiers. Long before Jun Wuxia came to see Nangong Lai, she had arranged for Yi Mei to eliminate the army of the 5 cities. Even if Liang Chang and others screamed themselves hoarse, no one would come to their rescue. This was a battle of life and death. Jun Wuxia wanted to live, so her enemy had to die. Jun Wuxia's cold eyes swept over burning corpses and simply walked away. The coldness in her eyes did not thaw even with the flames. Zhang Weilong followed Jun Wuxia out of the house. Although the journey was short, she felt like she almost exhausted all her energy in her body. She had just stepped out of the door and saw that image of the corpses piled up high like a mountain, as they were being swallowed by the fire. Zhang Weilong's legs turned soft and she fell over in an instant. Fortunately, Ada appeared in time to help her stabilize. Mississippi. Ada looked at Zhang Weilong's pale face in anxiety. When the night regime fought with the army of the 5-city coalition, he stood by to observe the battle. He clearly saw how devastating the night regime was, and how the army of the 5-city coalition could not retaliate. It was with that same crushing force with which Jun Wuxia destroyed Longxian City. The strength of the elite soldier of the 5 cities was far above the army of Longxian City. However, even so, they were still just a flock of lambs to be slaughtered by the night regime. He, the Lord of Sea Spirit City, is truly ruthless. To cooperate with such a person, Miss, will you? Ada was a little worried. Before today, Jun Wuxia did not show any intent to massacre. But death came so suddenly, from the beginning to the end, within a blink of an eye. The battle of tens of thousands of troops, in Jun Wuxia's hands, was child's play. For the first time, Ada experienced true fear. The city lord of Sea Spirit City was terrifying. Zhang Weilong grabbed Ada's arm as she stared unblinkingly at Jun Wuxia's back. A back so thin, so slender, but gave Zhang Weilong the belief that she would never fall, and the burning flames were reflected in Zhang Weilong's eyes, tempting the fire buried deep in her heart to come out. Ada, do you know? Yes. The best decision I made in my life is to cooperate with him. I have a hunch that he will change the 72 cities. No, more accurately, he will change the entire upper realm. Zhang Weilong has never felt like this before. At the very moment, she was so emotionally charged. She had found the light at the end of a very dark tunnel. No matter that person was from hell, she would even step on blood to follow that person. When Jun Wuxia returned to the manor, the first thing she did was to bring everyone together to deal with the upcoming matters. The corpses of the 5-city coalition were too many, and a fire could burn them completely. Jun Wuxia threw those scorched and incomplete corpses out, a few miles from the gates of Sea Spirit City. The burnt smell could clearly be smelt. People who passed by Sea Spirit City soon noticed the anomaly. There were those who were curious and went to find out what happened. As a result, anyone who had seen the piles of scorched bodies couldn't help but vomit and had diarrhea. Under the exposure to the sun, the bodies had begun to rot. It was so disgusting that people had nightmares from the sight. The most shocking thing was that there were waste cards littered on the ground beside the rotting corpses. Although the corpses were destroyed by the fire, they could still distinguish the origins of the waste cards. Blazing Flame City, Resolute City, Hidden Demon City, Heaven Fiend City, Epic Vesper City. Among the top 10 cities, waste cards belonging to 5 of those cities are left next to those corpses. There wasn't a need to ponder. Everyone knew the origin of those corpses. The news had spread like an epidemic with the 72 cities. Outside Sea Spirit City, with the corpses of the five-city coalition piled up high as they were blatantly and unceremoniously discarded by Jun Wuxie. This was obviously a great slap to the face of the five-city coalition. When the news reached Nangong Yan's ears, Nangong Yan was still discussing with the Heaven Fiend City Lord on how to deal with the recent pressure from White Knight City. As a result, both of them were dumbfounded. "What did you say?" Nangong Yan stood up from his chair and stared at the guard who came to report. "I have just received news that Sea Spirit City has killed all the people we have sent, and those corpses have been thrown out of Sea Spirit City, and the waste cards of our men have also been discarded alongside the bodies as well. They are announcing to everyone their deeds," the guard said tremblingly. Nangong Yan's expression turned even blacker than the bottom of a burnt pot, as the Lord of Heaven Fiend City turned an unhealthy shade of green. They simply couldn't believe that the elite men they have sent have all been destroyed by Sea Spirit City. Just a few days ago, they received news from Nangong Lai that Sea Spirit City were aware of the current situation and had allowed them entrance into the city. He estimated that it wouldn't be too long before they took possession of the prescription. Moreover, the news was still fresh, and yet their soldiers were all dead? "Where's the news from? Is it true?" the Heaven Fiend City Lord asked again. The guard told them everything he had heard, that not only were the soldiers of the five-city coalition killed, the spies who were hiding in Sea Spirit City were killed as well. This was the reason why they had received the news so late. Not only that, the spies placed in the other cities were killed as well. Jun Wuxie cleaned up the entire Sea Spirit City with a bang. Nowadays, no one knew what was going on within Sea Spirit City. How is this possible? Sea Spirit City can destroy the five-city coalition? By themselves? What about Master Nangong? Nangong Yan refused to accept such unbelievable news. Although the number of people they sent this time was not many, they were all elite fighters. And the leader was Nangong Lai, one of the top 10 exponents. Such was the might of that army that even White Knight City might not be able to stomach in a single night. And yet, how could Sea Spirit City have done so, especially after fighting a number of battles successively? "We can't find any news of Master Nangong," the guard said guiltily. In fact, no one would have believed this piece of news, if not for the fact that many people had witnessed the scorched bodies in person. They wouldn't have been able to accept this fact so quickly otherwise. And actually, Master Guan Hu, Master Lu Yi, their heads, were placed in front of the corpses. They had found it hard to accept the deaths of Guan Hu and others. Although they were not as good as Nangong Lai, they were powerful in their own right. Not many people in the regular cities could be their opponents, and yet, they were all dead. What? The Lord of the Heavenly City suddenly blew up. A bloody sting was at his throat, and he couldn't spit it out. Sea Spirit City really did it so decisively? They really dared to kill Guan Hu and the others? This was a clear declaration of war on the five cities. Jun Wuxie's action was tantamount to slapping Nangong Yan and the four cities in the face, in front of everyone within the 72 cities. She had slapped them till they were befuddled. Damn Yan Hai. He really wants to cause havoc. Nangong Yan smashed the wooden table beside him. His eyes were bloodshot. The reaction of Heaven Fiend City Lord was exactly the same as that of Nangong Yan. They didn't care about how many people had died. What they really cared about was Jun Wuxie's complete and utter disregard for them. Someone's palm was already drawn up to their faces, and they didn't know till it was too late. How could they stand tall in front of the other cities? Send out the troops. I won't believe that a piece of a shit place like Sea Spirit City really has the ability to go against the natural order of things. If I don't raise Sea Spirit City to the ground, I will write the 3 words, Nangong Yan, backwards. Nangong Yan was thoroughly angry. Even after fighting with White Knight City for so many years, he had never been so embarrassed. He never thought that he would fail in an extremely simple task of eliminating Sea Spirit City. That city had caused him to lose face. The Lord of Heaven Fiend City looked at Nangong Yan's angry expression. He felt the same anger in his heart, but he also had an extra concern. It's not difficult to send troops to Sea Spirit City. Although they said they saw a lot of corpses, they still haven't heard any news about Master Nangong. I remember, did they bring news that Master Nangong is ill and bedridden? I think the reason why Sea Spirit City was able to succeed is probably because they used some unscrupulous means. Otherwise, with the strength of Master Nangong, how could he have fallen sick so easily? How Sea Spirit City destroyed our army remains to be discussed, but I can be sure they definitely did not do it honorably. Now, the pressure from White Knight City is mounting. If we were to transfer our forces to Sea Spirit City, the journey is long. If they become the target of White Knight City, I'm afraid it would be a conflict too close to home. The words of the Heaven Fiend City Lord calmed Nangong Yen down slightly. White Knight City recently had constant movement, and if Nangong Lai moved the troops in a fit of anger, White Knight City might find a chance to attack them. If so, it would be really difficult to defend against them. Do you think that this was done by Baizhu? He has always been silent. Is he in cahoots with the little bastard from Sea Spirit City to purposely scheme against us? Nangong Yen frowned. Baizhu was the city lord of White Knight City, and was famous for being a smiling tiger among the 72 cities. He was best at hurting people while keeping himself safe. It wasn't without reason that Nangong Lai thought so. After all, he would never believe that a city like Sea Spirit City could eat up their 5-city coalition army. It was really hard for him to accept. I think this possibility is very great. Otherwise, how did Sea Spirit City gather such tremendous courage to dare to provoke us like this? Most likely Baizhu is behind them, scheming against us. His plan is to anger us so that we will dispatch our troops to Sea Spirit City, leaving our cities defenseless so that he can attack us. Heaven Fiend City Lord kept nodding his head as he spoke. The possibility of such a plan grew bigger as he thought more about it. Baizhu, that bastard, is really insidious. Nangong Yen could not wait to dig out the ancestors of Baizhu from the grave and whipped them to vent his anger. Baizhu, who was thousands of miles away, sneezed for no reason. Without knowing why, he bore the blame for Jun Wuxia. At the same time, the people of the 5-city coalition cursed all 18 generations of his ancestors. In fact, Baizhu was really innocent this time. He didn't want to defraud Nangong Yen and the others, it was just that he never had the chance. He noticed Sea Spirit City but didn't put too much attention on the city until he heard the news of Sea Spirit City eating up the 5-city coalition army. It was then he treated the problem seriously. He had immediately sent someone to Sea Spirit City to seek out Jun Wuxia to discuss cooperation. Baizhu's style was completely different from Nangong Yan's tough and overbearing style. Although it seemed mild, it was very purposeful. He didn't care about a small city like Sea Spirit City, nor did he care about the elixir. The enemy of his enemy was his friend. Whenever he could disgust and anger Nangong Yen, he was a willing participant. Jun Wuxia had only just cleaned up the people from the 5-city coalition army, and hot on their heels was the messenger from White Knight City, who rushed to Sea Spirit City bearing gifts which filled a dozen carriages. Compared to the arrogance of the 5-city coalition army, this team from White Knight City looked more endearing. The leader was a clever young girl who was well-mannered and polite even before entering the city. There was no pride and arrogance in the messenger from the No. 1 city among the top 10 cities. Jun Wuxia, as expected, had let them into the city, and just as they did with the 5-city coalition army, did not see them for a few days. However, the people from White Knight City were not dissatisfied or angry. Instead, they said they could wait, that they were not in a hurry. They did not go out during the few days. Rather, they stayed in the courtyard, drinking tea and admiring the flowers. They treated the members of the night regime courteously. They didn't put on any airs. The representatives from White Knight City numbered to a dozen people, and it didn't look like they had come to declare war. After 5 days, Jun Wuxia agreed to meet the White Knight City representatives. The girl, who led the White Knight City entourage, immediately and excitedly encouraged her companions to be enthused and personally visited Jun Wuxia in the city lord's manor. The envoy of White Knight City thought that Jun Wuxia had agreed to speak with them. Who knew that upon seeing Jun Wuxia, the group was ordered to leave before they could even finish speaking. The group was sent out of Sea Spirit City directly, but their gifts were retained. Compared with the annihilation of the 5-city coalition, the expulsion of White Knight City was not as bad. Unable to entice Jun Wuxia to join White Knight City's camp, the envoy team of White Knight City could only return to their city. But this operation seemed to take on a different taste, as others have observed. Initially, although Sea Spirit City was stronger than before, but in the eyes of many cities, it was still viewed as a barren and weak city. Furthermore, the cities which were taken over by Jun Wuxia weren't very powerful cities. Thus Sea Spirit City was not taken too seriously. But after Jun Wuxia destroyed the 5-city coalition, no one in the 72 cities dared to underestimate Sea Spirit City any longer. Everyone became uneasy. Sea Spirit City, which dared to attack the top 5 cities. Wasn't it similar to a rabid dog, without scruples or hesitation? The envoy from White Knight City who came immediately after was also rebuffed. Although White Knight City did not meet with a miserable end, they also weren't afforded much regard by Sea Spirit City. White Knight City had not only represented itself, but was also represented one of the top 10 cities. Jun Wuxia had not only destroyed the army of the 5-city coalition, she even rebuffed the efforts of the other 5 cities. It could be said that the all-powerful top 10 cities had all been eaten by Jun Wuxia. None of them received any sort of benefit from her. Within that time, discussions of Sea Spirit City in the 72 cities reached unprecedented popularity, and those precarious surrounding cities were completely frightened of Jun Wuxia's vicious measures. By now, Jun Wuxia need not lead her army out of the city. Those cities have prepared big tributes and sent their envoys to Sea Spirit City to pay their respects to Jun Wuxia in hopes that their cities would not be destroyed. In the past, not many people would voluntarily visit Sea Spirit City. However, with the recent events, the city had become extremely lively. The envoys from various cities incessantly entered the city, and a large number of these treasures have been stuffed into Hell Rodent. Although these treasures could not be compared to Jun Wuyao's properties, but they were nonetheless valuable. Jun Wuxia didn't miss a single item. Taking advantage of various parties who had gathered within the city, Jun Wuxia publicly announced that the Banquet of Heroes will be held, and she had sent out the invitations to all 72 cities. Everyone didn't understand the motives of Jun Wuxia, but Sea Spirit was currently on a roll. Even if a city was not willing to attend, they still had to attend no matter how unpleasant it was. Otherwise, it might give Jun Wuxia an opportunity to use that as a pretext to invade and destroy their cities. Did they not want to live? In most of the 72 cities, preparations for the Banquet of Heroes were in full swing. However, in Blazing Flame City, there were still dark clouds lurking around. Nangong Yen had asked the other 4 lords to convene in order to discuss the Banquet of Heroes. Banquet of Heroes? Is Sea Spirit City worthy to organize it? The city lord of Heaven Fiend City looked on disdainfully. There were also banquets of heroes held previously in the 72 cities. The so-called Banquet of Heroes was to invite all the top exponents within the 72 cities to gather, and it also included the lords of the 72 cities. 1,000 years ago, when Baiju's father was the lord of White Knight City, he once hosted a Banquet of Heroes. White Knight City of yesteryear was even stronger than it was today. At the Banquet of Heroes that year, the 72 city lords and deputies were invited to go, and no one was absent during the heyday of White Knight City. Following the banquet, the lord of White Knight City passed away due to illness, and Baiju took over the ownership of the city. At that time, he was still young, and although he was extremely talented and powerful, he did not have the domineering nature of his father to suppress the 72 cities. He had weathered a lot of storms, received countless challenges and assassination attempts. After 100 years, White Knight City was finally stable again. However, because of the century of depletion, White Knight City was no longer flourishing, and no one there had the ability to host a Banquet of Heroes. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, another Banquet of Heroes would be hosted by the little city lord of Sea Spirit City? If this had happened thousands of years ago, Sea Spirit City would have become the biggest joke within the 72 cities. Even if the Sea Spirit City is not worthy of hosting the Banquet of Heroes, this matter has already been settled. I have heard news that the cities led by White Knight City have already taken action. They have brought tributes with them to Sea Spirit City, and with them leading the way, the other cities will also attend the banquet. Sea Spirit City now is different from the Sea Spirit City of the past. The city lord of Hidden Demon City frowned. He always felt a bit off about the sudden rise Sea Spirit City, but he couldn't pinpoint what was exactly wrong. If they want to go, then go. I am not going. This piece of shit Sea Spirit City. When Yen Wan was still around, he was just a piece of waste carrying my shoes. Now that his son has replaced him, and I have to go attend the banquet of heroes in Sea Spirit City? He's such a big shot, huh? The city lord of Epic Vesper City growled through gritted teeth. Guan, who was the most trusted confidant of Epic Vesper City Lord. Thus he was sent as the representative to Sea Spirit City. Who knew that Jun Wuxie would be so bold as to chop off Guan Hu's head? This caused Epic Vesper City's lord to hate Jun Wuxie to the bone. There was a saying that to beat the dog, one also had to find out who was its master. Jun Wuxie killed the dogs from the Five-City Coalition, and that was tantamount to slapping the 5 cities on their faces in front of everyone. How could he swallow this indignity? The Heaven Fiend City Lord looked at Nangong Yen with a somber face as he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Did you find out? Is White Knight City supporting Sea Spirit City from the back? If so, then this banquet of heroes we really have to go." Nangong Yen frowned. Based on current information, it is still uncertain. The rumors from outside are saying that the envoy of White Knight City was driven out by that Yen Hai kid. But that did not anger White Knight City. Even this banquet of heroes, they have encouraged those cities who are in alliance with them to go. I am still confused. If there is no alliance between them, then why is White Knight City giving many courtesies to Sea Spirit City? If it is an alliance, how can Sea Spirit City simply expel the White Knight City from its grounds? Nangong Yen had thought about this for a few days, but couldn't figure out anything. White Knight City has very tight defense, so they have not been able to successfully send spies into White Knight City. I think they don't have an alliance. The Hidden Demon City Lord said. Oh? Why do you say that? Nangong Yen raised his eyebrows slightly. If it is truly an alliance with the status of Sea Spirit City, you still cannot get White Knight City to give it so much respect. The reason is because White Knight City has the intention to entice Sea Spirit City, but Sea Spirit City is not agreeable to it. That's why the Smiling Tiger, Bai Zhu, is showing respect for the wise. The Hidden Demon City Lord replied. Like this, he can not only show Sea Spirit City his sincerity, but it can also mislead us and let us think that Sea Spirit City is already in alliance with them and force Sea Spirit City into a hostile position against us. He must have expected us to assume that Sea Spirit City is on his side and that we will not go to Sea Spirit City. That is why he purposely leaked the news. If we really fulfill his expectations, then I am afraid. The City Lord of Hidden Demon City did not finish what he wanted to say. After all, no matter what hidden agendas Bai Zhu may be hiding, one thing was very clear. That was the value of Sea Spirit City. At the beginning, it was a miscalculation to send their troops to Sea Spirit City. They also underestimated the strength of Sea Spirit City as they wanted to forcibly take over that city. But they were beaten by Jun Wuxie instead. Bai Zhu was very clever, he bided his time. After finding out the strength of Sea Spirit City, he approached them with caution and courtesy. Even after getting rebuffed, he still maintained his calm. What you're saying is, Sea Spirit City is really important. Nangong Yen had a great bias against Sea Spirit City, but in the face of absolute vested interests, there were no eternal enemies. When has that brat Bai Zhu made any loss in his dealings? Since he is being so patient with Sea Spirit City, it is enough to prove that Sea Spirit City has certain value. I think we should change our methods and try to get in touch with Sea Spirit City, said the City Lord of Hidden Demon City. But with the previous incident, the City Lord of Epic Vesper City had some hesitation as he looked at the City Lord of Hidden Demon City. For them to attend the banquet of heroes, did it not mean that they were bowing to Sea Spirit City? The corpses of their own soldiers had been piled up outside Sea Spirit City for so many days. They had lost face and now they had to attend the banquet of heroes? Wasn't this a continued humiliation, and won't it make people think that they were afraid of Sea Spirit City? Don't worry about this matter. There are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies in this world. Not to mention, Master Nangong was the one who led the soldiers to Sea Spirit City. We have nothing to do with it. The City Lord of Hidden Demon City sneered. At this moment, everyone immediately understood the meaning of the City Lord of Hidden Demon City. Wasn't he putting all the blame on Nangong Lai? Exactly. Amazingly, Nangong Yen agreed. Nangong Lai and the five-city coalition army entered the Sea Spirit City. Until now there was no news. Everything pointed to a disaster. Hence, it would be easy to push all the blame to him. This way, they could resolve any conflict between the five cities and Jun Wuxia. Master Nangong is one of the top 10 exponents. Thus, whatever he requests of his, we cannot disobey. But the attack on Sea Spirit City is not our intention at all. Nangong Yen took a deep breath and uttered those cold words. It was as if he had no relationship with Nangong Lai. Very good, even if we can't win over Sea Spirit City, at least we will not let White Knight City succeed. Otherwise, it will be very bad for us. Nangong Yan's words immediately won the approval of other city lords. Compared with the dead Nangong Lai, Sea Spirit City was more important, and they could never let White Knight City's scheme succeed. Otherwise, in the future, in the battle of power, it would put them in a very passive situation. With that decision, the city lords of the five cities left to each prepare for the banquet of heroes. No matter how much they were disgusted with and despised Jun Wuxia and Sea Spirit City, as long as it was to move against White Knight City, they would never back down. Soon, the news of Blazing Flame City and the other 4 cities traveling to Sea Spirit City spread, and everyone in 72 cities was dumbfounded. Oh, hadn't the 5 cities just have a big argument with Sea Spirit City? The crowd was confused. But the minds of the top 10 cities was not something they could predict. At the same time, in a magnificent palace in the upper realm, a handsome man crossed his slender legs and looked at the news that had just been delivered in his hands while his eyes narrowed slightly. The sexy lips evoked a mysterious smile as he propped his chin on one hand as he fanned that paper with the other. Banquet of Heroes? This is interesting. If I remember correctly, shouldn't the Sea Spirit City be the humblest among the 72 cities? Yet they are hosting the Banquet of Heroes? How could this happen? The man looked up with query as he stared at the black-robed man before him. My lord, I don't know about this matter. I only know that the Sea Spirit City has changed a lot recently. Since the new city lord had taken over, the strength has increased greatly. Now, the 72 cities have spread the news that Sea Spirit City has gotten a good treasure which has greatly improved the strength of the entire city. Not only have they conquered a few nearby cities, the 5 cities brought by Nangong Lai were completely destroyed. The black-robed man said, "Oh? So interesting." The man raised an eyebrow slightly. So far, there's no news at all from Nangong Lai. I guess that most of his subordinates are dead. Since Sea Spirit City can kill the Lord Nangong, who has won the top 10 masters, its strength is not to be underestimated. The black-robed man said. The handsome man waved his hand in a disapproving manner and lazily retorted. Nangong Lai has been abandoned since he returned from the Middle Realm. To the Lord, keeping him by his side is just like keeping an abandoned dog. Looking at his pathetic face now, he should no longer be considered as one of the top 10 masters. He has died. In fact, it's Yen Haiyov? The Sea Spirit City. The man touched his chin, his eyes narrowed dangerously. He's definitely fierce, strong, and interesting enough. Ask the young miss to come here. The man said. The black-robed man immediately retreated. After a while, a delicate and charming lady with a pale complexion entered the hall. Gu Xian Yen stood in the hall. When she looked up, she saw the handsome and graceful man sitting on the seat above. In the upper realm, Guing was in a high position. Who could be of equal status? And yet, there was a special superior status. After she saw the familiar yet strange face, Gu Xian Yen couldn't help but look down. Are you looking for me? Gu Xian Yan's voice was unusually calm. She had been worn away by all her vigor when she was under house arrest all these years. Now she was just a bird that could not fly and escape. There will be a banquet of heroes held in Sea Spirit City. You can represent me and give some gifts to that Yen Hai. Guing looked at the lifeless Gu Xian Yen with a smile. Why do you want me to go? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Gu Xian Yen lowered her head and said in a muffled voice. Where can you escape to? My sister, this is the upper realm. This is no longer the middle realm. You are no longer a noble young miss. So even if I let you run around the entire vast lands of the upper realm, tell me, with your current capabilities and beautiful appearance, How long can you survive? Gu Ying said sarcastically with a smile, revealing his cruelty and ruthlessness. Gu Xianyan's heart shook as she stood there stiffly. She had thought of escaping, she tried running away. In the upper realm, a place where gold spirits were aplenty, she was too weak. There was not a semblance of humanity and respect in this place. The beautiful young woman had become a prey to everyone. If she was caught, it was as good as being dead. Gu Xianyan did not want to admit that she was a cowardly person, as she was afraid that her last trace of dignity would be stripped off as well. Why is your face so pale? Gu Ying's voice suddenly rang in Gu Xianyan's ears. Suddenly, Gu Xianyan raised her head, widened her eyes and looked at Gu Ying's shadow. She did not know when she had appeared. Her whole blood seemed to be frozen at this moment, and her fingers were cold. Gu Ying narrowed his eyes and raised her hand to hold Gu Xianyan's chin. Those smiling eyes swept past Gu Xianyan's rigid face. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. He was laughing. His soft and gentle words passed into Gu Xianyan's ears. Be obedient and go. You haven't seen the great mountains ever since you came to the upper realm. This time, just go and play. Just hope that... Gu Ying's lips rose slightly. The cruelty of the upper realm doesn't scare you. Soon after saying that, Gu Ying let go of his hand, turned around and sat back down. He looked at Gu Xianyan with a smile, wondering what she was thinking. Gu Xianyan was so cold that she could only leave stiffly. After Gu Xianyan had left, the shadow of Gu Ying's eyes disappeared without a trace. Why does my lord keep such a woman by your side? It is too dangerous. I hope... A dark guard who had been hiding in the dark stepped out and looked at Gu Ying with a puzzled expression. Gu Xianyan had always been very repulsive towards Gu Ying, and her gaze was always deep and intent, and although the glint of hatred was shallow, it had never disappeared. She didn't even realize that the slightest bit of hatred could deepen and seemed like it had penetrated deep into her bone marrow. By keeping such a person beside him, all the dark guard saw was that Gu Ying was raising an enemy of his own, and he may be bitten at any time. Gu Ying looked up. He looked at the totem sketched on the top of the hall. His voice became vague. Did you know? A dog that everyone mistreats, even if it hates everyone, it won't bite the person who treats it well. The dark guard was slightly stunned. So, she's safe, and you? Gu Ying's eyes flashed slightly. A scream suddenly echoed into the empty hall. The dark guard who just asked fell into a pool of blood. His beating heart was now firmly held in the hands of Gu Ying. The sticky blood dripped down Gu Ying's long and beautiful fingers on the ground next to his feet. The blood dripped at his feet had formed a beautiful crimson flower. Being too curious is simply seeking death. Gu Ying smiled and looked at the dark guard in the pool of blood. He held the heart with his 5 fingers and tightened his grip. The heart was pinched in his hands. It feels good. Gu Ying whispered as a smile emerged and that laughter echoed in the blood-filled hall, making everyone feel creepy. Sounds of mourning seemed to come from hell. The banquet of heroes brought the city lords of the 72 cities who had not gathered in the past millennium together. Outside Sea Spirit City, streams of horse carriages rushed in. Since the rise of Sea Spirit City, although many people have heard the news but only very few have seen the changes of Sea Spirit City. When they came to Sea Spirit City, only then had they realized that Sea Spirit City had really changed. Yumao City's Su Yuanshan and East Peak City's Dongfang Ku Bai were good friends. The cities they were in charge of weren't very large. They were not ambitious and they thought alike. City Lord Su Yuanshan was originally going to inquire about the situation about Sea Spirit City's City Lord from Dongfang Ku Bai. However, along the way, Yu Yuanshan just heard Dongfang Ku Bai sing praises about Jun Wuxie's contributions on and on. The act that Dongfang Ku Bai did to try to please Yu Yuanshan made him suspect that Dongfang Ku Bai was not intimidated by surrendering to Jun Wuxie, but it was all voluntary. Originally, Yu Yuanshan also felt that the Dongfang Ku Bai was very pathetic. He was guarding East Peak City and did not provoke anybody to deserve this. But just because he was not far from Sea Spirit City, he was therefore beaten by Jun Wuxie. Fortunately, Dongfang Ku Bai knows the current situation and did not struggle further. However, after seeing Dongfang Kubai's fanatical worship of Jun Wuxie, Yu Yuanshan felt that he was such an unreliable city lord of East Peak City, and the city was far better to be under Jun Wuxie's care. Never had he seen such cowardice before. However, when Yu Yuanshan and Dongfang Kubai came to the Sea Spirit City, they sat in a carriage and looked out the window and saw the fortitude of the city. Now he understood that Dongfang Kubai was not a coward. He just knew the way to survive. These are the soldiers of Sea Spirit City. Yu Yuanshan opened the window and watched the group of soldiers wearing black light armor pass by. He could not help swallowing his saliva. This team of soldiers imposed were all strong and filled with vigor. At a glance, they felt frightened. Even if they did nothing, Yu Yuanshan felt the murderous intent from them. Even if they knew that the murderous intent was not directed against him, Yu Yuanshan felt that his legs were wobbly. Is this the type of soldier that a weak city should have? Even the soldiers in the number 1 White Knight city from the 72 cities weren't that terrifying. He felt like he saw a group of Haid Lords passing by. How's it? I didn't lie to you, right? The fighting force of the City Lord is absolutely tough. Fortunately, I knew the current situation and did not lose anything. You can see how badly devastated Puppet City was under their assault. Dongfang Kubai hummed. Puppet City was the city that Jun Wuxie attacked after conquering East Peak City. The City Lord did not believe in the combat power of Sea Spirit City, so he directly led his troops out of the city to fight. On that day, Puppet City was washed with blood and blood flowed out like a river as bodies piled up like mountains. The bloody stench was so suffocating that it frightened all the commoners who were too scared to even stand. Yu Yuanshan swallowed his saliva again and remained obedient. Puppet City, which was attacked by Jun Wuxie, had become a ghost town. I'm pretty convinced. Fortunately, I have a brother to remind me, otherwise I don't know how many jokes I will make out of myself. I must really thank you for this. Yu Yuanshan cupped his fists before his chest and saluted to Dongfang Kubai. You're welcome. So long as you're optimistic. This time round, there are definitely people who are waiting for a good show. By that time, there will be a good show. You just have to follow me. Dongfang Kubai patted his chest with lofty sentiments as his eyes revealed some excitement. The corner of Yu Yuanshan's mouth twitched slightly. All he could do was to nod his head. In the City Lord's manor, Jun Wuxie was looking at the stacks of congratulations cards sent. The hall of the City Lord's manor had been filled and piled up with treasures piled up like a mountain. Yi Jie held the hell rodent and squatted one side while stuffing its mouth with all sorts of treasures. Meh! Lord Meh kicked its small hoof against the piles of gold and silver. Its limbs were tied up with a circle of pearl chains, and it looked down at the huge pearls with its head down, and it looked like it was having a good time. However, the sacrificial blood rabbit jumped among the treasures. Not knowing which city lord had sent the congratulatory gift, it pulled a huge emerald cabbage, humming and hugging with his paws and feeling satisfied. The black cat sat calmly on Jun Wuxie's shoulders, looking at the appearance of two silly ones speechlessly. When Xiao Chu and the rest arrived, they had to lean one side before they could squeeze in. The hell rodent could swallow a large number of treasures, but it was slower than the speed of the treasures rushing in. In addition to the gifts given to the banquet of heroes from many cities, a congratulatory gift was also additionally sent to celebrate Jun Wuxie becoming the city lord of the Sea Spirit City. Even though this matter had passed for a long time, they still sent in the gifts using this reason. It feels so wonderful. Xiao Chu could not find the chair anymore, and sat down on a pile of gold and silver treasures with a happy face. Help yourself. Jun Wuxie looked up from the gift lists and glanced at her friends. No, it takes up too much space. Rong Ruo waved her hands immediately. They didn't have a ring spirit like the hell rodent who could store things. There was no place to put these things at all. Besides, it was Jun Wuxie who reimbursed them all the expenses. They didn't have to spend a single cent. Most of the 72 city lords have already arrived. The few other city lords from the top 10 cities are still on their way. But I heard that even Nangong Yen has come. This Nangong Yen is really shrewd. He was defeated so badly previously and he still dared to attend the feast. Fan Zhua said as he found a place to stand. The city lords of the top 10 cities are not fools, else they would not be held in this high position. Jun Wuxie said faintly. She didn't care if Nangong Yen would come or not. His presence made no difference. I am definitely looking forward to it. What kind of expression Nangong Yen and the rest would have when they arrive. Fei Yen touched his chin. What he loved most was to watch a good show. Jun Wuxie raised her eyes slightly and looked at her few companions who seemed very relaxed and slowly asked, "Are you very free?" Fei Yen and others immediately looked at her, stunned momentarily. Jun Wuxie suddenly stood up and threw all the things at Xiao Chu. "Do the records." After that, she left without looking back. For a while, Fei Yen and others looked at each other wryly. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't come over to join in the bustle. Was it too late to regret now? The people from the 72 cities had been arranged properly, and there were still a few days before the Banquet of Heroes. Those city lords had greatly changed their impression of Sea Spirit City, but they still couldn't hide their curiosity. All of a sudden, everyone was curious why Sea Spirit City had suddenly become so formidable. After entering the city lords did not dare to openly find out the reason on their own. They could only bring their men into the city to find clues covertly. They tried to bribe the people and see if they could buy some news in Sea Spirit City. Jun Wuxie knew it from the first day, but she didn't respond to it. Instead, she issued an order that if anyone from the 72 cities bribed the night regime members, they shall keep the money and sell them the news about the elixir at the same time. Only Jun Wuxie could do this. As a result, thanks to the people in the 72 cities, the night regime became rich overnight. This made the comrades in the ghost army who had been hiding in the dark, depressed and vomit blood. They could not wait to change with the night regime so that they could also enjoy accepting bribes. In fact, Dongfangku Bai often ran to the city lord's manor. His diligent, pleasing act was detested by many city lords. But when they saw that Dongfangku Bai's efforts were rewarded, they became annoyed and angry. Especially when they saw Dongfangku Bai holding the gifts that they had given to Jun Wuxie. They regretted and began to wonder whether they should do the same to please him. After waiting for a few days, everything in Sea Spirit City was stable. Except for the spies from the 72 cities, rushing around the city to get news. A few days later, the 5 cities headed by the White Knight City arrived. 2 days later, a group of people such as the Blazing Flame City rushed over as well. All the city lords of the 72 cities had gathered here. However, after the top 10 cities entered, the atmosphere in the Sea Spirit City became a bit subtle. The top 10 cities were divided into 2 groups. After fighting for many years, there were also many supporters from the other cities. When the 2 parties arrive, they could often be seen in the streets and alleys of the Sea Spirit City. Everyone started to quarrel on the spot. When one starts the fight, the other would want to win. But after much argument, no bloodshed occurred. Only because Jun Wuxie issued an order that no one was allowed to fight in Sea Spirit City and not cause any damage to Sea Spirit City. Damaged assets shall be compensated 100-fold. As a result, no matter how bad the situation was, there were no fights or damage. With the 72 cities coming together, the Banquet of Heroes was about to begin. On the night of the banquet, Jun Wuxie hosted the banquet in the city lord's manor and invited the other city lords. Only the city lords were allowed to enter the banquet. Any deputy city lords, followers, or guards were not welcome at all to attend it. That was a demanding request from Jun Wuxie. Many city lords were dissatisfied, but the top 10 cities remained unexpectedly quiet. Even Nangong Yen, who had always been high profile, did not voice out any objections, but cooperated well instead. The 10 cities were silent, and so did the other city lords. That night, the Sea Spirit City's main hall was brightly lit. All the city lords were smartly dressed. A team of soldiers sent their city lords to the door and remained standing still. The banquet had not yet begun. There were already thousands of soldier escorts from various cities, squeezing outside the door and standing by to fight any time. Inside the city lord's manor, there was another scene. The melodious music was accompanied by the moonlight, and the evening wind stirred the intoxicating fragrance of fine wine. The the city lords of the 72 cities chatted in small groups. Their main topic was about the city lord of Sea Spirit City, as not many people had seen him before. It was said to be the city lords of 72 cities. But the number of people present was less than 70. It was because other than Dongfang Ku Bai, several city lords had been killed by Jun Wuxie when she took over the cities. At the start of the feast, the city lords had taken their seats. Now they started to look forward for the city lord to appear. Among the city lords in the banquet, a man dressed in white was very eye-catching. The handsome man was smiling. He had thin lips and was talking to the people around him. He looked like a young man of age 27. No one would have guessed he was of this young age. Bai Zhu, the city lord of White Knight City, faced many challenges since he took over the White Knight City. He was able to defend the White Knight City against the enemies. This was how he kept his status as the city lord of the city till now. Other city lords couldn't help looking at the Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu was smiling and looked gentle, but everyone remained careful and wary of him. As known, ever since Bai Zhu took over the White Knight City, he had killed countless people. At that time, White Knight City had once been a place washed in blood. This was how the city got its peace and stability today. Although Jun Wuxie had not yet appeared, the atmosphere between Bai Zhu and Nangong Yen had started to stir as a storm brewed. Bai Zhu was more handsome and younger than Nangong Yen, who was middle-aged. Their clashing gazes were flashing across like thunder and lightning. The other city lords were afraid of getting involved in the conflict and tried to avoid the war between them. Smiling tiger, Nangong Yen sneered. Although his voice was not soft, the other city lords could still hear it very clearly. Bai Zhu slightly raised his eyes and looked at Nangong Yen. He swirled the wine cup in his hand slowly with a grin on his lips and said, "Brother Nangong, I thought you would not come this time." Nangong Yen snorted. "Is there a reason why I should not attend?" Bai Zhu laughed and said, "Brother Nangong, you have a wide heart. If my army was slaughtered outside the Sea Spirit City, I'm afraid I won't dare to come here again. After all, I will definitely not want to recall my failure again whenever I step into this city." Bai Zhu was smiling in his voice. This had angered Nangong Yen that he almost spat out blood. Blazing Flame City was the leading city that sent the coalition armies to the Sea Spirit City to fight. But they did not expect that their army would be the ones buried here. Only Bai Zhu had the guts to outright point out Nangong Yen's failure. Not only that, Bai Zhu did not spare any feelings for Nangong Yen. Nangong Yen gritted his teeth in anger and stared at Bai Zhu. He tried pressing down his anger. "It was Master Nangong who ordered us to send the 5 cities coalition. Do you think that it is possible to refuse Master Nangong's request?" Nangong Yan's words stunned everyone. Does this mean that it had all become Nangong Lai's fault? One has to know, now that no one knows whether or not Nangong Lai was dead or alive. Everyone knew exactly why the army came. However, there was no testimony of witnesses against Nangong Yan's remarks. Oh? In that case, it was unhappy that Master Nangong wanted to come to Sea Spirit City. Bai Zhu asked with a smile. "Whatever it is, just ask Master Nangong yourself." Nangong Yen hummed coldly. Bai Zhu smiled and did not speak again. Everyone knew Nangong Yan's shamelessness. Nangong Lai was his son, and he was one of the top 10 masters. He had always been taking care of Blazing Flame City. But as soon as Nangong Lai disappeared, Nangong Yen started to put the blame on Nangong Lai in order to ease the relationship with Sea Spirit City. He was really ruthless. There were a lot of discussions at the banquet, but everyone disagreed with Nangong Yen. Outside the banquet, on a second-floor building in the City Lord's Manor, a figure looked through the window and saw all the happenings in the banquet. Each and every word from Nangong Yen was heard clearly. Nangong Lai held the window frame firmly. His eyes seemed to have ignited a fiery flame under the candlelight. He looked at Nangong Yen sitting at the banquet. His face tensed up with nervousness. Never would it come across his mind that Nangong Yen would be so heartless and had no affection for him at all. He protected Blazing Flame City for so many years, but as a result he became a scapegoat for Nangong Yen. What is he? Heard that clearly? A slightly cold voice sounded from behind Nangong Lai. Nan Gonglai clenched his both fists tightly. After a long silence, he turned his head and looked at Jun Wuxie, who was sitting behind. Jun Wuxie did not kill him. He even treated him for his injuries and helped to relieve his depressed mood. Nan Gonglai did not understand why Jun Wuxie kept letting him off time and time again. He had seen for himself how cruel and ruthless Jun Wuxie was. She did not even spare any of the gold spirits in the middle three realms. Her heart was colder than ice. But why didn't she kill him? Nan Gonglai couldn't understand. What do you want me to do? Nan Gonglai took a deep breath and looked at Jun Wuxie. He couldn't guess her mind. The upper realm only respects the strong. I am way stronger than you. Do you need me to teach you how to do it? Jun Wuxie looked at Nan Gonglai. Nan Gonglai was young and had no serious intentions, so she spared him his life, and moreover, she needed someone who knew his way and led in the upper realm. Jun Wu Yao could not do this role as he could not reveal his identity. Zhang Weilong couldn't because she was not influential enough. Only Nan Gonglai could fulfill this role. Nan Gonglai widened his eyes slightly and looked at those cold eyes. The next moment, he knelt down on one knee and lowered his proud head in front of Jun Wuxie. Nan Gonglai meets his master. Jun Wuxie nodded her head with satisfaction as she slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Come on. It's time for the banquet. Nan Gonglai was stunned. He stood up with flames ignited in his eyes. At the banquet, the sound of music stopped abruptly and people's voices stopped immediately. Their eyes could not help looking at the entrance door of the banquet. Only a young man was seen walking into the banquet accompanied by 2 guards. The look of the young man was so outstanding, but the breath emanating from his body was very strong. That cold and indifferent temperament was a total opposite of the hustle and bustle of the banquet, and no matter how noisy it was, it could not break that isolation and indifference emanated. Was this the new city lord of Sea Spirit City? Everyone had the same question in their minds. With everyone's attention on Jun Wuxie, she walked to the main seat. Whether it was intentional or unintentionally, the banquet seat arrangement was very ingenious. The main seat was surrounded by all the other seats, but it was placed in a more prominent position. Suddenly, there was a flurry of congratulations from the guests. Nan Gongyen was observing Jun Wuxie closely. That was the young man who created a chaotic war in the 72 cities. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the person who destroyed their 5-city coalition would be this young. While Nan Gongyen was sizing up Jun Wuxie, Bai Zhu was also closely observing Jun Wuxie under his own discretion. It just so happened that his gaze collided with Jun Wuxie's. Hence he immediately smiled and raised his wine cup politely. However, at this time, Jun Wuxie's gaze passed him and fleeted over the other city lords. That was the first time Bai Zhu had been ignored, and he was surprised. Sea Spirit City Lord was indeed interesting. After Jun Wuxie sat down, she kept quiet. She looked around at the city lord's expressions before she looked back down. She didn't have the intention to raise her glass or drink together, and didn't even wish to say anything. At this moment, the whole banquet was in silence. Everyone was feeling intense and nervous. Although some of them had never participated in the previous Banquet of Heroes, they knew that Jun Wuxie was the host. No matter what, they had to remain polite till the banquet started. But they had been waiting for a long time. Jun Wuxie's silence made them feel uneasy. They couldn't help but wonder if the new city lord who had brought chaos to the 72 cities was prepared to do something shocking. At this moment, they had thought too much. Jun Wuxie had never hosted a Banquet of Heroes before. Jun Wuyao despised all these people around her, while Qiao Chu and the others were used to being wild. Nobody had advised her on the duties of being the host, and since this was a farce, all that she needed to do was to be a spectator and nothing else. But her silence made everyone uneasy, especially the guilty Nan Gongyen, who had been staring at Jun Wuxie's every move. After seeing Jun Wuxie had no intention to speak, that rendered the whole banquet in an awkward silence. He could only think how cold Jun Wuxie's gaze towards him was. Could it be? Was Jun Wuxie trying to scare him with her silence? Obviously, Nan Gongyen was not the only one who had this thought. The city lords of Heaven Fiend City and Hidden Demon City were guessing the same. They looked at Nan Gongyen involuntarily, hinting that he needed to resolve the misunderstanding between them and Jun Wuxie. Nan Gongyan narrowed his eyes and took a couple of breaths to show his grievance that he had to please a young lad. If Baizhu had not been glaring over fiercely, he would not be so embarrassed. Suddenly, Nan Gongyan stood up from his seat, holding a cup of wine in his hand, and stiffened as an ugly smile emerged on his tensed face. I heard that the city lord of Sea Spirit City is young and promising. Now that I have seen it for myself today, its good reputation is well deserved. The Banquet of Heroes has not been held for a long time. Today, we have the grace of it being hosted by our young hero, Lord Yen. After hearing what Nangong Yen had said, Jun Wuxie slowly raised her head. Her cold gaze was focused on Nangong Yen, unable to discern any emotions emanated. Jun Wuxie did not say anything, but there someone was waiting to see Nangong Yan's embarrassment. A burst of laughter suddenly echoed across the silent banquet. Nangong Yen frowned immediately and looked at the person who made the noise. As a result, he saw Baizhu, that smiling tiger. Lord Bai's laughter? Nangong Yen chuckled coldly. Baizhu's eyes were smiling, and he was not afraid of Nangong Yan's displeased looks. It's nothing. It's just a little interesting to see Brother Nangong get embarrassed. I wonder if Brother Nangong had something to explain to the city lord about the five-city coalition? Nangong Yan's expression turned somber. He was going to wait for Jun Wuxie to speak and follow along. However, when he thought that Baizhu was so shameless, he just exposed his intention. Nangong Yen snuck a peek to have a look at Jun Wuxie's reaction. He saw that she was getting impatient. The five-city coalition was a misunderstanding. Only a few of us followed Master Nangong's order. How can we destroy the peace of the 72 cities? I don't think I need to explain much about this matter. With the wisdom of Lord Yen, who is wise, I am confident that you will understand the truth. Nangong Yan's words were said beautifully. In fact, he was not trying to explain anything. But the purpose was to give himself and Jun Wuxie a step back. He had already shown in advance that Jun Wuxie was not a fool and did not want to be the enemy of the five cities. As for the real reason for sending troops, who really cares? Baizhu looked at Nangong Yen with a lot of emotions. He had never seen anyone shameless like him. In a certain sense, Nangong Yen could take setbacks. What Brother Nangong said was reasonable, I have learnt. Baizhu cupped his hand and said it in a sincere tone, but his smile showed disdain. Jun Wuxie hadn't spoken. Nangong Yen and Baizhu had started first. The city lords just watched the show, and they didn't dare to speak. Jun Wuxie waited until the two had finished speaking, and then lowered the tea cup in her hand. She looked up at Nangong Yen and said, "It means Nangong Lai?" Nangong Yen nodded. Jun Wuxie said nothing, just raised her hands and clapped them. The crisp clap was not loud, but it resounded particularly clear in the silent night. Everyone thought that Jun Wuxie was signaling for a dance performance to start, but did not expect that at the entrance of the banquet, a tall figure suddenly came. Everyone looked up. When the man walked under the lights, he showed his true face in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. They were all jolted and rooted to the ground in shock. The wine cup in Nangong Yan's hand fell onto the ground directly. Nangong Lai walked into the banquet dressed in a black robe with dark gold embroidery. The proud demeanor and the cold features were clearly visible under the candlelight. Everyone was shocked. They had never dreamed that Jun Wuxie's clap would summon Nangong Lai instead of the banquet performers. Nangong Lai was not dead. He was still alive. Everyone was shocked by the fact that he appeared in front of them. In addition to the shock, the corners of their eyes flew to the stiff Nangong Yen involuntarily. Nangong Lai wasn't dead. So if Nangong Yen had poured dirty water on his head, had Nangong Lai heard it? If he heard this, there would be a great show ahead. Nangong Yen looked at Nangong Lai unbelievably. He was unwilling to believe that Nangong Lai was still alive. The rest of the five-city coalition were all dead. There was no reason that he would spare Nangong Lai, but no matter how unbelievable he felt, Nangong Lai strutted across and walked past him. The moment Nangong Lai's gaze swept by Nangong Yan's body, Nangong Yen felt a great murderous intent. That dense murderous intent stunned Nangong Yen. Nangong Lai had never looked at him with such an expression, and it was obvious that he had become the target of Nangong Lai's hostility. Nangong Yan's blood was frozen at this moment. He panicked and scolded Jun Wuxie like 1,000 times in his heart. There was no news of Nangong Lai at all. What kind of means did Jun Wuxie use to kill the five-city coalition? However, those who had seen it could not help but have goosebumps. No one would think that Jun Wuxie would leave Nangong Lai alive. Now that they thought about it, they had not seen the dead body of Nangong Lai. Everything was just a guess. At this moment, Nangong Yen wished that Nangong Lai had died. Those said words. Nangong Lai might have heard them all. Nangong Lai glared coldly at Nangong Yen, whose face had turned pale. He walked to Jun Wuxie's side, nodded slightly to Jun Wuxie and sat down next to her. There was a strange silence in the entire banquet. Everyone's eyes could not help looking at Nangong Lai and Nangong Yan's body language. Nangong Lai's attitude towards Nangong Yen made them look forward to a good show. The smile in Baiju's eyes grew stronger. Even if Nangong Yen was the smartest, he was still defeated by Jun Wuxie. He seriously suspected that Jun Wuxie intentionally let Nangong Lai appear at this moment so as to push all the responsibilities and spoke ill of Nangong Yen. With these happenings, the timing was just perfect. Lord Nangong, Jun Wuxie suddenly said. The cold voice agitated Nangong Yen to fight him right away. Sit down, Jun Wuxie said indifferently. Nangong Yan's whole muscles were tightened to the extreme. He sat for a while before sitting back stiffly. His face was ugly like never before. What he said before, Jun Wuxie, the city lords of the 72 cities as well as Nangong Lai had heard it all. There was no need for anyone to say a word. When Nangong Lai came to him, he realized that he was being framed. At this moment, Nangong Yen could only lower his head. He tried not to let himself and Nangong Lai had any eye contact. Of course, Baiju was unwilling to let him have his way. I haven't seen Master Nangong for a long time. Now let me borrow a gift to pay respect to Master Nangong. Baiju stood up with a smile and generously toasted Nangong with a glass of wine. Nangong Lai had a somber face and raised his perfunctory toast. Baiju did not intend to stop there. He glanced at Nangong Yen, whose face turned from white to black, and smiled. Master Nangong has been a guest in Sea Spirit City for quite a while? Yes, said Nangong Lai. It turned out that the rumors from the outside had surfaced. I heard it before. It seems that Master Nangong was dissatisfied with Sea Spirit City before bringing the five-city coalition to Sea Spirit City. Now it seems that I have made a mistake by believing what others have said, Baiju said in an apologetic tone. But every word was poking into Nangong Yan's heart. Weren't these spoken by Nangong Yen, who said it just not too long ago? Baiju was trying to outcast Nangong Yen. Everyone could hear it. However, Nangong Yen was blackmailed and he didn't have the courage to retaliate. Nangong Lai's fierce gaze turned towards Nangong Yen. His last trace of gratitude to Nangong Yen was gone. Nangong Yen was very experienced and deep in his calculations. He had seen the talent of Nangong Lai since he was a child. He did not deliberately suppress it like Yen Wan. Instead, he was very kind to Nangong Lai since he was young. It was commendable even though Nangong Lai knew that Nangong Yen had the intention to make use of him. He would still faintly imagine that there might still be a trace of father-son feeling between them. As a result, after Nangong Lai became one of the top 10 masters, he also took great care of Blazing Flame City. It was because of his support that Blazing Flame City had a strong backup to fight against White Knight City. Now Nangong Yen had ruined everything, crushing the last of hope in Nangong Lai's heart. It's a rumor, but why take it seriously? Jun Wuxie suddenly said. The sharpness in Nangong Lai's eyes also slightly converged, and he said, Yen Cheng said that there are many people who like to spread rumors around. Days have been spent too leisurely that people start talking nonsense. They should be careful of what they are saying. Nangong Yen shivered when those words were obviously meant for him. None of the people could understand the threat in Nangong Lai's words. They had realized that the largest chip in the Blazing Flame City was gone. Nangong Lai had decided to break bonds with Nangong Yen. But by losing Blazing Flame City, They were afraid that he would no longer have the power to fight back. But when Blazing Flame City lost the biggest power, Sea Spirit City gained a strong backing. Nangong Lai's words were cold, but he was extremely polite towards Jun Wuxie. Even the blind could see that respect, compared with that towards Nangong Yen. The relationship between Nangong Lai and Jun Wuxie made everyone curious. Didn't Nangong Lai bring people to fight against Sea Spirit City? Why did the people in the 5 cities die and Nangong Lai shifted to support Jun Wuxie? A huge question hovered in everyone's head, but they were not stupid enough to ask about it. Not to mention that Nangong Lai's identity would not allow them to question. Jun Wuxie's capability and the strength of Sea Spirit City were enough to shut them up. This is good. This is good. I'm so foolish, and punishes himself by drinking 3 cups. Baizhu can be said to be the biggest winner. He was watching Nangong Yen eating. He was happier than anyone else. Anyway, he did not offend both Jun Wuxie and Nangong Lai. He was naturally happy. Baizhu drank 3 glasses of wine in a happy mood and sat down. Contrary to Baizhu's smile, Nangong Yan's face almost turned black. Having offended one of the top 10 masters, even one of the top 10 cities, and could not stand against it. Nangong Yen had never expected that he would shame himself in front of other city lords and ended up putting himself against Jun Wuxie and offend her. While everyone was wondering how Nangong Lai was going to end this with Nangong Yen, members of the Ghost Army charged in hurriedly into the banquet. They kneeled down on one knee before Jun Wuxie. Reporting City Lord, a guest has arrived. Jun Wuxie raised her eyebrows slightly. For the Banquet of Heroes, they had invited the 72 city lords, all whom were present. At this moment, a guest had arrived. This guest would definitely be of high profile, otherwise the Ghost Army will not come to report. Who is it? Jun Wuxie asked. People sent by Highness Ing, said the members of the Ghost Army. Jun Wuxie's eyes were slightly puzzled. Highness Ing? She had never heard of this person. Nangong Lai apparently noticed the doubt of Jun Wuxie and whispered, Highness Ing is the son of the Lord. His status in the upper realm was equivalent to the 4 Knights of Destruction. He is moody and temperamental. If he suddenly sent someone at this time, it doesn't matter what the reason is. Manners must still be in place. Son of the Lord? Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said immediately, Please. Members of the Ghost Army immediately retreated to the side. At the banquet, the city lords of the 72 cities had already exploded with excitement. They also heard something about this Highness Ing. But the city lords themselves were not superior enough to contact him and other people of similar status. They could only know about him from hearsay. However, no one thought that the Banquet of Heroes hosted by Jun Wuxie could even alarm Highness Ing to even send someone to represent him. In a moment, everyone's awe towards Jun Wuxie increased a few times. A top 10 master Nangong Lai and now, a Highness Ing. Both were huge identities whom they could not provoke. What kind of luck did Yen Hai possess? He could even manage to invite such 2 big names. At the time of the discussion, the person sent by Highness Ing had arrived at the banquet. Everyone kept quiet at this moment, looking at the person cautiously and in awe. A gorgeous woman stood out under the moonlight, and the candlelight fell on the woman's face, adding a little dazzling halo to her beautiful face. Her long dress trailed behind her as she walked in unhurriedly. When Jun Wuxie saw the woman, she was surprised. It's her? I'm Gu Xian Yen, representing Highness Ing to greet all the city lords. Here is a congratulatory gift prepared by His Highness for the City Lord of Sea Spirit City. Please accept it. Gu Xian Yen kept her voice cold and looked up slightly without looking at anyone else, and numbly finished her words. Jun Wuxie condensed the slightest surprise in her eyes, slowly got up, and walked towards Gu Xian Yen. Thank you for the effort, Jun Wuxie said. A little familiar voice suddenly shocked Gu Xian Yan's numb heart. She lowered her head subconsciously and looked at the person who said it. Standing in front of her was a handsome young man, thin, not tall, and did not look dazzling, but had a pair of cold eyes. A loud sound hummed in Gu Xian Yan's head. Her eyes widened slightly. She stared at Jun Wuxie. but she could not find any trace of familiarity from her expression. It was the voice which was also very different from her memory. Her words sounded so cold. Gu Xianyan came back to her senses. She realized she had lost her composure as she took a deep breath and calmed her mind. "This is Yen Hai, the city lord of Sea Spirit City?" She couldn't help asking. With no expression on his face, Jun Wuxie's eyes were calm, and she said lightly, "Exactly." The voice, indeed, was much worse. Gu Xianyan was a little disappointed but also seemed to mock herself for her foolish thoughts. How could that person be here? After killing Luo Qingcheng, she came to the upper realm, but it was also a narrow escape from death. It was better to never set foot here again. Gu Xianyan raised her hand, and the guard, who was behind her, was about to present the gift. "Please sit down." Jun Wuxie accepted the gift as she spoke to Gu Xianyan. Gu Xianyan nodded as she moved to her seat with her guard. She was unconcerned about everything here. To her, this feast was just a farce. However, the 72 city lords were curious about Gu Xianyan. Gu Xianyan's appearance was outstanding. Although she was not the finest, she was still quite outstanding. Not only that, they have heard that Highness Ing had been keeping a lady of beauty by his side, and seemed to be inseparable from him. That person is most likely her. Highness Ing actually sent this person to bring tribute to Jun Wuxie. That was how much attention is being paid to Jun Wuxie. When that group of people thought about it, their hearts trembled. Only the fear in Nan Gongyan's heart was deeper. Even the city lords of the cities led by him felt even more regretful at this moment. If they had known that Jun Wuxie had a certain relationship with Highness Ing, then even if it killed them, they would not have tried to butt heads with Jun Wuxie. This was great. They had offended Sea Spirit City and also offended Nangong Lai, and now Highness Ing was added to the equation. They suddenly felt that even if Baizhu did not make a move, their 5 cities would still be down on their luck. What the hell did they do wrong? The stomachs of the city lords of the 5-city coalition were all twisted and they were sick with worry, but they still had to pretend that nothing was wrong even if their hearts were already bleeding. The participation of Gu Xianyan caused a more than subtle shift in the atmosphere of the Banquet of Heroes. It had seemingly highlighted the identity of Jun Wuxie. As everyone pondered about how many bargaining chips Jun Wuxie held, they drank more and more. Just as they were getting intoxicated, Jun Wuxie put down her white jade cup. Everyone raised their eyes to look at Jun Wuxie, waiting for her to speak. Jun Wuxie looked at the crowd with no expression on her face and said, "This feast is solely for the purpose of announcing something to everyone." "Huh? Something to announce?" Everyone paid immediate attention. Jun Wuxie spoke. "From today onwards, Sea Spirit City is the overlord of the 72 cities. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to come forward and challenge me." As soon as Jun Wuxie finished speaking, the marble table in front of her shattered from what seemed like immense pressure. It started from the bottom of her white jade cup and spread like a huge cobweb. The shattering sound, in the dead silent hall, was like the nerves in the listener's ears, exploding one by one. Even the ever-calm Baizhu also widened his eyes after hearing Jun Wuxie's words. Overlord of the 72 cities. What was he talking about? Everyone couldn't believe their ears. The whole banquet hall fell deadly silent, and everyone was staring at Jun Wuxie, thinking if they were hearing things. "Yan, Lord Yan, are you kidding me?" asked a shivering voice. 72 cities unified? Was he crazy? Jun Wuxie calmly looked at the questioning city lord and said with a loud voice, "The strongest is king. Do you not understand this?" A pop sounded. The marble table in front of Jun Wuxie shattered into powder at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Jun Wuxie. They never dreamt that the purpose of this banquet of heroes was for Jun Wuxie to unify the 72 cities under one. At this point, not only was Nan Gongyan's expression dreadful, even the smile on Baizhu's face had faded. After so many years of infighting amongst the top 10 cities, no one had emerged at the top. No one would also dare to be so arrogant as to announce that they would become the overlord of the 72 cities. In the end, the first that Jun Wuxie appeared in front of all the city lords and said such astounding words, the entire banquet was shaken to its core. The strength of Sea Spirit City, the fall of Nangong Lai, and the congratulations of Highness Ing made the city lords of the other cities afraid. But those were not enough to make them bow down before Jun Wuxia. Bai Zhu frowned as he watched Jun Wuxia, even though he knew that the purpose of this banquet of heroes was not simple. He really did not expect that Jun Wuxia's appetite would be so big. Lord Yen, divisions within the 72 cities already exist. If you speak like this, aren't you being a little too arrogant and conceited? The city lord of austere heart asked with a grimace. Jun Wuxia looked at him nonchalantly and replied calmly, "If anyone is dissatisfied, please issue your challenge." The city lord of austere heart city said, "Lord Yen, we are now in your Sea Spirit City, and your banquet of heroes did not allow us to bring our guards. How can we dare to fight you?" In the entire official residence, except for those city lords, the rest present were under the command of Jun Wuxia. If someone really wanted to challenge Jun Wuxia, who knew if that person would still have a whole corpse? At this moment, the city lords have already severely cursed Jun Wuxia in their hearts. If it was a one-on-one fight, most of them were confident that they would be able to defeat Jun Wuxia. However, they were all trapped in a critical situation. Who would dare to make the first move? They had all thought that the banquet of heroes hosted by Jun Wuxia was for her to fight for Sea Spirit City's status within the 72 cities, so they attended to give her face. However, no one expected her intention to be so great. What she wanted was not simply a position within the 72 cities, but she wanted to rule over all the cities. Jun Wuxia said, "I promise that only I will fight. The rest of my men will not do anything." Jun Wuxia's remarks caused some changes in the expression of many city lords, but still no one dared to step forward. At this moment, Nangong Yen and Bai Zhu exchanged a glance. The two of them had fought for many years in order to obtain the overlord position, but they didn't expect that halfway through a Jun Wuxia would appear. Where vested interests were concerned, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. If Bai Zhu was going to shame Nangong Lai in front of Jun Wuxia, then now he was going to change directions. Both men reached a consensus in each other's eyes. Nangong Yen immediately changed his line of sight and whispered to the city lord of Heaven Fiend City, "Since Lord Yen is so confident, then I shall challenge you." The city lord of Heaven Fiend City stood up and walked over the open space of the banquet hall. Heaven Fiend City was one of the top 10 cities. Naturally, the strength of the city lord of Heaven Fiend City was strong. The other city lords were secretly relieved when they saw the challenger to be the city lord of Heaven Fiend City. They were not top-tier cities, and the battle for power was irrelevant to them. However, if Jun Wuxia really became the overlord of the 72 cities, then their power would be reduced, and they obviously did not want to see that happen. Jun Wuxia stood up and looked at the tall figure of Heaven Fiend's city lord. The whole banquet settled down in that moment as everyone was focused on both figures. As long as the Heaven Fiend's city lord defeated Jun Wuxia, then what Jun Wuxia said would be reduced to a joke. Moreover, no one believed that the young man in front of the Heaven Fiend's city lord could really defeat him. How old was Yen Hai? Even if he possessed abnormal innate talent, he still wouldn't have reached the level of cultivation, accumulated over 1,000 years of Heaven Fiend's city lord. This challenge had not yet begun, but everyone was convinced who had won. Heaven Fiend's city lord looked at Jun Wuxia with contempt flashing in his eyes. Jun Wuxia could have established a foothold among the 72 cities with the bargaining chips she held in her hands, but unfortunately she was too eager to become the overlord of the 72 cities. This enraged everyone present. This time Jun Wuxia would be sent to hell, and the previous issue with the 5-city coalition army would disappear. "Lord Yen, the sword doesn't discriminate, so please be careful," Heaven Fiend City Lord said, but he had already decided in his heart that he was going to kill Jun Wuxia. Jun Wuxia looked on calmly at Heaven Fiend's City Lord. There was no change in her expression. She did not even have the intention to summon her spiritual power. Instead, the Heaven Fiend's City Lord had no intention of giving Jun Wuxia time to prepare. He condensed his spiritual inscriptions and rushed towards her head-on. The strength of the Heaven Fiend City Lord was rather high, although he had not condensed a complete spiritual ring. but the number of spiritual inscriptions he possessed was very considerable. When the dazzling spiritual inscriptions shone under the moonlight, the pressure in the air made the night breeze more frantic. The strength of the Heaven Fiend's city lord has improved again, Baizhu said to Nangong Yen as he looked at the spiritual inscriptions on the Heaven Fiend's city lord. Nangong Yen chuckled. At this moment, he had formed a temporary alliance with Baizhu to destroy Jun Wuxie. He's still a young man, unable to remain calm. The two looked at each other and waited for Jun Wuxie to enter hell in penance for her arrogance. Everyone held their breath as they watched the Heaven Fiend's city lord rush at Jun Wuxie. Compared with the mighty momentum of Heaven Fiend's city lord, Jun Wuxie was too calm. She was calm to the point even when the Heaven Fiend's city lord was right in her face. She still didn't react. Oh, this Lord Yen is so frightened that he doesn't dare to move, huh? It's no wonder. Before the onlookers could finish speaking their taunting words, something earth-shattering had taken place on the other side of the battlefield. Originally, Heaven Fiend City had rushed towards Jun Wuxie with powerful spiritual inscriptions. But he hadn't even touched the sleeve of Jun Wuxie, and he was suddenly hit by a streak of purple light. The speed was ultra-fast that made all those waiting to watch the good show freeze. They only saw the figure of Heaven Fiend's city lord flying towards the banquet area and slammed heavily onto one of the banquet tables. With a loud bang, the marble table shattered. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They didn't realize what had happened. Wasn't Heaven Fiend's city lord about to hit Jun Wuxie? Then when, in a blink of an eye, he was flying by himself. Subconsciously, the eyes of everyone there were drawn to Jun Wuxie. But as they looked at her, everyone shuddered. The spirit ring was glowing in a purple light as it lingered on Jun Wuxie's hands. Under the moonlight, the glow was so dazzling. Spirit ring. Within the banquet hall, there was a loud commotion. The rigidness on the faces of the city lords from the 72 cities broke at that moment as they looked at the spirit ring in Jun Wuxie's hand in utter disbelief. Baizhu also widened his eyes in shock. How old was Jun Wuxie? She had already condensed a full spirit ring? And judging from the light emanating from the spirit ring, the strength of it was no less than any one of the top 10 exponents. At this very moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They would have never believed that Jun Wuxie, at such a young age, would already be in possession of a spirit ring. The whole banquet fell into a deadly silence. Everyone's eyes were glued to the spirit ring in Jun Wuxie's hand. The looks on their faces were akin to seeing a ghost. Nangong Lai, who was sitting aside, looked on at the scene calmly. The corner of his mouth kicked up into a sneer as he raised his eyes to look at Jun Wuxie, who had her back to him, and looked at the spirit ring in Jun Wuxie's hand. A faint awe lurked in his eyes. Ignorant fools. Did they really think that the person who stood in front of them was really Yen Hai of Sea Spirit City? Although they were top exponents of spiritual inscriptions, however, standing in front of them was the abomination who defeated Luo Qingqing, one of the top 10 exponents in the upper realm. Once upon a time, Nangong Lai had looked at Jun Wuxie with the same desperate and terrified eyes. But now that he has made the best choice in his life, he could sit aside and enjoy the sorry figures of the 72 cities. Heaven Fiend's city lord, who had fallen to the ground, let out a couple of grunts before he passed out completely. One attack from Jun Wuxie had severely wounded a spiritual inscription exponent. The deterrent force shook everyone present. No wonder Jun Wuxie dared to challenge the 72 cities so arrogantly. From the ancient times to present, within the 72 cities, none of the city lords had reached the level of the spirit ring yet. Once they were able to become a spirit ring exponent, their goal would have been directed at becoming one of the top 10 exponents, and the battles were endless. Compared with the top 10 exponents, what were the 72 cities? Baizhu's face soured even further at this moment. He did not expect Jun Wuxie to have hidden her true capabilities so well. The person who was most shocked was Nangong Yen. He was the one who incited the city lord of Heaven Fiend City to provoke Jun Wuxie. He thought that, with the strength of the Heaven Fiend's city lord, he could easily repel Jun Wuxie. But he did not expect. Who else? Jun Wuxie's cold eyes glanced at the city lords sitting at the banquet tables. Although there was no emotion in her gaze, everyone, whom her line of sight touched, grew cold and trembled. At this point, everyone kept their mouth shut, and no one dared to step forward to fight. Among them, the strongest of them was just a really strong spiritual inscription exponent. Jun Wuxie was already a spirit ring user. Unless they were unafraid of death and attacked her in waves to exhaust her powers, and dying in that process, otherwise none of them were on par with her. Of course, to ask them to risk their lives in order to exhaust Jun Wuxie, thereby gaining better odds for others, the city lords of the 72 cities were not so selfless. The atmosphere was a little strange as no one dared to speak due to the shock of seeing Jun Wuxie in possession of a spirit ring. The city lords of the 72 cities had realized that Jun Wuxie dared to announce the unification of the 72 cities under her was not because of Nangong Lai, nor because of Highness Ing, and nor because of Sea Spirit City, but it was herself. A spirit ring exponent, what a terrible concept. There were only a handful of spirit ring exponents in the upper realm, and any one of them is enough to dominate the 72 cities. At the corner of the banquet hall, Yu Yuanshan, who had been scared by Jun Wuxie's strength, was white in the face as he subconsciously grabbed the arm of Dongfang Ku Bai beside him. Dongfang Ku Bai took a look at the terrified Yu Yuanshan, and a complacent look appeared on his face. Now you know how powerful he was? Indeed, a heroic and capable youth. In the silence, Baiju's voice sounded suddenly as the stifling feeling in the hearts of everyone present eased up slightly as they looked towards Baiju. Baiju's face recovered its smile from before, as he stood up and looked at Jun Wuxie. The strongest is king on behalf of White Knight City. I offer up the most sincere respect to the Overlord. Once Baiju finished speaking, he took a step back and knelt on one knee, lowered his head at Jun Wuxie. It was a gesture of sincerity and humility. Nangong Yen stared at Baiju incredulously. He could not believe that Baiju had changed his stance faster than flipping a page of a book. This damn smiling tiger. You also pay my respects to the Overlord. Yu Yuanshan stood up and knelt down, following Baiju's footsteps. As the city lord of the largest city among the 72 cities, even Baiju, city lord of White Knight City, had shown his deference to Sea Spirit City. None of the other cities would dare to rebel against Jun Wuxie. In a short time, all the city lords stood up and paid their respects to Jun Wuxie. Nangong Yan's face was almost black, but he could only kneel stiffly in front of Jun Wuxie and paid his respects. Overlord of the 72 cities. After experiencing long periods of instability and infighting, the 72 cities were unified in an instance by Jun Wuxie. Having witnessed all this, Nangong Lai was unable to calm his emotions down as he looked up at Jun Wuxie, who was standing under the moonlight. This petite figure which looked so fragile, but always brought shocking results. From this day forth, the 72 cities have been subdued in the hands of Jun Wuxie, which have since completely changed the structure of the upper realm. After Jun Wuxie retreated from the banquet, Xiao Chu and others emerged from the dark corner they were hiding before and immediately surrounded her. While they were hiding, they had a panoramic view of everything that happened during the banquet. Jun Wuxie's efficiency and accuracy was on point. She didn't do a sloppy job. That's it. Xiao Chu was a little bewildered as he felt that Jun Wuxie didn't take much time taking over the 72 cities. The efficiency was a bit amazing. Otherwise, Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't this a little too fast? Xiao Chu scratched his head. He noticed that Jun Wuxie only did two things in total at the Banquet of Heroes. One was to drink tea, the other was to beat people up, and then there was nothing else. Jun Wuxie just cast a glance at Xiao Chu but remained silent. Fange was said with a smile. Little Xie has set out the trap for a while. Now it is just collecting what's been caught in her net. Besides, once her spirit ring was revealed, who else will dare to come forward and die? But there are so many of them, although there are no spirit ring exponents, but if they decide to attack in a group, it is not easy for little Xie to use only one spirit ring. Xiao Chu scratched his head again. Jun Wuxie had no intention of revealing her dual spirit rings. At the banquet, there were more than 60 men with strong spiritual inscriptions. But they really fought with Jun Wuxie. The outcome was still uncertain. Do you think they will be willing to fight Jun Wuxie so that others may benefit? Fei Yan rolled his eyes at Xiao Chu. Although the 72 cities were collectively referred to as one, they were not unified. There was no real leader to guide them. No matter how strong they were just a plate of loose sand. Say, did I see Gu Xianyan just now? Fei Yan asked as he changed the topic. The faces of Xiao Chu and others shifted slightly. They are not unfamiliar with Gu Xianyan. After the 12 palaces was destroyed by Jun Wuxie, Gu Xianyan was rescued by Jun Wuxie, but she later left the branch of Spirit Jade Palace. They were unclear where she had gone, but they really didn't expect to see Gu Xianyan again in the upper realm. If I haven't heard it wrong, it seems the person who sent Gu Xianyan here is Highnessing. Why, do I have this feeling that this is related to Guing? Rong Ruo frowned slightly. To them, they had a strong sense of repulsion for Guing. At that time, Jun Wuxie took over the 12 palaces. It was then that Guing brought men to attack them. If it wasn't for Jun Wu Yao's timely arrival, they really wouldn't know how things will have ended up. Brother Wu Yao said that although Gu Ying's body has been destroyed, his soul is not destroyed. I have been curious as to how he will have this capability. But now, I roughly understand. But how is he the son of the Lord of the Upper Realm? Hua Yao frowned as he spoke. Gu Ying could be considered their old foe. There had been several times now that Jun Wuxie had foiled Gu Ying's plans. If this Highnessing was really Gu Ying, then things would get really difficult. If that guy is really Gu Ying, then I'm afraid more troubles will come our way. Jun Wuxie is the sworn enemy of that guy. Xiao Chu frowned. This Highnessing caused Xiao Chu and the others to raise their vigilance, while Jun Wuxie slipped into a contemplative state. Gu Xianyan's appearance seemed like an omen. Yi Mei, Jun Wuxie suddenly said. Yi Mei appeared suddenly. Go and invite Gu Xianyan. Jun Wuxie said. In order to determine whether Highnessing was Gu Ying, they should start with Gu Xianyan. Yi Mei left immediately to carry out his orders. Gu Xianyan sat alone at the corner of the banquet hall. Everything that had just happened caused the city lords of the 72 cities to be at a loss, but all this had nothing to do with her. She was just a spectator, protecting that little bit of calm in her heart in a night of fluctuating emotions. Mississippi, a voice sounded in Gu Xianyan's ears. Gu Xianyan slowly raised her head and saw Yi Mei, who was dressed as a housekeeper, standing in front of her. My lord has requested for you to go to the backyard for a short while. Would Miss be willing to? Yi Mei said. Gu Xianyan froze a little. Subconsciously she wanted to refuse, but suddenly a pair of slightly familiar eyes appeared in her mind. She swallowed her refusal. She did not immediately reply but looked towards the 2 guards, who were sent by Highnessing, standing beside her. The 2 guards thought for a moment before nodding slightly. Gu Xianyan then said to Yi Mei, "All right, then, please follow me." Yi Mei smiled. Gu Xianyan left her table as many people at the banquet watched. It wasn't that they didn't think to suck up to Highnessing, but they were so overwhelmed by Jun Wuxie that they didn't have time to think about other things. Yi Mei took Gu Xianyan to the backyard of the city's official residence, and the 2 accompanying guards went everywhere Gu Xianyan went. Under the moonlight, with less noise and bright lights of the banquet hall, the courtyard seemed slightly deserted and very quiet. The courtyard was filled with the faint fragrance of grass, unlike the sweet smell of flowers, but it suited the cool, moonlit night. Involuntarily, Gu Xianyan's eyes fell on the figure sitting alone in the courtyard, slender and frail. The man was facing the moon and the shadow obscured his face, so she could not see his appearance as he just sat there quietly. However, it made Gu Xianyan's heart skip a beat, as the silhouette was superimposed onto the image hidden deep within her memories. Walking under the moonlight, Gu Xianyan moved towards Jun Wuxie step by step, and sat down on the stone bench opposite to her. With the moonlight, she saw Jun Wuxie's sophisticated yet unfamiliar face. Lord Yan. Gu Xianyan nodded slightly. Perhaps there was a hint of similarity. The other party had become the one person she did not hate since coming to the upper realm. Miss Gu has traveled far. Thank you for your trouble. Jun Wuxie looked at Gu Xianyan as her mouth suddenly raised a gentle smile. The smile was very shallow but very warm, and obviously beautiful, but it made Gu Xianyan's last glimmer of hope disappear. Not her. That person would never smile so gently. That person's expression was always cold. If the imposing manner displayed by Jun Wuxie during the banquet had made Gu Xianyan hopeful, then with this smile, it completely sobered her up. Gu Xianyan restrained the sense of disappointment in her eyes and forced her spirits to rise. It is also to come see the scenery here. There wasn't much trouble. His Highness' congratulatory gifts shocked me. His Highness and I do not know each other, and thus, I'm so flattered by His Highness' consideration and courtesy. Jun Wuxie's face deliberately revealed a state of surprise. Gu Xianyan could no longer superimpose this person in front of her with that person in her memory. She just said lightly, "His Highness heard about the Banquet of Heroes and so he sent me here. Don't be surprised, Lord Yen. His Highness has always acted as he pleases." Gu Xianyan's face contained no expression as she woodenly answered, "I wonder, apart from the congratulatory gifts, if His Highness has a message to be conveyed to me." Although Jun Wuxie was curious, the look in her eyes was extremely sharp. Gu Xianyan thought about it, but finally shook her head. "Not at all. That's fine, Miss Gu. If you are not in a rush to return, you can always stay in Sea Spirit City for a few days after the Banquet of Heroes. This place is close to the Sea of Death and has wonderful scenery," Jun Wuxie said. Gu Xianyan glanced behind her, at the two guards, but finally shook her head with a bitter smile. "No need. I just came to present the congratulatory gift. Since the gift has been delivered, after the Banquet of Heroes, I think I will go back." "Then I won't keep you." Jun Wuxie and Gu Xianyan spoke for a little while more. Gu Xianyan was distracted throughout their conversation. After Jun Wuxie obtained the answers she wanted, they went their separate ways. After Gu Xianyan left, Xiao Chu rushed out and asked impatiently, "How was it? Why do I feel like little Xie didn't ask anything at all?" Xiao Chu scratched his head. He had hidden in the shadows for a long time, but he didn't hear anything of substance from the conversation between Jun Wuxie and Gu Xianyan. "It should be him," Jun Wuxie said abruptly. The gentle smile that graced her face when Gu Xianyan was here had faded away long ago. "Ah? How did you find out?" Xiao Chu was a little dumbfounded. "Did he miss any important information?" "I can tell," Jun Wuxie said lightly. "Ah?" Xiao Chu was even more confused. Jun Wuxie saw the doubtful looks on all her friends' faces and explained in a not too fast, but not too slow manner, "Gu Xianyan's strength is not enough to simply appear in the upper realm. Without the protection of those two people behind her, it is difficult for her to make progress in the upper realm. However, while those two seem to be protecting her, they are also monitoring her. Besides Guing, I don't think anyone would pay that much attention to a girl from the middle realm. Some things did not require physical evidence. They could be calculated based on details and logic alone." Xiao Chu listened to Jun Wuxie's explanation, but he still looked like he barely understood anything. But there was one thing he could be sure of. This Highnessing is really Guing, huh? Is this kid a magical cat demon with 9 lives? What a life he has, and with this identity. Getting more intrepid and dauntless. First, he was the Blood Fiend Palace's young lord, then he was the 9 Temples' young lord, and then now, he even managed to wrangle such a strong patron in his lord in the upper realm. Xiao Chu really respected the tenacity and dauntless nature of this Guing. Guing is not the son of Gu Yi. No one could find out who his biological father was. Now that I think about it, with the strength of the 9 temples in Middle Realm, no one from the 12 palaces could compete against. It was even more difficult to get access to Gu Ying's mother. However, the Lord of the 9 temples came from Upper Realm, so if we say that Gu Ying's father is a person from the Upper Realm, it is not unrealistic. However, I didn't think it was that person. Rong Ruo rubbed her chin thoughtfully as she spoke. Since Guing had popped up in the Upper Realm, Jun Wuxie must be really careful in whatever future actions she would take. After all, Guing and Jun Wuxie were old foes. That, Little Xie, now that you've made such a big move and that guy Guing does not play by the rules, what if he suddenly came to see Spirit City? Xiao Chu felt his scalp go numb when he thought about this. Jun Wuxie said, just kill him when he's here. You just mention killing him so easily, as if it's such an easy feat. But fortunately, the situation in the 72 cities has been settled. We can also plan for the next step if we want to. Xiao Chu cleared his throat. Not yet. Jun Wuxie suddenly said. Ah? What do you mean? Xiao Chu was confused. But Jun Wuxie had no intention to continue. Jun Wuyao leisurely hugged his pretty wife and left, leaving Xiao Chu and their party wondering what Jun Wuxie meant before she left. The banquet of heroes ended fast. But the city lords had a tacit understanding to leave their army early in the morning the next day. One ran faster than the other, but Dongfang Ku Bai kept Yu Yuanshan in Sea Spirit City for a long time. Yu Yuanshan departed several times and stopped expressing his interests, but he was delayed further by Dongfang Ku Bai until 2 days later before both left. Strange to say, something so important happened at the Banquet of Heroes. But the outside world seemed completely unaware and did not stir up the slightest storm. I said, Little Xie, why do I feel that something's a bit wrong? Xiao Chu asked nervously. He also noticed something was wrong on the 3rd day after the Banquet of Heroes. Jun Wuxie raised her eyes and glanced at him. The city lords all left one by one as if they were fleeing. I thought that soon, the news of your unification would come from the 72 cities. However, why hasn't the people sent out by the night regime caught the slightest wind? Xiao Chu's face was filled with curiosity. It was reasonable to say that after the Banquet of Heroes, shouldn't it be a happy moment for everyone to praise Jun Wuxie? How could the reaction of the 72 cities be so quiet? Jun Wuxie said lightly, they won't recognize it. What do you mean? Xiao Chu froze slightly. At the Banquet of Heroes, they were not my opponents. Naturally, they have to bow their heads. But since they have left the Sea Spirit City, they will never admit it. They have been the city lords for so many years. How can they be willing and happily let me rule over them? I think the first thing they should do after they return to the city is to plan a crusade against me. Jun Wuxie said calmly, and all her companions were stunned. They thought that the incident in the 72 cities had ended. But what Jun Wuxie had just said seemed to imply that a great war was coming. The Night Regime and the Ghost Army are ready. Let them come. Jun Wuyao chuckled aside. He was not surprised that Jun Wuxie was so good. If the 72 cities can be so easily defeated, then this place will not be the upper realm. Sure enough, shortly after White Knight City armies left the sphere of defense of Sea Spirit City, Baizhu, Nangongyan, and others suddenly stopped. In a nearby city, the city lords who had participated in the Banquet of Heroes gathered again. Together, however, this time, they were not chanting and honoring Jun Wuxie, but they gathered together to discuss how to destroy Sea Spirit City and Jun Wuxie. It was a rare cooperation between Baizhu and Nangongyan. Under Jun Wuxie's pressure, the two of them became the leaders of the coalition army this time. The 72 city lords gathered again in a restaurant as they all focused their attention on Baizhu and Nangongyan. Brother Bai, this time you miscalculated. I didn't expect that Yen Hai's appetite was so big. What he wants is not the position of the top 10 cities, but the entire 72 cities. Nangongyan sneered at Baizhu. No matter how tactful Baizhu was, he could no longer endure Jun Wuxie. Baizhu glanced at Nangongyan, his face carrying a gentle smile as usual. Brother Nangong, you don't have to laugh at me. Now that we are on the same boat, no matter how much grievances we had before, we can have let go for now. Yen Hai's strength is far beyond our expectations. Sea Spirit City is on its own this time round, and everyone here has seen its army strength. The strength of Sea Spirit City is strong, and its city lord is even more powerful. If it is a 1-to-1 battle, even the combined strength of the top 10 cities are not his opponent, let alone White Knight City. Nangongyan hummed coldly, but did not go to persuade Baizhu again. The other city lords were all indifferent. Obviously they had been shocked by the strength of the Sea Spirit City and Jun Wuxie. Since this is the case, there is nothing left to say. How is brother Bai going to arrange? Nangong Yen said positively. Gathering the power of the cities, it will be necessary to take down the Sea Spirit City. Otherwise, the 72 cities will have to listen to his commands in the future. Bai Zhu said with a gleam of cold light in his eyes. At this point, Bai Zhu paused for a moment before he suddenly looked at Zhang Ku, who was standing amongst the crowd. Brother Zheng. Zhang Ku was surprised when he was called. Before hearing, Brother Zheng had sent your daughter to Longxian City. Since Longxian City was destroyed by Yan Hai, your young lady seems to be in Sea Spirit City now. Bai Zhu looked at Zhang Ku as inquired. Zhang Ku's face changed slightly. He had heard about Zhang Weilong's incident in Sea Spirit City, and he had sent many people to contact her. He had gained a lot of news about Sea Spirit City. This time, when he went to Sea Spirit City to attend the Banquet of Heroes, Zhang Ku also personally sought Zhang Weilong out and inquired about Jun Wuxia. When Bai Zhu said this, it seems as if he knew something. Zhang Ku could only nod his head and said, "Yes, the young girl Zhang Weilong is now in the Sea Spirit City." "Oh? I heard that Miss Zheng's looks are so beautiful but she has no spiritual power. I wonder how she can stay in Sea Spirit City for so long." Bai Zhu narrowed her eyes. Zhang Ku had always supported White Owl City before, but everything is just superficial. How could Bai Zhu not know what Zhang Ku, that old fox, was thinking? When Zhang Ku sent his daughters to other cities to contact other city lords, Bai Zhu had realized Zhang Ku's intentions, but he had been pretending that he did not know. However, the situation of Sea Spirit City was very special. The spies sent by the cities have been wiped out. The only one left was Zhang Weilong, which was really subtle. How could Zhang Ku not know Bai Zhu's speculation? From Bai Zhu's tone, a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. About this matter, I have also looked her up when I was in Sea Spirit City, but she does not seem to be particularly clear about the happenings in Sea Spirit City. Oh! Bai Zhu raised an eyebrow slightly. His words made the other city lords look at Zhang Ku strangely. Zhang Ku was a cunning man and had his own plans. Otherwise, he would not be willing to surrender to Bai Zhu, who was younger than him. Now that the Sea Spirit City was powerful, it was hard to guarantee that Zhang Ku would not change his mind. That Yan Hai is still young. I heard that he is about the same age as Miss Zhang, isn't it? Is Brother Zheng looking for a son-in-law? Nangong Yen asked. Zhang Ku's face turned even more ugly. He felt injustice. He wanted to make use of his daughters to win some city lord's support for himself. But his plan was not to include Sea Spirit City. He clearly understands Jun Wuxie's unscrupulous plan. Jun Wuxie really liked Zhang Weilong. Zhang Ku was afraid that she would destroy his discerning Moon City. Oh? There's no such thing. I wouldn't dare to have such a son-in-law. Zhang Ku wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Bai Zhu saw Zhang Ku's nervousness in his eyes and smiled softly. Brother Zhang doesn't need to be so nervous. I don't think Brother Zhang will really make a pact with a tiger. But since Miss Zhang can win the favor of Yan Hai and she has been in Sea Spirit City, it may be good news for us. Oh! Nangong Yen raised an eyebrow at Bai Zhu. Even heroes fall for beauties. Since Miss Zhang is in Sea Spirit City and is so close to Yan Hai, say, if she wants to set her mind on it, it will be easier than us. Brother Zheng, do you agree? The reference was to Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku immediately understood what he meant. That being said, the little girl hasn't been close to me since she was a child. Now that Sea Spirit City is powerful, I'm afraid she's... When both Sea Spirit City and White Knight City are surrounded by 72 cities, which one do you think is more tempting? Bai Zhu suddenly said. Zhang Ku froze completely. He looked at Bai Zhu incredulously. Bai Zhu laughed. Ever since I took over the White Knight City, I have been very busy. There is always a lack of virtuous help in the house. I have heard that the eldest daughter of Brother Zhang is not smart, but she is a very intelligent woman. If I can marry such a woman, it is definitely a blessing for me. Bai Zhu had already spoken about this. Everyone knew that he intended to lure Zhang Weilong and marry her as a wife of the White Knight City. Nangong Yen looked at Bai Zhu with a smile on his face, and sighed. No wonder Bai Zhu was still able to sit firmly as a city lord of White Knight City. This courage was quite comparable to his mind. I understand what Lord Bai meant. Let me send someone to pass the message to my daughter. Zhang Ku said quickly. That would be great. If Miss Zhang is willing, with her repercussions, no matter how strong Yan Hai is, I'm afraid he won't survive this time. I would also like to ask everyone to let go of each other's prejudices and combine all our armies and power together. When everyone has returned to your cities, send your troops immediately to attack Sea Spirit City. Let's give them a big surprise. Bai Zhu said with a cold smile. Being the lord of the 72 cities was never easy. If Jun Wuxie wanted to take this position, she had to go through their approval. With the arrangement of Bai Zhu, the 72 cities took action immediately. Except for Yu Yuanshan, who was delayed by Dongfang Ku Bai, all the other cities had joined this battle. The lands of the 72 cities would soon be ignited in flames. Bai Zhu and team returned to White Knight City. He returned back to his manor by himself. When he just opened the door, he saw a figure sitting on the main seat. When Bai Zhu saw the man, he was stunned. But after regaining his consciousness, he stepped forward and kneeled down on one knee. Bai Zhu pays respect to Highness Ying. The person sitting in front of Bai Zhu was actually Gu Ying. Gu Ying smiled, looking at Bai Zhu kneeling in front of him. He smiled at Bai Zhu with his curved eyes. He raised his hand slightly and said casually, "Get up. Take a seat first." Bai Zhu stood up tremblingly, then retreated to the nearest chair and sat down. How was the banquet of heroes? Gu Ying raised an eyebrow at Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu's heart was slightly shaken, but he did not express his fright. Dealing with Jun Wuxie was much easier compared to Gu Ying. He had a kind of intimidation that inevitably oozed out from his bones. No one had thought that Bai Zhu and Gu Ying knew each other. Although Gu Ying's appearance was a surprise, he had anticipated it. The Sea Spirit City Lord has a big appetite and wants to conquer the entire 72 cities. Now the emotions of the city lords are very agitated. Bai Zhu said, "Oh? He wants to take over the entire 72 cities." A glint flashed by Gu Ying's eyes before he continued. I heard that the city lord of Sea Spirit City is very decisive. But I didn't expect it to be so crazy. But I like this lunatic. The 72 cities have been peaceful for too long and have been under control by the top 10 experts for so many years. To have a great city lord like you to kneel and bow to the top 10 experts, don't you feel grieved? Bai Zhu was silent. Gu Ying chuckled and said, "The city lord of Sea Spirit City is indeed interesting. But dealing with the joint attack of the 72 cities will not be easy at all." Bai Zhu heard some meaning in Gu Ying's words. He suddenly asked, "Your Highness, do you mean you want to render your help?" No one knows that Bai Zhu and Gu Ying have been in contact since several years ago. Although Bai Zhu battled with Nangong Yan, he was regarded as the most ambitious and smartest city lord among the 72 cities. He knew it very well that if he wishes to take over all the cities, solely relying on them was not enough. Even the other 4 city lords who are now collaborating White Knight City have their own thoughts. However, there was a common enemy before them that they will need to temporarily cooperate. Once the Flame City was repelled, the next thing Bai Zhu would face was the betrayal of the former ally. Therefore, Bai Zhu already took action earlier. Blazing Flame City had a Nangong Yan and Bai Zhu had secretly contacted Luo Qingqing, one of the top 10 experts. Now they were waiting for the decisive battle so he could use Luo Qingqing's power. But who knows, there was an accident in the middle of it. Bai Zhu did not take the initiative to make friends with Gu Ying, but he dropped by his mansion on his own. Gu Ying had a special identity. Bai Zhu naturally had no reason to refuse such an ally. Just, Gu Ying's bad temperament made the self-confident and intelligent Bai Zhu elusive and afraid. Previously, Gu Ying sent people to the Banquet of Heroes. Bai Zhu vaguely realized that Gu Ying was interested in Jun Wuxie. Now, the Banquet of Heroes had just ended, Gu Xianyan had not yet returned home yet, but he had already taken the initiative and came to Bai Zhu. This made Bai Zhu a little confused. Luo Qingqing's whereabouts were unknown. Although there was no news about her death from the upper realm, with Bai Zhu's intelligence, he definitely had guessed that Luo Qingqing could no longer be relied on. Without Luo Qingqing, Bai Zhu's only hope was Gu Ying. If Gu Ying turned to help Jun Wuxie instead, there was really no support for Bai Zhu at all. At this point, Baizhu wanted to calm down, but he couldn't. Guing looked at Baizhu's slightly flustered face with a smile, and said a moment of silence, "Are you afraid?" Baizhu froze slightly and lowered his gaze. Guing chuckled and said, "You don't need to worry. Though the city lord of the Sea Spirit City is interesting, it's useless to me. If the 72 cities were in his hands, then the upper realm will be embroiled in a wave of storms. I won't help him in this battle." Baizhu breathed a sigh of relief. "Highnessing is brilliant. I can't help but wonder where Sea Spirit City got the elixir from. Can increase one's overall power." Previously, that foolish Nangong Yen wanted to suppress the Sea Spirit City. But the result was Nangong Lai, and the Sea Spirit City has become an ally. Before the Banquet of Heroes, Nangong Lai praised Yen Hai many times. Once the war starts, he will definitely side with Sea Spirit City. Yen Hai himself has the strength of a Spirit Ring exponent. If we include Nangong Lai, then the outcome. Baizhu kept talking. Guing was not going to help Jun Wuxie, which means that he still had a chance. Spirit Ring exponent? Gu Ying's face showed a hint of surprise. He really did not expect the city lord of the Sea Spirit City to be as powerful to the extent of wielding a spirit ring. Yes, the lad is very arrogant and holds a certain power. Otherwise, we would not have such a headache. Baizhu smiled bitterly. Guing narrowed his eyes and said after a while, "There's no need to worry about Nangong Lai. His failed mission in the Middle Realm had rendered him almost useless, especially after suffering only from a minor injury. After returning, he is still very weak. Maybe he was not capable at all. Since Yen Hai has the ability to connect with one of the top 10 experts, how about I send you another one?" Immediately, Baizhu revealed a joyous expression on his face, as he looked at Guing in disbelief. "Highnessing, who are you sending to me?" "Duan Qi," Guing said. "Duan Qi? You mean Her Excellency Duan Qi?" Baizhu became nervous. This Duan Qi whom Guing mentioned was an influential figure in the upper realm. That Duan Qi was from the Sacred Maiden tribe. She was the elder of the tribe. Her strength was the top in the Sacred Maiden tribe. In the name of the elders, it was impossible to withdraw from the list of the top 10 experts. But even without such a name, Duan Qi's strength alone was enough to compete with the top 10 experts. Even Luo Qingcheng was recommended by Duan Qi to the Lord at the time. Luo Qingcheng was there, and when he met Duan Qi, he had to respectfully call her Aunt Duan. It's just that Duan Qi had a weird temperament and lives on St. Peak. Few people could contact her. Even though she was a strong woman, no one could please her and get close to her. Guing had appeared in the upper realm only over the past few years, but he even managed to establish a relationship with Duan Qi and was able to invite her to help him accomplish tasks. This really made it hard for Baizhu believe it. Exactly. Duan Qi has been idle recently, and it's not difficult for her. With her help, your chances will be greater. Guing said. "I sincerely thank you, Highnessing. With the help of Highnessing and Lord Duan, prevailing over Sea Spirit City is definite." Baizhu stood up in excitement and bowed in gratitude towards Guing. Guing waved his hand and did not care at all for the gratitude from Baizhu. Guing and Baizhu talked for a while more before Baizhu diligently sent Guing out. Although Duan Qi's strength was powerful, what Baizhu really cared about was the Sacred Maiden tribe behind Duan Qi. The status of the Sacred Maiden tribe in the upper realm was very special. They were born with a very strong psychic force. This psychic force may not be strong enough, but it's very useful during a battle. It could control a person's actions and minds with a strong mental force within a short time. Although the time was short, it was enough to kill the opponent in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Baizhu's thoughts started to move. What he wanted was not just as simple as Duan Qi's strength. After Guing left Baizhu's house, he got into the carriage and returned to his residence. On the carriage, an old man was sitting in the carriage and looking at Guing with a smile on his face. "Highnessing seems to have encountered something good? You seem to be in a good mood," said the old man. Guing chuckled a little. "Baizhu is a smart man. He has great ambition. I recommended Duan Qi to him. I think he will contribute more than what I've given him." "Oh? Highnessing, are you really recommending Lady Duan to Baizhu?" Although Baizhu is young, he has a lot of thoughts in his mind. I heard the news from Sea Spirit City when Baizhu was at the side of Sea Spirit City. He was very obliged and obedient towards its city lord. After leaving Sea Spirit City, he and Nangong Yen joined forces to deal with Sea Spirit City. He changes sides fast. If Highness Ing joins him, you need to be careful. The old man said in reminder. Be careful? What can I be careful of? His opponent is Yen Hai, not me. Though he can survive the storm, I can still defeat him. Gu Ying smiled disapprovingly. The old man said nothing more. He was sent by the Lord to Gu Ying's side. Ever since he followed Gu Ying, he only obeyed and listened to his orders even if the Lord no longer needed to order him around. During this time, he had been following Gu Ying closely and did not avoid him. But the more he looked at it, the more he thought Gu Ying was planning the next big game. He kept in touch with the experts of the upper realm without expressing his attitude. 72 cities were about to fall into the flames of war when Gu Ying suddenly stepped in. He seemed to be helping Baizhu, but in fact it created more chaos among the 72 cities. And once Duanqi takes the shot, the city lords would be dragged into the whole battle. The spread of this war was definitely not a good sign. What does Gu Ying want to do? The old man couldn't figure it out, but could vaguely feel that Gu Ying seemed to deliberately want to disturb the upper realm that had been peaceful for years. It's windy. The good show should be staged soon. We don't need to think too much. Let's just watch the show. Gu Ying said with a smile as he turned to look at the scenery outside the window. When Baizhu received Gu Ying's message, his confidence increased greatly, and he immediately assembled an army together with the other city lords and marched toward the Sea Spirit City. However, there was another scene unfolding in Sea Spirit City. In the city lord's manor, Zhang Weilong delivered the news that Zheng Ku had just sent to Jun Wuxie. Qiao Chu and others sat side by side as they read the handwritten letter by Zheng Ku. This Baizhu really has too many moves. It seems like he does not have any limits. In order to bring little Xie down, he can even resort to selling his charms. Qiao Chu looked astonished. Even though Baizhu, who was the lord of White Knight City, which was also the #1 city among the 72 cities before fighting, he had already sold his charms, and had wanted to lure Zheng Weilong into poisoning Jun Wuxie. This person had such an innocent face but yet possessed such a treacherous mind. Zheng Weilong sat quietly by the side. When she got the letter, she felt a little bit surprised. She had already guessed that when the 72 cities became enemies with Sea Spirit City, Zheng Ku would definitely make use of the convenience of her presence in Sea Spirit City. But she didn't expect that it would be Baizhu who wanted to use her instead. With regards to Baizhu's identity and status, he could have any sort of women. Instead, he wanted her to be the mistress lord of White Knight City. He really spared no effort. Why did you give the letter to me? Jun Wuxie asked as she looked at Zheng Weilong. Given the current situation of Sea Spirit City, you should show that you have abandoned the 72 cities alliance and chose Sea Spirit City. Why? Jun Wuxie knew that Zheng Weilong was a smart person, but Zheng Weilong had absolutely no understanding of her and Knight regime's strength. Judging from the current appearance, it would seem that Baizhu had the pressing advantage, whereas Sea Spirit City appeared to be isolated and helpless. Except for those cities which were taken over by Jun Wuxie earlier, the rest of the cities were on Baizhu's side. Moreover, the loyalty of those cities which Jun Wuxie had taken over were not only questionable, but their strength were among the weakest within the 72 cities, and even if those cities were to dispatched fully, they might not even be able to withstand the attack from the rest of the 72 cities. In such a situation, even a fool knew who had the winning advantage, but yet Zheng Weilong still chose to continue her cooperation with Jun Wuxie. Zheng Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie with a very calm face. I have already chosen to cooperate with you, my lord, so I won't go back on my word and be a turncoat. I won't bother talking about morality and morals. I, Zheng Weilong, from beginning to the end, want my freedom. Even if I agreed to Baizhu's proposal, I will only move from one cage to another. Currently, Sea Spirit City has not been destroyed, and I am of some use to Baizhu, and he might treat me with courtesy. But once Sea Spirit City is destroyed, even if he married me according to his promise, I am but a piece of waste with no spiritual power. What will I amount to in White Knight City? I will only be under house arrest to live out the rest of my life. Since I'm in a no-win situation, why would I walk right into a trap? Zhang Weilong's words were very straightforward. She did not pledge her loyalty to Jun Wuxie, nor did she say anything moving. Everything she mentioned was based on her own vested interests, but in that sense it was the complete truth. You will be glad of the choice you made today. Jun Wuxie raised her hand slightly and turned the letter sent by Zhang Ku into ashes. A battle will be ignited on the land of the 72 cities. The army of 72 cities led by White Knight City and Blazing Flame City were nearing Sea Spirit City. The army maintained an aggressive demeanor along the journey as they pressed a hard pace. And within a few days, the army had already arrived outside Sea Spirit City. Outside the Sea Spirit City, there was nothing but the city which stood loftily in front of the army. This is Sea Spirit City? A burly man raised his eyebrows and looked at Sea Spirit City in front of him, with a look of disapproval. This piece of shit little city actually activated so many of us to attack. I don't know what the city lords are thinking. Another man frowned impatiently. What happened on the day of the Banquet of Heroes was only known to the city lords who participated. However, all the city lords seemed to have a tacit understanding in keeping everything that happened under wraps. Hence, no one mentioned anything to their men. And after they had returned to their respective cities, the first thing they did was to assemble their troops and send them to Sea Spirit City. This time, more than 60 cities out of the 72 cities were involved in the alliance, and each city had sent tens of thousands of troops. Today, the number of troops assembled outside Sea Spirit City reached more than 2 million. More than 2 million troops. It was enough to envelop the entire Sea Spirit City. Looking at the total number of troops in Sea Spirit City, they only numbered to 300,000 people and they were simply able-bodied citizens. How could they resist the attack of more than 2 million troops? The great disparity between the enemy and them really made the generals and soldiers somewhat puzzled. They couldn't figure out how capable this Sea Spirit City really was, that it could anger the city lords of the 72 cities so much that they had to work together to completely destroy it. Before they came, they had all received orders from their respective city lords. In this battle, they had to kill everyone in Sea Spirit City. No one is allowed to escape. Forget it, since it is the order of the city lord, we will just obey. To destroy this city, how difficult can it be? A general waved his hand nonchalantly, as in his eyes, Sea Spirit City was already a dead city. No matter how many rumors about the strength of Sea Spirit City have been spread, now, they have become meaningless. They didn't believe that, with the strength of Sea Spirit City, the city could really defend against 2 million troops attacking. Outside Sea Spirit City, the army was under pressure. Within the city, it was a different scene. Dongfang Ku-bai was anxious like an ant walking on a hot pot as he paced back and forth in the city's official residence. Seeing Yi Mei appear, he immediately greeted Yi Mei. What does the city lord say? The army of the other cities is right outside the city. If the city lord does not take more action, those people will really barge in. Dongfang Ku-bai hurriedly spoke. He had received the news that the 72 cities have formed an alliance. As such, he brought 100,000 men to Sea Spirit City to help Jun Wuxie. However, he had been in Sea Spirit City for 2 days, but he still hadn't even seen Jun Wuxie. Within Sea Spirit City, there was no tension seen during the preparation for the battle. This really confounded Dongfang Ku-bai. This Jun Wuxie didn't seem to be a stupid person. Why was he still not ready to fight at such a crucial moment? 2 million troops were just outside of Sea Spirit City. Once an attack was launched, it would take less than an hour to annihilate the entire Sea Spirit City. Method? At this time, let's not drag on anymore. It won't work. It really won't work. Don't you have ships in Sea Spirit City? How about we board the ships? I don't believe they can do anything to us once we are in the Sea of Death. Dongfang Ku-bai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, as he offered his suggestion without hesitation. Yi Mei could only look at Dongfang Ku-bai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After comforting him for a while, Yi Mei turned to the backyard. In the courtyard, Jun Wuxie was sitting quietly by the pond. Together with Jun Wuyao, as they leisurely looked at sacrificial blood rabbit and Lord Meme who were washing their paws and hooves. Lord Ju, Mississippi. The expression on Yi Mei's face had changed slightly. The false appearance which she wore usually had been dispelled. In its place, the coldness of the night regime. What's going on outside? Jun Wuxie turned her head slightly, looking at Yi Mei. The troops of the 72 cities have been assembled outside. Yi Mei said. Jun Wuxie looked back. What is little Xie going to do this time? Jun Wuyao looked at Jun Wuxie with his chin propped up by his hand, his eyes full of smiles. 2 million troops sounded terrifying, but to Jun Wuyao's ears, it couldn't have been more casual, just like 200 ants. If you need me to step up, just kiss me. Jun Wuyao laughed teasingly. Jun Wuxie glanced at him as she ignored his words completely. Jun Wuyao just laughed as he knew in his heart Jun Wuxie would not let him go fight. Everything Jun Wuxie was doing now was to attract the attention of his lord. Only by using this method could she find Jun Gu. The 2 million strong army was just a stepping stone for her. And this stepping how it was going to be used was entirely up to Jun Wuxie. I don't know what that person's criteria is for selecting the Knight of Destruction. But now, I'm doing all that I can to bring his attention to me. The moment Jun Wuxie finished speaking, she stood up. And you? She turned to look at Jun Wuyao as she stepped forward slowly and printed a kiss on Jun Wuyao's cheek, and said softly, Be a good boy and wait for my return. Jun Wuyao was slightly stunned as he looked at the departing figure of Jun Wuxie. His face was slightly warm. Yi Mei, who was standing to one side, saw that Jun Yao's complexion turned slightly red. She turned around slightly and pretended that she didn't see anything. Lord Ju and Miss had been married for a long time. So how come Lord Ju turned bashful after being kissed by Miss? If this went on, when will they be able to hear the pitter-patter of little feet? Inside the city's official residence, after such a long wait, Dongfang Ku Bai finally saw Jun Wuxie and he greeted her eagerly. Zhang Weilong, who had accompanied him, went forth to Jun Wuxie's side as well. City Lord, you're finally here. If you still didn't come out, the sky would have fallen. Dongfang Ku Bai almost cried on the spot as he spoke to Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie glanced at Dongfang Ku Bai. She had not expected that anyone would support her. But Dongfang Ku Bai and East Peak City's 100,000 troops arrived, which really exceeded her expectations. City Lord, do we want to assemble the army now? Zhang Weilong asked, her expression heavy. The 72 cities were sparing no effort this time as each city had sent enough troops. A large part of the troops belonging to each of the 72 cities was not able to be used by each city, because the troops belonged directly to his lord. No need. Jun Wuxie shook her head. No need. Zhang Weilong was dumbfounded. Jun Wuxie had neither prepared for war nor did she intend to fight, which was completely different from Zhang Weilong's earlier guess. Unless Jun Wuxie had wanted to surrender before the fight, Zhang Weilong's heart suddenly dropped to the pit of her stomach. She really couldn't figure out what Jun Wuxie wanted to do. How about Xiao Chu and the others? Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. Already on the wall, Zhang Weilong said. Jun Wuxie nodded and said nothing more as she walked towards the outside of the city. Xiao Chu and the others had already ascended the walls surrounding Sea Spirit City earlier in the morning, and they now stood together with a group of night regime warriors. Both sides had yet to start fighting, but the cursing and trash-talking. The cowards of Sea Spirit City, when are you hiding till? Are you turtles going to hide in your shells? The Alliance army yelled and scolded outside. And upon the walls, piss off. If you have the ability, you can come on in. Xiao Chu stepped on the stone wall as he yelled at the army situated not far away. For a while, the battle of tongues raged on both sides. With just Xiao Chu, one person, he was eloquent, refuting all their curses with witty expressions. It was a stalemate. Hua Yao and others stood on the side as they silently watched Xiao Chu engage in his big kill mode. So silently watching Xiao Chu start the big kill mod. At this moment, they realized that Xiao Chu was not only powerful, but he was second to none. The people in the opposite camp had been scolded by him till they were so frustrated that they almost puke blood. Xiao Chu was in delight as he kept scolding the opposing forces. But Jun Wuxie suddenly appeared behind him and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I haven't scolded." Xiao Chu thought that Hua Yao and the others couldn't listen to anymore, but he turned around to find Jun Wuxie standing behind him and suddenly became serious. Little Xie, you are here. What are you doing?" Jun Wuxie looked at Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu scratched his head and said, "Well, you weren't letting us fight? And those guys cursed at us so badly, so I just wanted to teach them how to be polite, so I said some words." Xiao Chu looked at Jun Wuxie seriously. Upon hearing his explanation, Fei Yan and the others had already rolled their eyes many times over. He only said a few words? He literally cursed out the 18 generations of the opposing forces. Jun Wuxie glanced at Xiao Chu, and with her one glance, it made Xiao Chu feel guilty, and he had to change the subject. "Well, what are we going to do now? The morale on the other side is on and up. I'm pretty sure the battle will start soon. So are we still going to stand guard?" "No," Jun Wuxie shook her head. Xiao Chu's eyes brightened. "They were going to start fighting." "I'm going to fight," Jun Wuxie said. "What do you mean?" Xiao Chu didn't understand. Hua Yao and others had a vague feeling that something was off. But Jun Wuxie didn't bother explaining further to them. She raised herself to her toes and sprung up. Her figure turned into a stream of flowing light, and she flew down from the wall. Several generals who had cursed at Xiao Chu before suddenly became aware of the stream of light which flew down from the wall of Sea Spirit City. They were shocked as they waited to take a closer look, and what they saw was a slender figure, standing alone in front of the closed gates of Sea Spirit City, and faced an army 2 million strong from the 72 cities. "This kid is the lord of the Sea Spirit City, Yanhai?" The boy in front of him looked very petite. He didn't look like a powerful opponent. Many generals did not understand why the 72 city lords were so afraid of Jun Wuxie that they sent out such a huge alliance army to attack Sea Spirit City. In their opinion, those in front of them were just harmless kids. They needed no effort to fight him. "Yanhai, are you here to surrender?" Many generals couldn't help laughing when they saw Jun Wuxie come out of the city alone. How could a small Sea Spirit City be their opponent of 2 million troops? Jun Wuxie appeared alone at this time. What else could he do besides surrender? "If it's surrender, I'm afraid it's too late. Our lord of the city has given an order. Today you will burn your own Sea Spirit City to the ground. You can only blame yourself for dying and offending all the lords of the cities. No god can save you." The harsh words echoed from the army far and wide. They were not in a hurry. In their eyes, Sea Spirit City was already a dead city. There was nothing they could do. Xiao Chu and others standing on the city wall saw the arrogance of the armies of the 72 cities. Xiao Chu rolled his sleeves several times and tried to rush down, but was stopped by Hua Yao. "Brother Hua, why are you stopping me? You should let me go down and I will break the heads of those assholes," Xiao Chu said angrily. Hua Yao shook his head slightly and calmly. "Look, what do you want me to see?" Xiao Chu wondered. Hua Yao's eyes fell on Jun Wuxie, who was outside the city gate. Facing the ridicule of the army of 72 cities, Jun Wuxie remained calm. There was no anger or shame in her cold eyes. She looked across at the millions of troops in front of her calmly. That calmness could never be a facade. Little Xie must have her plan. Since she hasn't let us out of the city, we can't go out of the city as we wished, as it might ruin her plan. Hua Yao said coldly. All that Jun Wuxie had done was for a motive. That was to attract the attention of the Lord, and thus have the opportunity to find Jun Gu. But the 72 cities were so insignificant to him. He will not even bother to ask a question. Jun Wuxie wanted to make use of the Sea Spirit City as a base to do something earth-shattering that draws the attention of the Lord. This was the only possible way. The honor and disgrace of the Sea Spirit City has nothing to do with them. The supremacy position of the 72 cities had never been in the eyes of Jun Wuxie. What she wanted was to confuse them and let the dispute happen and hustle directly pass on to the Lord. By then, the Lord would realize that there was an extraordinary character in the 72 cities. Therefore, even if you know that Jun Wuxie's behavior was crazy and extreme, But Hua Yao did not dare to stop her or stop the dispute from happening. Several of them had experienced life and death. They saw their family members slaughtered before their eyes. They knew the pain of the separation of blood relatives. How could people stop Jun Wuxie from saving Jungu? But what else can little Xie do? That's a 2 million army. Qiao Chu frowned. This time the 72 cities had put in all their capital. They were all ready to annihilate the Sea Spirit City in one fell swoop. Jun Wuxie was alone facing this storm. He was a little uncomfortable against this behemoth. Has she ever lost? Hua Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. His calm eyes were full of trust in Jun Wuxie. From the lower realm to the middle realm, there were countless enemies that wanted to confront Jun Wuxie. Those enemies who were far stronger than her were once a prevailing overlord at that time. Who would believe that they would really be overthrown? But in the end, all of them were defeated by Jun Wuxie. This time, Hua Yao firmly believed that Jun Wuxie must be fully prepared because she could not lose this battle. Her father was still waiting for her rescue. The three realms were still looking forward to her conspiracy to break the blood sacrifice. The life and death worm in Jun Wu Yao was unsolved. With the expectations and hopes of countless people, everything would be over if this fails. Now all they could do was to believe Jun Wuxie unconditionally. Hua Yao's words suppressed Qiao Chu's a little. Fei Yan rarely laughed at Qiao Chu's impulsiveness. He stepped forward silently and patted his good brother's shoulder. They had known each other for many years. Even if they were not brothers, they were better than their own blood brothers. They did not go out of the city not because of timidity. It was because they respect the choices made by the emperor. And so they chose to remain here. Nangong Lai didn't know when he came to the city wall. Watching Qiao Chu's words and deeds in his eyes, he received the news of the attack on the 72 cities early. He also expressed his willingness to fight together. However, his request, like Dongfang Kubai's, was sinking into the sea. He didn't understand what Jun Wuxie was thinking. He didn't know what kind of plans Jun Wuxie had. His courage to deal with the 2 million army alone fell on his mind. She had never been defeated? Nangong Lai had only had a battle with Jun Wuxie, and it was a complete defeat. Even his self-confidence and pride had been frustrated. Luo Qingcheng, who was once known as the most talented person in the upper realm. They brought so many strong men and troops. They vowed to kill the lower realm, but the result was a complete loss. Now their life and death were unknown. Jun Wuxie had not been defeated, at least in the battle known to Nangong Lai. She had not lost, and all her opponents were so powerful. Even Luo Qingcheng was defeated by her. Outside the Sea Spirit City, what about the 2 million troops? Nangong Lai's gaze looked at the familiar and strong back. He was clearly fighting alone. But somehow he felt that the seemingly thin figure was more powerful than the millions of mighty warriors. The sea breeze blew from the depths of the sea, with the dampness of the sea, brushing inside and outside the Sea Spirit City, raising her innocent long hair, but not softening her toughness. She stood alone before the mighty millions of warriors, looking coldly at the disdain and shouting from the enemy. Her eyes were as cold as if those who stood in front of her were not a group of powerful opponents at all, but a group of dead people. Are you finished? Jun Wuxie suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the chattering generals. Her cold voice mixed in the sea breeze, as cold as broken ice. The screaming generals suddenly became quiet. They looked at Jun Wuxie, who was too calm in front of them and puzzled. They could not help but wonder where her calmness and confidence came from. The few top generals frowned slightly. For some reason, they had an unprovoked disgust for Jun Wuxie's cloudless and light-hearted expression. What they wanted was not her calmness. Instead, he wanted to see Jun Wuxie's fear. They longed to wait for her to kneel and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Jun Wuxie did not do what they had wished for. Her eyes always made them have an illusion, as if it was them who were about to be killed, and it was them who were caught in the dead. This feeling of disharmony makes them very uncomfortable. How? Are you getting impatient and so eager to die? Treasure all that you hear now, because it won't be long before you become a dead person. No matter how we scold you, you will not be able to live to hear it. A general sneered, and Jun Wuxie's indifferent face always made him have the urge to crush it. Ha ha ha. A group of people were laughing and showed no respect for the opponent at all. They were completely cruel and dismissive. Jun Wuxie slowly raised her eyes and looked at the general who was the first to scream. In the next second, her figure disappeared suddenly. Several generals noticed Jun Wuxie's move. They stopped laughing immediately. Good boy. Are you really in a hurry to reincarnate? I'll help you. The general hummed arrogantly. When his words had just come out, there was a strange feeling of coldness in his neck. He raised his hand subconsciously to touch his neck. His fingertips could not feel the unexpected coldness instead, but a sticky and warm touch. The harsh gurgling sound of water pierced the eardrums of everyone. The dazzling blood red spilled overwhelmingly, and a little warm and sticky liquid dripped on the faces and hands of those soldiers. They turned their heads subconsciously, but saw the general who was still in front of Jun Wuxie had already become a headless dead body. The head fell down on the horse's hoof mixed with mud and blood, while his body was sitting upright on the horse's back. A large swath of blood was sprayed on the neck, gushing towards the sky several meters high. What's happening? Another general who was close had been sprayed with warm blood, and he was dyed entirely in the scarlet blood as his eyes widened in horror, finally realizing that he was half a meter away from the lopped-off head, and only at the moment when blood splashed on him, that person was already dead. When did it happen? How was it that he didn't even notice it? Death came so suddenly, it was unexpected. No one noticed when Jun Wuxie approached or when the general's head was lopped off. When they returned to their senses and looked up, Jun Wuxie had disappeared instantly. She once again stood in her original position. Her silver light armor had not been stained with any trace of blood. All she held in her hand was a gleaming long sword, which had beads of fresh blood trickling down. The deep crimson blood looked so beautiful and terrifying at the same time under the illumination of the sun. At this moment, the mighty millions of warriors fell into an unprecedented silence. The yelling and roaring sounds sounded like they were swallowed up by the blood. The pungent blood smell permeated the dead silence, choking everyone's as it reminded them of the silence of death. Jun Wuxie shook her sword lightly. Beads of blood on the tip of the sword fell under the shadow of the sword, flowing to the ground under her feet. As the blood was soaking into the soil, the soldiers of the 72 cities noticed that the earth beneath them was a bit weird. The earth was not yellowish as it should be, it was reddish-black. At a glance, from the gates of the Sea Spirit City to its middle where their military stood, it seemed as if a clear boundary had been drawn. Longxian City. Suddenly, this remote town, which has long been forgotten, suddenly poured into each of their minds. The first rise of Sea Spirit City began with the army that overthrew Longxian City's attack. At that time, Ruan Zhongshan, the city lord, got his news from somewhere. He knew the only way to conquer Sea Spirit City was to take with him his armies and surround the small and neglected Sea Spirit City. That battle, in the eyes of anyone, was a situation where the Sea Spirit City would perish. But the result was unexpected to everyone. On this land outside the Sea Spirit City, Ruan Zhongshan and his army were almost wiped out by the army of Jun Wuxie and the Sea Spirit City. At this time, the soil outside the Sea Spirit City had been stained with blood. Later, Nangong Yen gathered the power of the 5 cities and wanted to re-exercise their skills. Nangong Lai, one of the top 10 experts attacking the Sea Spirit City. His plight was worse than Ruan Zhongshan's. The 5-city coalition, except for Nangong Lai, who had already trusted Jun Wuxie, had not survived. The corpses from the 5 cities had been piled up outside the Sea Spirit City and experienced the burning fire at their feet. The piece of land was discarded for many days. The wind was blowing in the sun as the rotten bones and corpse was absorbed by the earth. After 2 consecutive battles, Sea Spirit City was at its dead end. But the final result made everyone unbelievable. It was not Sea Spirit City that died, but the enemies who tried to do harm to Sea Spirit City. The pungent smell of blood once again drawn into their minds. It had totally dismissed their disregards towards Sea Spirit City and Jun Wuxie. If Jun Wuxie was so vulnerable, how could Longxian City have lost? If Sea Spirit City really has no combat power, how was the five-city coalition destroyed? The glory of the previous battle was vividly remembered, but they were erased by their arrogance, allowing them to subconsciously disregard the Sea Spirit City and Jun Wuxie. They forgot about the banquet of heroes held in Sea Spirit City not long ago. At that time, even Bai Zhu, the city lord of the White Knight City, had personally prepared and brought over a gift. If it was really that weak, why would the city lords of 72 cities fear Jun Wuxie and Sea Spirit City? Their 2 million army was not as simple as crushing an ant. Suddenly, the hearts of all the soldiers raised an unprecedented sense of tension. The fear of waking up suddenly made their faces pale. Who is next? Jun Wuxie's cold eyes glanced over the fearing army. Those eyes obviously had no feelings, but whoever her gaze landed on, that person felt as though they had been doused in ice-cold water and started trembling. The generals of the 72 cities had never felt so nervous before. The clamor and sarcasm just before them, at this moment, was like an ice blade that has scratched their hearts, spreading throughout the whole body with a touch of tingling and deep bone coldness. Suddenly, a horse neighed and broke the silence at this moment. A general's saddle horse seemed to feel its master's panic and became restless. What are you afraid of? He's all on his own. Our army has 2 million. Why do you fear? He hollered out loudly. All of you, all together now and kill. Of course, his roaring voice came to an abrupt end. A light suddenly flashed towards him, as fast as lightning, rendered everyone around him unable to react. When everyone looked back intently, all they saw was a flash striking towards his neck and went through his throat, severing the last trace of his voice from this world. Jun Wuxie raised her hand slightly, as her sword slashed the general's neck before it flew back to her. At the same time, the general's head fell to the ground, and it rolled a few times. The headless body fell immediately onto the ground. The bright red blood sprayed out, dyeing the dark red ground redder and redder. If it is said that the death of the first general reminded the army of 72 cities to recall the defeat of the army of Longxian City and the 5 cities. Now the general's death had completely grasped the fear in everyone's hearts. What crushing power was that? The generals sent by the 72 cities were all first-class masters. Even if they were casually selected, they were all powerful men. But in the presence of Jun Wuxie, these powerful men were weak and frightened, easily slaughtered like chickens. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Jun Wuxie without any strength to resist. The confrontation between the two armies in this bloody battle, people did not fear death at all. The blood in that war inspired killings instead. However, Jun Wuxie's method of killing people was creepy. A 2 million army was right in front of her eyes, but she could easily take the lives of 2 generals from such a number. From start to end, no one could see her movements and guard against her at all. After killing 2 generals, not a single drop of blood could be found on her body. Jun Wuxie's manner of killing seemed to be telling everyone that no matter how huge the army was this time, as long as she wanted to kill, there was no one she couldn't kill. Even if you hid among the army, she could still kill you. All the generals felt that an invisible trowel was hanging over their heads. As long as Jun Wuxie glanced over, they would be dead. A staggering figure of 2 million could not protect them. They could not even protect themselves. Fear spread quickly in the army with force of a prairie fire. Bloody taste became stronger and thicker. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's head. You, what are you still afraid of? We have more than 2 million troops. Are we afraid of dying after 2 people are dead? A general screamed in extreme fear as he was afraid of himself being heard and obliterated by Jun Wuxie. He immediately dispatched several teams of soldiers to protect himself. That's right, he is all by himself. Even if she kills, there's a limit to it. Everyone, rush up together. Let's see if he can really multitask and kill us all. Another general also shouted. When they arrived, a military order had been issued by the city lords. If the Sea Spirit City could not be destroyed, they would be dead even if they returned. It was expected to be an extremely simple and overwhelming battle. However, The heart of the military had been disturbed by the two generals killed by Jun Wuxie before the battle started. If this continues, they would not have a chance to fight, and they had to accept the military death order for their survival during the battle. There were shadows of death on both sides, and the generals would rather fight here in the actual battle. They were scared by Jun Wuxie, but they had not completely lost their minds. They knew that Jun Wuxie was powerful, however. They had not forgotten their own advantages in this battle. The 2 million troops behind them were their last chips. Give your best shot. The generals of the cities seemed to have the same consensus. Dealing with Jun Wuxie was so difficult. If they were to wait for the whole army of the Sea Spirit City to leave its city for the battle, there would be a lot of uncertainties. It would be better to take advantage of this chance where Jun Wuxie was arrogant to fight alone. This was the best opportunity to take it down first. A roar echoed from the 72 cities' armies. The terrified and pale-faced soldiers were awakened from the roar of their generals. Everyone raised their spiritual power and whistled towards Jun Wuxie. On the city wall, Chao Chu and others watched Jun Wuxie standing alone outside the gate of the Sea Spirit City. 100 meters away, an entire army was running towards her in a sweeping force. Chao Chu's fists were clenched tightly to the extent of them bleeding. He tried to rush down a few times, but was pressed back by the words of Hua Yao. But his bloodshot eyes stared at Jun Wuxie. Every part of him was ready for battle. Although Hua Yao and others couldn't guess a clue from the expressions, they could already guess that the spiritual power emanating from them was ready to support Jun Wuxie like Chao Chu. Standing on the side, Nangong Lai looked at Chao Chu and others in amazement. With his strength, he could clearly detect Chao Chu's level of spiritual power. Among them, the strongest just entered into the cohesive spirit level were not expert levels. But for no reason, Nangong Lai felt that the concentration of spiritual power in Chao Chu and the rest of them were much stronger than that of normal people. This meant that their spiritual power could bring damages that were far higher than the level they belonged to. These guys were not ordinary characters. Nangong Lai trembled slightly. Jun Wuxie was the strongest among all. None of these people had great potential like Jun Wuxie. Brother Hua Wei. Chao Chu had been putting up with it as he watched those people who were about to rush up to Jun Wuxie. He was so tense that the veins in his face and neck were bulging out. Hua Yao's brow furrowed as he took a step forward. As Hua Yao and the others weren't able to bear with it much longer, a slender figure appeared suddenly above the city wall. If you make a move now, Little Xie's efforts will fail. The familiar voice drifted into the ears of Chao Chu and others as it gradually pulled them back to being rational. Chao Chu and others immediately turned around. They didn't even realize when Jun Wuyao had appeared on the wall as they looked at his black-clad body. Although Jun Wuyao's appearance was modified, no one could ignore that imposing manner he exuded. Brother Wu Yao, Chao Chu exclaimed. Jun Wuyao stood on the city wall, watching Jun Wuxie who was being gradually engulfed within the encirclement. But his eyes narrowed slightly with a faint trace of smile within them. Nangong Lai was surprised at the sudden appearance of Jun Wuyao. Even with his strength, he did not even notice the arrival of Jun Wuyao, and even at this moment as Jun Wuyao stood in front of him, and he could not feel the slightest breath of Jun Wuyao. Who exactly is this person? Nangong Lai watched Jun Wuyao stealthy. After being in Sea Spirit City for a time, he only knew that the man in front of him as Brother Wuyao, which was how Chao Chu and the others had addressed him, and that Jun Wuxie and this man seemed to be husband and wife. As for his origins, Nangong Lai knew nothing about it. The only thing he knew was that Jun Wuyao's strength was far above himself. Brother Wuyao, are you not going to lend a hand? Chao Chu said anxiously. Jun Wuxie was unwilling to risk the possibility of Jun Wuyao revealing his actual identity. Therefore, since they arrived in the upper realm, she never let Jun Wuyao do anything. Jun Wuyao chuckled. These ants, how can they hurt her? Why should I lend a hand? Jun Wuyao's words momentarily stunned Chao Chu and the others. That trust in Jun Wuxie seemed to have penetrated deep into Jun Wuyao's bone marrow. Look at her, the power of Little Xie. This moment is the moment of true liberation. Don't miss this wonderful scene. Jun Wuyao's smiling voice echoed in everyone's ears. The moment he finished speaking, down below the Sea Spirit City wall, a bright light suddenly shone. The army of the 72 cities rushed at Jun Wuxie. Several angered generals rushed forward, thinking that they could take the opportunity to cut off Jun Wuxie's head in the melee, and then they would be famous. However, just when they thought that Jun Wuxie could not possibly turn the tide of battle, Jun Wuxie, who had been standing still all the time, suddenly moved. The light sword that she held in her hand suddenly disappeared. A gleam of violet light was born in her left hand, while a more dazzling green light condensed in her right hand. The two dazzling rays of light exploded in an instant, and a strong airstream rolled up wind around her within the radius of 100 meters as it disrupted the squawking army, along with their whining horses and wailing. Those generals, who were blinded by the dazzling light, could only try to stabilize the mounts underneath them so that they would not let themselves fall off their horses. Accompanying the chaotic movement, the two dazzling rays of light gradually gathered into a halo and condensed into a pair of different colored spiritual rings in Jun Wuxie's hands. Dual spirit rings. The generals and soldiers of the 72 cities army, who were at the forefront of the troops, were completely dumbfounded when they saw the two spirit rings in Jun Wuxie's hands. Almost all generals tightened the reins on their horses as blood drained from their faces instantly. How is this possible? How could anyone within the three realms have dual spirit rings? A huge shock spread among the soldiers. The speed of the impact was too rapid. Those soldiers and generals who were closest to Jun Wuxie had no time to retreat. Suddenly, Jun Wuxie completely released the spiritual ring in her hands. When the blue light and the green light were intertwined, the light appeared on the entire battlefield. The moment when the light burst out, everyone who had rushed up to Jun Wuxie were enveloped by those two bright lights, and the glare emitted from those lights blinded everyone else. After the light faded, the land within the radius of 100 meters around Jun Wuxie had turned a bloody red. Tens of thousands of people, that in a moment, turned into a large pool of blood and meat sauce, and covered the earth in front of Jun Wuxie. The entire battlefield turned into a pit in hell. Within that 100-meter radius of Jun Wuxie, there was that demonic red, spreading over the soil like a blooming scarlet flower. The army of the 72 cities stopped all action at this moment, and everyone was staring at the pit of hell that had destroyed tens of thousands of people. The only person who was safe and sound amid the gruesome bloodshed was the person who had donned on a silver, light armor, which looked exceptionally bright under the sun, as its figure seemed to have penetrated into each person's bone marrow with a frigid coldness. Within the three realms, there was only one person who was the most powerful. He ruled the upper realm and had absolute power. No one could match his strength since the ancient times till now. His lord, the most powerful person in the upper realm, and whom everyone held in the utmost regard like a god, was the only person who possessed dual spirit rings. This belief had always been held in everyone's mind. Apart from his lord, among the countless talents in the upper realm, none of them possessed that ultimate strength. But now, resting in Jun Wuxie's palms were the dual spirit rings, and that shattered the cognition of everyone in the upper realm. Millions of soldiers upon the battlefield were all completely silent, so much so that everyone could hear their own heartbeat. The strong, heavy scent of blood permeated everyone's nose. It was so thick and sickening that it made everyone feel like they were sinking into a pool of thick blood with nowhere to escape. Dual spirit rings. How is it possible? A group of generals, who were sitting behind the army, were dumbfounded as they stared at the two bright lights. They had almost thought that what they saw was an illusion. But the pool of blood that was left by the tens of thousands of bodies was right in front of their eyes. Millions of soldiers, tens of thousands of frontline fighters. Yet they could not stop Jun Wuxie's attack. What overbearing power was this? It made everyone's blood run cold with fear. At this moment, cold, hard fear descended upon all the soldiers of the 72 cities. How would they fight in this battle? How else could they fight? Even if they had faced a powerful spiritual ring exponent, they dared to go against that person based on their sheer numbers, but they were not facing a single spiritual ring exponent, they were facing a dual spirit ring bearer. The strength of the dual spirit rings was not something they could simply confront. Killing tens of thousands of people in one stroke. Who could have stopped such a savage attack? Everyone in the 72 cities' army froze. The soldiers at the front line looked at the sea of blood that was so close to them, and every single one of them turned pale. They were only one step away from death. One more step forward, and they would die without a resting place. Not even a bone would remain. The whole battlefield was deathly silent, and everyone on the wall who had witnessed this few seconds fight was stunned. This was the first time which Chao Chu and the others witnessed the true level of strength Jun Wuxia had reached and possessed. Compared to the battle in the lower realm against Luo Qingcheng, it was as if Jun Wuxia's capabilities had been reborn to the point of being outrageously strong. Little Xie, when did she become so powerful? Chao Chu's voice trembled a little. They initially didn't understand how Jun Wuxia could have turned the tide of this battle, but now they did. The reason why Jun Wuxia dared to fight alone was because she was ready to reveal the power of her dual spirit rings to the world. This battle was also her battle for recognition in the upper realm. No wonder Jun Wuyao was so calm, as he was the only one among them who knew how powerful Jun Wuxia was now. When Jun Wuxia was in the lower realm, because of all the chaos that happened around them, the stability of her dual spirit rings was still unstable. But after the spirit tree's teaching and instructions, the chaotic power within her had been resolved, and that also released all restraints and allowed her to fully develop. And this power was also the bargaining chip for Jun Wuxia to fight with Jun Wuyao on an equal level. Hua Yao and others were shocked speechless at the scene displayed in front of them. But the most shocked was Nangong Lai. He stared at Jun Wuxia as she stood in that sea of blood, his eyes incredulous. He thought that the Jun Wuxia he saw was already strong enough, only to realize that from the beginning, Jun Wuxia had hidden most of her strength. Whether in the middle realm or the lower realm, she never once revealed her true strength. And today, the emergence of the dual spirit rings had pushed everything to the top. At this moment, Nangong Lai was so grateful that he chose to stand on the side of Jun Wuxia. Looking at the three realms, the only one who could compete against Jun Wuxia was his lord. The people on the wall were shocked by the invincible strength of Jun Wuxia, as the soldiers of the 72 cities seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss with no way out. Fear spread in each of them. The previous morale turned into nothingness with the appearance of the dual spirit rings. They were scared. Really scared. We'll die. One of the generals shivered as if soaked in ice water, as extreme fear rose to his eyes, leaving him out of control with terror. If Jun Wuxia was only a single spirit ring exponent, they might still have some confidence to fight against her. Even if they had to sacrifice a group of soldiers, they were sure that they could overwhelm her with their sheer numbers. But, faced with the strength of the dual spirit rings, their millions of soldiers were now vulnerable. One attack from Jun Wuxia killed tens of thousands of people in 1 second. She only needed 100 strokes or so to destroy all 2 million of them. What could bring more despair than that? The people in the 72 cities could no longer muster up any bloodlust. One by one, it seemed like their backbones were broken as the army retreated subconsciously. They couldn't kill Jun Wuxia. Even if they sacrificed 2 million people, they couldn't send Jun Wuxia to her death. The blind charge would only annihilate their entire army. The millions of aggressive soldiers collectively withdrew. They took slow steps away from the sea of blood. The silver figure standing amid the blood had become the horrible nightmare which was imprinted in their hearts forever, unable to be erased. The bloody battle came to an abrupt halt at this moment, as the emergence of the dual spirit rings completely repelled the advancement of the army of the 72 cities. No one was willing to take half a step closer to see Spirit City. Jun Wuxia stood in a pool of blood indifferently while the still suffocating bloody smell permeated her body. She looked at those enemies with pale faces, and the coldness in her eyes seemed to contain a hint of killing intent. As Jun Wuxia swept her eyes across a general, he was so scared that he almost fell off his war horse. He had to clutch the reins really tightly in order to not let himself fall off his horse. But his inner fear was brought to the surface with just a glance by Jun Wuxia. Retreat! Retreat! the anguished wailing that came from the soul and emitted through the mouths of those frightened generals. They did not want to stay any longer at Sea Spirit City. Collectively, they turned around and ran madly back towards where they had come from. That was the devil, the real devil. How could mere mortals fight the devil? After receiving the order to retreat, the soldiers of the 72 cities ran away without further consideration. At that moment, they could only bemoan that their parents did not give them an extra pair of legs. They were deeply afraid that if they dallied a moment longer, they would suffer a second round of attack from Jun Wuxia. The army which had surrounded the Sea Spirit City faded like a tide, leaving only that sea of red blood which had covered the earth outside the Sea Spirit City. Xiao Chu and others who were standing on the city wall watched as the army of the 72 cities fled. The ridiculous scene made them laugh out loud. How powerful one had to be to scare off millions of males. Their gazes involuntarily shifted to the outside of the city, the only silhouette that was left. Petite and thin, but with a daunting aura that made no one underestimate her the slightest. Seemingly weak, but actually very powerful. At this moment, a sense of pride grew in the hearts of Xiao Chu and others. At the same time, a vague impulse was also brought on. A strong impulse. Jun Wuxia had reached a height they couldn't match. Thus, they still had a long way to go. They didn't want to be a hindrance to Jun Wuxia. With the desire to become stronger, the spiritual aura of Xiao Chu and the others started to flow around them like crazy. The air surrounding the city walls became so heated that it almost formed something solid. Nangong Lai observed this scene in horror. He could almost see the spiritual power in Xiao Chu and the others burning vibrantly and greatly. Every bit became purer and richer. What kind of abomination was Jun Wuxia? And who was this group of people with Jun Wuxia? Nangong Lai didn't dare to think further as his gaze involuntarily shifted to Jun Wu Yao, who was standing in the wind, and suddenly a terrible conjecture appeared in his mind. On the same day, Jun Wuxia released Nangong Lai after her victory in the Middle Realm. She wanted Nangong Lai to convey the important message to the Upper Realm so that Luo Qingcheng would bring Yi Ju to the Lower Realm, to the extent of even using the soul bone as a bait. Of course, when Luo Qingcheng took 2 strong men and an army along to the lower realm to fight, he also took the Yi Ju with her. But till now, Luo Qingcheng did not return nor did she convey any more news. Everyone knew that she was afraid and she had already lost. There was always a detail that was ignored by Nangong Lai, and that was the whereabouts of Yi Ju. The purpose of Jun Wuxia's words that day was clearly about Yi Ju. Luo Qingcheng was defeated, which meant that Yi Ju was freed. Nangong Lai looked at Jun Wu Yao's face from the side, and his blood suddenly rushed fervently. The powerful army around Jun Wuxia. Wasn't that the night regime that the Yi Ju had established in the Middle Realm? So, this mighty man made him completely imperceptible, maybe. When Nangong Lai's mind shook, Jun Wu Yao felt his sight as if turning his head, and looked at Nangong Lai with a smile. This glance made Nangong Lai's legs weaken. The army of the 72 cities faded like the tide, leaving only the sores on the ground and the pungent blood smell. Jun Wuxia looked at the army coldly, and slowly retracted the dual spirit rings. Turning around, the locked gate of the Sea Spirit City opened at the same time, just like welcoming the return of the victory. Inside the city lord's manor, Dongfang Ku Bai was restless. Zhang Weilong frowned as Jun Wuxia just left, leaving them clueless to what she was thinking. I can't waste any more time. I'll go get the army to prepare. Dongfang Ku Bai couldn't sit still and immediately got up and left. Ade appeared at the entrance of the hall at this moment. When Zhang Weilong saw Ade, he stood up and said, "What's going on outside?" She had no spiritual power and could not participate in the battle. In order to ensure her safety, Jun Wuxia only allowed her to stay in the city lord's manor. Zhang Weilong sent Ade to check the movement outside the Sea Spirit City. Ade's face was a little pale. Standing in front of Zhang Weilong for a while, she said nothing as if she just got provoked. Ade's response made Dongfang Ku Bai more nervous, and an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. What's going on? Zhang Weilong couldn't help urging. Dongfang Ku Bai no longer wanted to wait. Forget it. I'll see for myself. No need to go. Ada said suddenly. His words gave a slight pause to the footsteps of Dongfang Kubai, and Zhang Weilong's eyes appeared to be in doubt. No need to go? What does this mean? Could it be? Could it be? He's already… Dongfang Kubai asked with a shaking voice. Ada took a deep breath and looked up suddenly. What? Dongfang Kubai's eyes widened incredibly. Retreat? Why did they retreat? Zhang Weilong looked surprised. Ada stared down. Lord Yan has defeated them. Lord Yan. Dongfang Kubai and Zhang Weilong both looked blank. Ada said solemnly. Lord Yan fought against an army of the 72 cities all by himself. His one move has killed tens of thousands of enemies. The army in 72 cities was frightened and has now fled. Are you kidding me? Lord Yan is very formidable. But, is it possible to kill tens of thousands of people in 1 second? How is this possible? Are you dazzled? Dongfang Kubai's expression was stiff and unacceptable. What Ada said to him was just a big lie, and he was not foolish enough to believe it. He could tell it at one glance. Kill tens of thousands with one stance? What a joke, even the top 10 experts could never do this. Zhang Weilong frowned slightly. She looked at Ada seriously. Ada, what is going on? I know you won't be kidding at this time, but what you have said was hard to believe. Ada looked at Dongfang Kubai, who didn't believe it. Zhang Weilong nervously said, There is always a possibility that it could happen. I'm telling the truth. Because Lord Yan is not an ordinary person at all. Ah? Is he a monster? Dongfang Kubai found it very profound. He's not a monster, but an evildoer. Ada narrowed his eyes that he couldn't fade away the scene he just saw. He is a dual spirit ring wielder. Like the Lord, he has the dual spirit ring. What? Dongfang Kubai looked pale and had on a terrified expression. Zhang Weilong stumbled as she held onto the chair's handle to stabilize herself, but her eyes were staring big and looking at Ada incredibly. Dual spirit ring? Ada, are you sure you saw that right? Zhang Weilong felt that her voice was shaking uncontrollably. Ada nodded silently. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it all. The first appearance of the dual spirit ring previously had buried tens of thousands of enemies. Such memories, he will never forget in this life. Dongfang Kubai took 2 steps backwards and sat on a chair with his buttocks. His raining sweat soaked his clothes. There was silence in the hall. Dongfang Kubai and other people went into a huge silence. Dual spirit ring? Dual spirit ring. Isn't this really a joke? Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! All of a sudden, Dongfang Kubai laughed. He turned back and smiled, and he reached out his hands to cover his face. The laughter was so loud that it shattered the shock and lifelessness in Zhang Weilong's heart. Ha ha! My God! 72 cities have fallen. Really fallen. Dual spirit ring? Ah ha ha ha, dual spirit ring. How do they fight? How do they fight? No wonder they are trying to run away. Now, let alone their 2 million troops, even if they invited the top 10 experts, I'm afraid that Lord Yan alone could kill them. Dongfang Kubai laughed and his tears flowed. At this moment he understood why Jun Wuxie was previously calm. Because from the beginning, Jun Wuxie had looked down on the million bold warriors. The 72 cities were defeated without any suspense. Not even the courage to battle. I'm afraid it won't take long. Bai Zhu and others will be scared off in their respective cities and hide in the juvets, and dare not go out? Zhang Weilong breathed a long sigh of relief. Also at this moment, Jun Wuxie and the others returned to the city lord's mansion. Zhang Weilong immediately stood up from the chair when he saw Jun Wuxie. He looked at Jun Wuxie's eyes. It was no longer an admiration, but a kind of fanatical worship. This was the power that really controls everything. City Lord. Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie as she trembled with her words. Upon hearing that, Dongfang Kubai laughed. He immediately stopped laughing and quickly got up from his chair. He stopped to look at Jun Wuxie with his eyes full of worship. Jun Wuxie glanced at the 3 of them. The moment she saw Ada, she knew that the news on the battlefield had just reached Zhang Weilong's ears. Stay in the Sea Spirit City for a few days. Jun Wuxie looked at Dongfang Ku Bai and said. Dongfang Ku Bai nodded his head without saying a word. Not to mention letting him stay in Sea Spirit City for a few days, even if he was to spend his whole life, he was most willing to do so. Clinging on to Jun Wuxie, he can almost imagine his sidewalk in the upper realm in the future. Zhang Weilong looked at Jun Wuxie and did not speak again. But a smile appeared in her heart. Jun Wuxie let Dongfang Ku Bai stay in the Sea Spirit City for a few days. This meant that he wanted to protect Dongfang Ku Bai. After all, 72 cities had been defeated. Who knows whether they will bow down or to create trouble? Everyone knows that Dongfang Ku Bai was Jun Wuxie's first supporter. Sea Spirit City was Dongfang Ku Bai's safest choice. Anything else? Jun Wuxie asked. Dongfang Ku Bai and Zhang Weilong shook their heads. Then Jun Wuxie walked towards the backyard step by step. Dongfang Ku Bai didn't dare to ask Jun Wuxie further. They could pull Qiao Chu aside and ask them all. Jun Wu Yao returned to the room with Jun Wuxie. When the door was closed, the expressionless Jun Wuxie frowned and sat directly on the side chair, looking a little ugly. The first time you used the power of the dual spirit ring and created so much trouble, you really are not afraid of death. Jun Wu Yao glanced at Jun Wuxie. Although he said so in his mouth, he naturally took her out of the chair and held her in his arms. He slowly imbued his dark spirit energy into her. Somewhat uncomfortable, Jun Wuxie leaned on Jun Wu Yao's arms. Her brows were lightly frowned. Once the power of the dual spirit ring was used, all her spiritual and soul powers in her body would be used up. The sudden surge of power made her uncomfortable. Although you want to scare away the 72 cities, you don't have to embarrass yourself so much. Just release the dual spirit ring, and they should retreat. Jun Wu Yao chuckled, but there was a hint of light in his pitiful eyes. Little Xie's temperament was too stubborn. Her dual spirit rings had been integrated since the spirit tree was nursed. As far as the time she was controlling a little short, it was magnificent and imposing. But few people knew that she had used so much power for the first time, which was also a burden for her. If not, how would they be afraid? Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes. If things weren't bad, how could the lords of the 72 cities surrender? How would they draw the attention of the Lord? Jun Wu Yao chuckled a little. Although he told her a few words, it didn't stop her. Jun Wuxie wanted to save his father. How could she stop him? How could he stop her? Nothing, you have scared them this time. Sea Spirit City will be peaceful and calm in the next few days. You just wait. 72 cities will not easily surrender. Recuperate first and fight them once and for all. They will be obedient then. Jun Wu Yao smiled. The army of 72 cities assembled more than 2 million people and attacked the Sea Spirit City. They ended up defeated. More than 2 million soldiers fled with their tails. In White Knight City, Baizhu had not received any news. He sat in the backyard of the city lord's manor. As the largest city among the 72 cities, the White Knight City's manor was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The huge backyard was full of flowers, pavilions, and clear water around the rockery. It was noon that Baizhu was sitting in the pavilion with a gentle smile on his face. But opposite him was a woman with a beautiful but slightly serious face. Aunt Duan, are you comfortable living here? Baizhu said with a smile. The woman sitting opposite Baizhu looked only 27, but she gave people a feeling of seniority. Her eyes seemed to contain vicissitudes, and her mouth drooped slightly, and she didn't smile naturally. Still all right, Duan Qi said blankly. Baizhu laughed with a smile on her face, but her heart was cramped. After Guing left that day, it was not long before Duan Qi came to White Knight City. Guing wanted Duan Qi to go to the Sea Spirit City as a reinforcement, but Baizhu felt it was a trivial matter. However, the return of the Sea Spirit City had created some fear of Jun Wuxie's potential. But after he thought calmly, he wondered how a troop of more than 2 million from the 72 cities could not even win a Sea Spirit City. Even if there were 2 strong Spirit Ring men, Jun Wuxie and Nangong Lai, they would not be able to stop the 2 million army. Therefore, Baizhu kept Duan Qi in the house and hosted her well. The status of the sacred maiden tribe in the upper realm was very special. That was, the Lord had recognized their 3 past successive dynasties. Only few people could set their foot on the holy mountain where the sacred maiden tribe was located. It was said that there were countless treasures on the holy mountain. The propagation of the maidens was also very unique. Only women were allowed to stay. When the maidens had reached the marriageable age, the senior maiden would select a group of talented men from the upper realm to have a happy child with the saint. If a boy was born, he would be taken away by the father from the holy mountain. If it was a girl, she had to remain in the holy mountain. It could be said that the entire sacred maiden tribe was a very closed race. They might not have the supreme strong psychic force, but they have a strong spiritual power. Men who were selected by the sacred maiden tribe were all famous and formidable in the upper 3 realms. Just like the men among the top 10 experts, most of them were selected by the sacred maiden tribe. Once invited by the sacred maiden tribe, almost no one will refuse. It was better to give birth to a girl and stay in the holy mountain. If she were to give birth to a boy, he could inherit the strong psychic force from the saint. Moreover, after agreeing to the request of the sacred maiden tribe, the sacred maiden tribe would also serve him, and this was what Baizhu wanted. Baizhu wasn't worried that Sea Spirit City could win. Under the 2 million army, Sea Spirit City and Jun Wuxie would soon be destroyed. However, the period of contact with Duanqi would be very important for Baizhu. With Duanqi's appreciation, perhaps he could have such an honor. Therefore, Baizhu became more and more attentive in front of Duanqi. "How's the battle ahead?" Duanqi looked at Baizhu and asked. "Some seniors are worried. They want to come to see how powerful the Sea Spirit City is, but they are not enough to reach the 2 million army. Your Highness invited you to come here for the sake of security. I don't think it is necessary to invite Aunt Duan to participate in this battle." Baizhu laughed. "If so, then I don't need to stay here for a long time. Highnessing invited me to help you out. Now, it seems unnecessary," Duanqi said. Baizhu's face changed slightly, and he was just about to say something. A guard suddenly rushed into the backyard and knelt in front of Baizhu. "What's the rush?" Baizhu frowned. "An urgent war report has been sent from the front." "Please read, my lord," said the guard. "Expedited battle report?" Baizhu raised his eyebrows slightly, but a joy in his heart. He came to Sea Spirit City, and this moment it should have been defeated. But how to find an excuse to keep Duanqi in White Knight City, he needed to think about it. "Why don't you take a look, Lord Bai?" said Duanqi, glancing over at Baizhu. Baizhu laughed. "It's not a big deal. The Sea Spirit City is destroyed. It's just a small city," said Baizhu. He took the battle report from the guard and smiled. But this glance at the report made Baizhu's face turn pale in an instant. Duanqi noticed Baizhu's abnormality. "What's wrong?" Baizhu's complexion turned pale, and his breathing became quicker at this moment. He raised his eyes suddenly. His eyes filled with incredibleness and stared at the guard, asking, "Where did this battle report come from?" The guard did not know the content of the battle report, so he could only report accordingly. The report was from Master Hu at the front line. Master Hu mentioned by the guard was exactly the general sent by Baizhu to the alliance. "How can this be? How can this be?" Baizhu murmured as if he had lost his soul. Duanqi frowned slightly, reached out and took the battle report in Baizhu's hand. After reading, even the seriousness on Duanqi's face suddenly collapsed. "Dual spirit ring?" Duanqi raised her eyes and looked at Baizhu. Baizhu was already stunned, unable to answer Duanqi's words at all. Jun Wuxie turned out to be a dual spirit ring exponent? Baizhu only felt that there was a spin in his head. There was nothing more difficult for him to accept than the news. He was pretentious and intelligent, and even when Jun Wuxie said he was going to become the overlord of the 72 cities, he was able to handle it freely. But now, Baizhu had no idea what to do next. Although it's known that Jun Wuxie was the Supreme Spirit Ring, the Supreme Spirit Ring was rare and was not completely existent. Therefore, Baizhu wanted to combine the power of the 72 cities to destroy Jun Wuxie. But when this single spirit ring became a dual spirit ring, the meaning became very different. Looking at the 3 realms, the only spirit ring exponent previously was his lord, and no one else. The power of the dual spirit ring had been regarded as the supreme strength. However, now there was a second dual spirit ring exponent. What's more terrible was that Baizhu had sent someone to attack the Sea Spirit City, which was tantamount to declaring war against a dual spirit ring. Baizhu had never regretted it like now. If he had known that Jun Wuxie was a dual spirit ring exponent, he would not dare to run against him even if he was given 100 guts. This was just looking for death. In a single stroke, he killed tens of thousands of powerful men. How could they be brought down by the 72 cities? It's over. This time. And it's really over. There was a grin on the corner of Baizhu's mouth. He tried hard for many years, but he didn't expect that he would miscalculate in Sea Spirit City, as if any related to the Sea Spirit City were far beyond their control. Baizhu was really doomed this time. If he had known that Jun Wuxie was a dual spirit ring exponent, he would never lead anyone to attack Sea Spirit City. He would definitely be the first person to please Jun Wuxie and garner her support. The force of the dual spirit ring had surpassed the power that they could use to suppress it. The strength and capability of Jun Wuxie would soon attract the attention of his lord. His lord would never question the struggle of the 72 cities. The only thing he cared about was the power of the upper realm. Only when it reaches a certain level of strength, it could then draw the attention of his lord, and as long as it was a power that catches the eyes of his lord, all would be closely surrounded by his lord, that had higher status than other city lords. Thinking of offending Jun Wuxie by now, Baizhu was extremely regretful. He even complained about why Jun Wuxie did not show all her strength at the Banquet of Heroes that day. If he had known this, what else would he have to do? Continue on struggling? It was not only Baizhu who was shocked by the news of the dual spirit rings. During the retreat of the 72 cities, the commanders of each city had already passed the news back to their respective cities. It was estimated that at this moment in 72 cities, many city lords like Baizhu would regret and vomit blood. Compared to Baizhu's vomited blood, Duanqi's reaction was a bit weird. After the fright on her face had faded, she recovered her calmness and looked at Baizhu, whose face was extremely ugly. Is Lord Bai afraid? Baizhu turned back and looked at Duanqi. His heart suddenly moved, immediately got up and knelt down in front of Duanqi. Aunt Duan, please save me. Duanqi said, Save you? How do I save you? Do you want me to fight against the dual spirit ring? Not to mention that even I don't have that kind of strength. His lord will know this person. This person was so powerful that he will surely be known by his lord. How can I offend the person whom his lord wants? Baizhu quickly said, Aunt Duan, you have misunderstood. I never thought of asking you to turn against Yen Hai. I know Yen Hai's capability. I understand my past behaviors and approach are ridiculous. But now that the big mistake has been made, I want to redeem myself. I am afraid that the Lord Yen will not be happy to see my face. So, I wish to seek help from Aunt Duan to be a middleman for me and tell Lord Yen that I know that I am in the wrong and will repent. If Lord Yen can forgive me, I will lead the entire White Knight City to apologize to him and follow his lead in future. Baizhu was really afraid to offend Jun Wuxie. The consequences were unimaginable, and the army of the 72 cities had cut off his retreat route. Only by seeking Duanqi's help maybe was a turnaround for him. Duanqi did not immediately respond to Baizhu's words, but just squinted her eyes and thoughtfully looked at Baizhu. Aunt Duan, please save me. Save the White Knight City. As long as Aunt Duan is willing to help me, I will send a generous gift to thank you for your great grace. Baizhu begged. Duanqi sighed and said, By the way, I came here per Lord Gu Ying's request. Now that you have decided to give up, it's just that I don't know if the Lord Yen would do me this favor. Thank you, Aunt Duan. Baizhu thanked her quickly. Duanqi raised her eyes, but with her own thoughts in her eyes. Since you said so, do other city lords have the same intention as well? Baizhu hurriedly said, This is the end of the matter. I believe no one will want to pursue further to seek his own death. The 72 city coalition forces were not Jun Wuxie's opponents. Which city dared to charge up and fight her? Duanqi nodded. At the same time, the 72 cities had also received battle reports. Without exception, Those city lords were waiting for the good news of victory. However, after getting the battle report, they were all scared and crying uncontrollably. All the city lords rushed to the White Knight city hurriedly. They cried and looked for Baizhu to think of a solution. They didn't want to stand against the enemies of a dual spirit ring. This was a big problem. Baizhu had recovered his calmness. When he saw the crowd come over for a solution, he decided to be transparent with them. He invited Duanqi out directly, which alleviated the concerns in the hearts of everyone. Some people rejoiced and some were sad. Baizhu and other city lords who participated in the battle had regretted it. But Yu Yuanshan took a long time after he heard the news. He knew that 72 cities would definitely attack the Sea Spirit City, but he was peaceful and did not like to fight. Because after the hero banquet, he was dragged by Dongfang Kubai for a while to tour in the Sea Spirit City. This was how they were not included by Baizhu to fight the battle. Originally Yu Yuanshan was still worried about the fall of the Sea Spirit City. Will Baizhu treat them as a backup for Sea Spirit City? Now he was not worried at all. Dual Spirit Ring? Haha. Baizhu and the rest will be dealt with. Fortunately, Yu Yuanshan, who had escaped a disaster, quickly prepared a big gift and prepared to go to East Peak City to thank Dongfang Kubai. But I learned that Dongfang Kubai had been in Sea Spirit City all the time and he made a wasted trip. Rumors of the dual spirit rings were circulated everywhere in the 72 cities, making many people worried. Although many city lords knew that Baizhu had already figured out a way, they could only hide in the room and did not dare to go out. Before Duanqi had time to negotiate with Jun Wuxie, the revenge had already come. In fact, they had thought too much. Jun Wuxie rested for a few days after defeating the army of 72 cities. Under the guidance of Jun Wu Yao, she grasped the essentials of the dual spirit ring as quickly as possible. She had no time to find the Lord of 72 cities for revenge. It was during the time that Dongfang Kubai was a guest at Sea Spirit City that he had established a good relationship with Chao Chu and others. Zhang Weilong also took advantage of this time to sort out her thoughts again. The days of Sea Spirit City were calm and easy. There wasn't a trace showing that it had been affected by the previous war. However, this peace was disturbed by an invitation card. The 72 cities headed by the White Knight City sent a surrender letter of worship to Jun Wuxie, along with the news that Duanqi was about to reach the Sea Spirit City. This piece of news made Jun Wuxie stop her cultivation. After receiving this news, Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao sat in the cool shelter and read the surrender letter. It contained the signatures of the city lords from the 72 cities. In addition to surrender letters, it also contains a large number of monetary compensation. Jun Wuxie was never short of money. Naturally, she doesn't care about those things. What attracted her attention was that this post was sent by Duanqi.